doesn't make sense. Why is it broken? Why is it? Hold on, am I streaming on 3 things right now? I think I might be. Okay, no, we're good. 12-second stream. Nice one. I don't know. I don't know. Like, the Wi-Fi just literally cut out, and then I just unplugged it and replugged it back in, and it seems to be working again. I have no clue. Oops, I have no clue why, but at least the Stream Deck seems, well, part of the Stream Deck's working. Most of it's not working still. Okay, well, whatever. Okay, great, phenomenal. Okay, where were we? Imports, GDP. Okay, so weekend break. GDP down. To the following equation. Following more GDP down further to the following equation. This is a good equation. This is a well, this equation is accurate. Economists actually add imports to the first 3 parts as follows. He's so cute. Look at him. Aw. Oh, for real? I'm streaming? Am I streaming? Or is it, dude, why? Shit is fucked. Here you can see how imports are added to the first 3 components of GDP. And finally, subtracted all at once at the end. This ensures the net effect of imports on GDP is 0. Should I set up? No, it's not worth it to set up the Rumble stream. It doesn't really matter. Let me make sure these are working though. Test. Alright. Those are working. Woohoo. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Read these, read these. Matt Iglesias understands this. The people calling him an idiot on Twitter do not understand it. Subpoena Navarro, and apparently some other people who have worked with Trump also do not understand this. Why don't they understand this? A bit of it's probably due to motivated reasoning. Trump has decreed that tariffs are good, so people who support him must now come up with reasons to agree. But some of it probably comes from the fact that economists' confusing formula, GDP equals C plus I plus G plus an NX equation, has become the basis for somehow news outlets report quarterly growth numbers. Here's a quote from the New York Times, which I complained about it in my previous post. The ballooning trade deficit, meanwhile, took more than 3 percentage points away from GDP growth in the first quarter. Imports, which are subtracted from GDP because they're produced abroad, have soared in recent months as U.S. consumers have cut spending, but exports, which add to GDP, have lagged behind because of weaker economic growth abroad. Emphasis mine. The NORT is simply wrong. Imports are not subtracted from GDP as we have seen. They simply don't enter GDP equation at all, positively or negatively. But it has become standard practice for economics reporters to just go down a list of C, I, G, and X every quarter, reporting how much these have contributed to growth. Every single quarter, you're talking about how imports lowered in X because your whole career... because you've gone your whole career without ever once mentioning how imports raise CIG by an equal and opposite amount, out of sight, out of mind, and then the general public learns this way of thinking as well. But there's one more big reason why a lot of people mistake imports reduce GDP is because imports have indirect effects on productive economic activity. In some cases, this can actually reduce GDP. In other cases, it raises GDP. Imports can affect GDP indirectly, but it can make it go up or down. Suppose you're an American consumer. You see a shiny new electric car from BYD at an auto show. You think, wow, this car is amazing. I need one of those. So you buy it and take it home. The BYD car is made in China, so it's an import. As I explained in my previous section, buying that car does not subtract from GDP. But if you hadn't bought that BYD car, you would have bought an American-made car from GM instead. So now, because you didn't buy a GM car, GM produces less stuff in America and GDP goes down. Your purchase of BYD didn't directly subtract from GDP, but it indirectly caused a chain of events that led GDP to decreasing. This sort of case is probably what Trump people might have in mind. If this were the only way imports work, they'd be right. Slapping tariffs on foreign products would cause American consumers to buy American instead, and local production lines would start humming. But now let's consider different cases. You can imagine a case where imports would indirectly decrease GDP if, say, you buy a Chinese car when you otherwise would buy an American-made one. Buying a car doesn't directly subtract from GDP, but because you didn't buy an American car, GM produced less of in America and GDP goes down. produce less stuff in America and GDP goes down. But now let's consider some different cases. Suppose Boeing needs to import some very high quality steel from Arcelor in France in order to make a new model of airplane. But suppose the U.S. puts tariffs on foreign steel, so that Boeing can no longer afford to import it. Instead, Boeing looks around for an American steel supplier who can deliver what Arcelor could. Maybe there's a small high-tech company that could deliver a bit, but its prices are very high. Its production volume is small, and it would take years to ramp up. Maybe we're thinking Boeing could launch a crash program in self-sufficiency, investing a ton of money in one of the high-tech American steel startups that could meet its quality requirements, helping it expand production. But that would take years, it would be expensive, and it might not work. Instead, it's a lot easier for Boeing to just cancel the new model airplane. In the example, reductions in imports have indirectly made GDP go down by stopping U.S. manufacturer from being able to get critical parts and components. There are also cases where reduction of imports. Oh shit, Nina with 18, rating with 18. I don't know why my raid thing didn't play. Thank you. Welcome to the stream, people. Thank you. Welcome. I don't know, I've had problems with the Wi-Fi shit, so you know what? I'm guessing that's probably why it didn't fucking work. What's up, Headless Chicken? Welcome back. Hold on, no, I can play it manually. No, watch this, raid. Okay, it's broken. hold on. Alerts. What if I refresh? Raid. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Welcome, people. You can't. We're reading right now, but we'll get into actual good content scene soon. Welcome to the stream, people. Okay, the reduction in imports decreases GDP. Say if it raises the cost of inputs for American manufacturers who then cannot afford to produce what they used to. In fact, probably what happened to Trump's steel and aluminum tariffs. Lake and Liu in 2022. Yeah, I think we've seen a study before. Showed up Bush tariffs on steel a decade earlier, harmed American steel using industries more than it helped the American steel industry. President Bush imposed a safeguard tariffs on steel. In early 2002, we find that tariffs did not boost local steel employment, but substantially decreased local employment in steel-consuming industries for many years after Bush removed the tariffs. These large and persistent negative effects were concentrated in local labor markets that had low human capital and or were strongly specialized in steel-consuming industries. In other words, trying to protect America's steel industry, where tariffs ended up exacerbating the Rust Belt. Trump's very similar tariffs probably had a very similar effect on U.S. manufacturing. I think we have read this. Oh no, we haven't read this, but we've read similar things. Yeah, I think they arguably protected 1,000 steel jobs and then led to like 75,000 job losses in American manufacturing. 75,000 is like the low end estimate I've seen. So, in other words, trying to protect American steel industry with tariffs ended up exacerbating the Rust Belt. Yeah, okay, we read that. Tariffs on intermediate goods generally hurt GDP more than tariffs on final goods. Steel tariffs are more likely to hurt regular Americans than tariffs on cars. That doesn't mean tariffs on intermediate goods are always bad. For example, China supplies a lot of intermediate goods to the U.S., and some of these might represent critical dependencies that we just can't afford in the case of major conflict. Tariffs are one of the ways of reducing those vulnerabilities. But in general, tariffs on intermediate goods should be avoided unless there's a very compelling reason. Trump's tariffs on the U.S. allies during his first term and his proposal to hit those allies is even harder if he gets elected are certainly unhelpful from a geopolitical standpoint, but they could also make America poorer. This is likely the effect Trump's tariffs on steel had. For example, shut up. Bush tariffs on steel a decade earlier harmed American steel more than helped American industry. What's up, Mega Zionist? Welcome to the stream. Oh, my cat left. Damn. Oh, new day, new account for you. Tariffs on. I always just say inputs. But I guess intermediate goods, for whatever reason, the terms you use, like steel, generally hurt GDP more than they help. And should be avoided. Absent major national security concerns. In fact, the example of intermediate goods is not only the example that our imports can indirectly hurt GDP, they also hurt exports. Countries like Malaysia or South Korea need dollars to pay for U.S.-made products. They generally get those dollars by exporting things to the U.S., but if the U.S. shuts off imports from these countries, those countries will have more trouble getting foreign exchange, and U.S. exports will suffer as a result. And that's not even bringing trade war retaliation into the picture. Imports can also... or I say tariffs. Reducing imports can also hurt GDP by harming exports, since dollars are usually supplied to other countries via trade. In other words, competition of U.S. companies, which happens a lot, which a lot of people think about, and which Trump wants them to think about even more. Is only one of several ways imports directly affect GDP. The global economy is a highly complex machine of cross-border supply chains. We're not the standalone economy. We sort of were back in World War II, but we can't return to that level of self-sufficiency without making ourselves much poorer. Yet supply chains that run through China are dangerous, and national security sometimes require us to pay the cost of moving them out. But there's a cost nonetheless. I would like Americans to have a more nuanced view of the effects of imports and the effects of tariffs. To say that tariffs are never a good idea and that we should always buy anything from China wants to sell to us at whatever price they offer is naive and simplistic, but to imagine tariffs as a magic wand that boosts the U.S. economy is even more unrealistic. And tariffs are on intermediate goods made by our allies, like the ones Trump is trying to impose, are a self-destructive tool that will make America both poorer and less secure. True, based. I didn't, I was just taught the Econ 101 equation. I think I was talking to Sample like a few weeks ago or something, or like it can have been a few weeks ago, like a week ago or something. Like he literally, like he mentioned, like how would you respond to this argument, like imports subtract from GDP, and I was like, well, even if they do like the consumer surplus, it's probably worth that trade-off or whatever. But I didn't even know that they, oh fuck, I forgot I did that. They aren't actually included GDP at all. They are just subtracted to make the net effect zero.
Guys, what one is your favorite? Huggy Wuggy Chic, Stewie Blue, Jumbo Sauce, Ben,
Thanks, Josh.
Nab, I forgot his name, the Frog Dude, and yeah.
What is a woman? Mary want to find out. Who is it? Was it Charlie Kirk that said that? Oh, no, it's Jordan Peterson. Okay.
The fact that he calls every Muslim.
I got our buddy Omar. Of course he's here. We got our. What's up, Nixie in YouTube chat? We got our that's one base Palestinian on the left. I don't know of him. I don't know him. I know this is Omar, whoever. Oh wait, is this the son of the Hamas guy who's like is relatively pro-Israel? Is that who this guy is? Our buddy Omar's here. Iran will punish Israel. Israel invades Lebanon after that's not how I usually see his name spelled, is it? Isn't it usually Nasrallah or whatever the fuck? Yeah, I think they misspelled it. He's a psycho. Your platform's audience. At the end, they mentioned how Destiny's doing a debate with someone from Infowars in Columbia, South Carolina. Could be the way to get your name if you're possibly looking to accelerate your platform's audience. I'm not going to go to Columbia, South Carolina to. I'm not. What? Are you pro-Israel at non-fun? Relatively. Oh boy, I can't respond to chat too much. The mod's gonna be ruined. I need the YouTube React views.
Hassan has.
All right. Oh, you're pro-Israel? Really, mega Zionist? Iran will punish Israel. Israel invades Lebanon after Nasrallah killed. They misspelled it.
Hassan Nasrallah. And the Palestinian American commentator discussed the fallout. The not be speaking to the has met a deserved version.
Okay, his introduction. He messed up the timestamps of.
As well as violent militias in Iraq and Yemen. He ordered strikes on Israel in the. There is going to be for decades. Iran has used its.
Iran will respond. Have no doubt about that, and the Israeli regime will be punished.
All right, we'll see about that one. I feel like Iran has not done a super great job at responding. I guess they launched 300 missiles, and like one of them landed in Israel because Saudi Arabia and Jordan and the U.S. shot them all down.
To antagonize Israel by proxy and to protect itself from its sworn enemy, the United States. That strategy has now been obliterated, along with Hezbollah's entire chain of command. Its leader, Hassan Nasrallah, was killed in an enormous strike on its headquarters in Beirut on Friday. An assassination that's been 18 years in the making. You know, though, from some of the commentary this weekend, that Nasrallah was a terrorist.
I know, yeah. Iran's final warning.
Regime in Syria. He trained fighters in Hamas, as well as violent militias in Iraq and Yemen. He ordered strikes on Israel in the immediate aftermath of October the 7th. The world is a better place without him. But is it safer? Could a humiliated Iran decide that a nuclear bomb is now the only recourse for defense? Israel's just announced that it intends to launch a...
Didn't Iran literally said that they're finally willing to re-engage in negotiations after this. I think they said, at the UN a few days ago, Iran ready to resume nuclear negotiations immediately.
Into Lebanon, and it could start as early as today. Meanwhile, 1 million Lebanese have already been displaced.
They did. I think they started doing ground raids today.
The entire population. The civilian death toll is rising. The war in Gaza rages on. Nasrallah has met a deservingly grim end, as the crisis in the Middle East may have only just begun. In a moment, I'll be speaking to the Iranian-American academic, Professor Mohammed Morandi, who's in Beirut. But first, returning to Uncensored to discuss the fallout, the son of Hamas's founder and former Palestinian militant Mossab Hassan Youssef, and the Palestinian-American commentator Omar Badr. Well, welcome to both of you. Mossad, let me start with you. Your response to the killing of Hassan Nasrallah?
Well, you know, Hassan Nasrallah, his hands are stained with blood. Not only Jewish blood, but also Arab blood. He participated in the killing of hundreds of thousands of Syrians along the Russian forces and along Bashar al-Assad forces. This man has been...
I think we haven't gone over it yet, but I think one of the big reasons that Assad was able to infiltrate into Hezbollah so easily was because Hezbollah was preoccupied with a lot of stuff going on in Syria, and that's why they were able to have like so many spies in Hezbollah that they were able to do like the insane pager attacks and like have intelligence to know where Nasrallah was when they bombed him, and all the other people in the chain of command that they bombed as well.
Stabilizing the security of the Middle East, and this was the time to put an end for this bullying and this blackmailing and this act of terror.
I mean, Omar Badr, are you sorry that he's dead?
Piers, before I answer your question, I think there's something that your audience has to know about Mossab, who's on this program, if we can see if he's going to be able to control his temper and keep me from telling the audience this about him, is the fact that he calls every Muslim in the world untrustworthy, says you can't trust any Muslim, says everybody who identifies as Muslim is a predator, compares Muslims to animals, and the list goes on and on and on. And Piers, I think both of us know that if anybody engaged in that kind of bigotry towards, say, Jews, you would not give them airtime to appear on a program as if they're...
what he's saying could be true. I've not seen much from this guy before. I don't know.
Something to say. And on top of these deeply bigoted views that he holds, there's also the fact that he is simply just not a serious person. Puts on this really dumb put-on angry face and barks incredibly shallow slogans about his wonderful and his opponents being terrible and terrorists and so on. It's not really a real point of analysis. With that being at the forefront, I'll say that I think what Israel did in Lebanon and is doing is, don't take my word for it. Listen to what Israeli leaders themselves have said about the assassination.
Oh my God!
They said
more
they
quotes, more quotes.
To reach a diplomatic agreement with Hassan Nasrallah, but his insistence on ending the genocide in Gaza as a precondition to them reaching a diplomatic solution led them to choose to assassinate him and killing hundreds of Lebanese civilians in the process, incinerating entire apartment buildings. So in essence, Israel is choosing to incinerate Lebanese civilians to assassinate Nasrallah because they don't want peace in Gaza. That is the dynamic.
How many, dude? I remember like looking into it. I'm pretty sure at most the strike that killed Nasrallah and 20 other, or I guess 19 other Hezbollah militants, I get killed like at most 10 civilians as well. So like they literally killed more Hezbollah operatives, including Nasrallah himself and there was one other like high level like senior Hezbollah leader for like at like 10 civilians in that strike. Like really, dude?
And the fact that you can look at this and still not figure out what moral policy should be and who's to blame for this kind of path of escalation that we're on, to me is completely mind-boggling. It is obvious that Israel is out of control. It's on a warpath.
All right, look, you've launched a substantive ad hominem attack on your other panelist, which is entirely your prerogative, and he can respond. But you also failed to answer my simple question. Are you sorry he's dead?
I look at it in terms of the impact on civilians, which in this case, I think
oh my God,
made things infinitely more dangerous. We're seeing this onslaught. So yes,
are you kidding? It's really the only thing you care about? Like if any civilians die at all, that's bad? Are we going down that road? Oh my God.
My question. Do you personally feel sorry that he is dead, the head of Hezbollah?
No, look.
I mean, what is Piers Morgan supposed to do about ad hominem? Is he supposed to like fucking kick them out of the Zoom room or something?
But that's the thing. I don't have individual personal feelings about players here. For me, what I'm concerned about is ultimately the impact on innocent people. Absolutely. Look, Nasrallah, if you want me to talk about his legacy, that's a really easy thing to do. He was a hero throughout the entire Arab world for having driven Israel out of South Lebanon in 2000, for delivering Israel its first defeat in 2006, and then his record, had a major blemish on it when he intervened in the Syrian civil war for geopolitical reasons on the side of the government, and that upset a lot of Syrians who are essentially repressed and brutalized by the Syrian government to see that he has intervened in order to help them maintain power.
At least he can admit
but that was more a geopolitical decision more than it is a moral decision. And so he has a mixed record. And a lot of people like him and a lot of people don't. But ultimately, there's no question about the fact that he is a major figure in the region that has a significant fan base, not just within Lebanon, but throughout the entire region. And that taking this major escalatory
I guess
step,
he could do that.
We've had the alternative. We've had the option of a ceasefire. And Israel chose not to take that and chose the path of escalation. And taking out a major figure is obviously pushing us towards further catastrophe. And it's materializing right now in Lebanon as we're watching Israeli terrorism decimate the civilian population in all parts of Lebanon.
Israeli terrorism in Lebanon, yep.
Mossab, first of all, your response to the personal attack that was launched on you at the start of that.
I'm not going to comment on that. I know who I am. I know what I am. I'm not a commentator on the Middle Eastern conflict.
By your own admission.
I lived in the conflict. I'm an eyewitness. I lived half of my life in what's so-called Palestinian society, and I spent the other half of my life with the Jewish community. When I speak on the authority of experience that is representing both cultures. One culture is a culture of death that has been sacrificing children for political and financial gain. And Omar is coming here to the West, carrying the false Palestinian identity, hiding behind a couple of Western values, trying to manipulate and deceive American and Western audience by showing somebody like Hassan Nasrallah and Ayatollah and Sinwar and the rest of the proxy leaders. These people are reckless. They started the war on October 7, and Israel had the right to defend itself. And Hezbollah has been launching missiles.
Oh no, he said the meme.
They just killed 12 children as the whole world is watching on a playground.
Don't you know that was actually an IDF Iron Dome misfire
of the Lebanese community. And no one leashed Hassan Nasrallah. How many times Omar and Mustafas and Muhammads complained or protested against Hezbollah aggression, taking advantage of Israel bleeding in the south?
I'm sorry.
And he was totally mistaken. Hassan Nasrallah today, this is his punishment. Israel is legitimate when I stand for Israel. Why do I stand for Israel? Because Israel is the most legitimate ethnic group in the region, with evidence, overwhelming evidence to relationship to that land. Yeah. Omar,
are we? Oh my God, are you kidding me? Why are we pivoting to fucking who has the most legitimate claim to the land based on like ethnic character? Who the fuck? I don't. Oh my God, this conversation always seems so cringe to me whenever you start bringing up like the fucking ethnic connection to the land. I don't give a fuck.
It's been trying for the past 1400 years to delegitimize and annihilate the Jewish people from that land. And they hate it so much that Israel is showing resilience and strength. You ask Omar if he's sad. Omar is mourning. Hassan Nasrallah is his hero. So let me tell Omar and his likes. Listen, you cannot rewrite history. And when I speak, I don't only speak on my own authority, I speak on the authority of the universe. That Iran and all its proxies and the Muslim world behind it,
no, this is a very, very serious conversation.
Back off, there's going to be only the language of fire. And you can sit here in the West pretending to value the Western ethics.
Okay, I agree with Omar. This guy's cringe.
With a false identity and your religion
All right.
And your entire population.
Let me get a
have
time.
no respect.
Let me call a timeout here. Omar, you can respond to this. I'm going to just go to the Professor Morandi for a moment to get his response to this. I will come back to you. What I would say, though, is you did choose to start the whole debate with a quite lengthy personal attack on Mossad. It's hardly surprising he would return the favor.
Merited.
I
That's
personally,
not only is Piers Morgan, he like says he doesn't allow it, but like, oh, he's milking it. He's milking it so much. He wants the drama.
He
wants it.
To try and talk about the issues.
Openly bigoted. No,
I did put the Cardinal of it charge you the
The
idea.
fact that he openly says that all Muslims are evil in comparison to animals and engages in all kinds of the worst kind of bigotry imaginable, and him just inventing nonsense and just leveling it at me. By the way,
Stirring
I'm
the
secular
pot,
agnostic.
yeah.
I'm pretty open about that. I've written about it. I don't know what he's talking about with the Mustafas and Muhammads and whatever. Just you can see the bigotry in his engagement about the Arab culture of death. In one breath, he says openly that the entire Arab world is made up of 300 million clowns. That is a direct quote of his. And on the other, he's feigning concern for Arabs who die because of Hezbollah. I mean, just the entire thing is just a silly charade. He is not a serious human being, and you can see the utter bigotry in every word that comes out of his mouth.
All right,
and the fact that he has no serious analysis to offer.
Okay, I want to come back. I want to come back to both of you and talk seriously about what is a very serious situation. It's been reported tonight.
Okay,
that
let's
Israel is
see.
planning to launch
Let's see if they can do it.
A limited ground incursion into Lebanon, perhaps as early as tonight. This is obviously a massively important moment in this conflict. So let's try and talk about that when I come back. I know I just want to bring in the Professor Mohammed Morandi. He's been on Uncensored before. He's currently in Beirut. Professor, thank you for joining me. First of all, do you mind me asking why you're in Beirut?
When the Israeli regime carried out a major atrocity on the first day of bombing, killing well over 500 people, I decided to come here, and I thought it would be best to be here.
What is he referring to there?
Be a voice for the
Was that one airstrike, or was that a
and,
series of
actually,
multiple
I was
airstrikes?
in the building where I was staying,
Beirut, 500
when the attack occurred on Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah and the 6 towers, residential towers that were all destroyed, killing hundreds of people. It was about 1,000 meters away. I know that neighborhood well because during my sabbatical in Lebanon in 2011 and 12, I live pretty close, and I walk there and I drive through there. And the Israelis massacred hundreds of people. And in the West, you don't stress that. I think there were 83 missiles, each 1 ton. And it's unbelievable how immoral the Western elite has become, that they're gloating over this attack. After a year of genocide and Holocaust in Gaza, and now slaughtering people.
Oh my God, the Holocaust!
Beirut day and night. After the attack on Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, hours later, they said they're going to strike 3 other places, and they struck 12 or 13 in southern Beirut. People were terrorized. No one knows how many people have died. And this is, of course, the legacy of Western colonialism and the Israeli regime.
Oh my God, holy shit. How many buzzwords can we throw in here? Western colonialism? Western colonialism is when you do airstrikes in Lebanon to assassinate senior leaders of a military group that is attacking you directly. That's colonialism now. 500 people. You have to talk about 500 people. Is the question is how many civilians were killed? I think I don't know. Lebanon's health ministry raised the toll to 492, including 35 children. I don't know if these are. I don't know if these are all civilians or not. Even if they were all civilians, you'd have to either prove that these attacks are either indiscriminate or disproportionate, considering that these are like airstrikes, and like Israel seems to have really good intelligence on where all the Hezbollah leaders are. They've been super successful with assassinations so far. I would assume that these aren't indiscriminate and disproportionate. I would have to know. You'd have to know how many of these were civilians versus, or either how many of these are civilians or militants, or if these are all civilians, then how many people were also militants in the strikes. And this is like a whole like series of airstrikes. You'd have to do it for every single one, but like
there's a paradox here. On the one hand, they are your chosen people.
Also, like like Hezbollah operates out of civilian areas as well. Like Hamas was partially inspired by the way Hezbollah operates when they were doing how to operate. Dude, it's carpet bombing. They just got lucky hitting all the Hezbollah. I know, yeah. Like no, you don't understand. They were aiming for the civilians. And they accidentally killed the entire Hezbollah chain of command. They're such an incompetent military that like they're aiming for the civilians, and they just like accidentally end up hitting Nasrallah. Like
on the other hand, you're a secular Western political order. We don't know what to believe when it comes to the West. On the one hand, the Israelis from Europe and other parts of the region and
Trump, welcome to the stream, the press 4-inch 36.
They can slaughter people, as they've done in Lebanon before Hezbollah was created. Hezbollah was created as a result of the Israeli occupation of Lebanon and the taking of this very same city that I'm in right now, Beirut. It was created as a result of the occupation. And they drove the Israeli regime out. And the Israeli regime, during the occupation in 1982, they and their allied militias, they slaughtered in a refugee camp pretty close to where I am right now. They slaughtered 4,000 people within 36 hours, up to 4,000 Palestinians and Lebanese. So this genocidal behavior of the Israeli regime began far before Hezbollah was ever created.
Okay, listen, I gave you a long chance there to respond because I'm genuinely interested in what you have to say, and I mean that. Hezbollah, as you know, along with Hamas. They are wedded to the destruction of Israel. And Hezbollah's response to October 7th
he's going to
was to
reject that.
immediately unleash a lot of rockets at Israel in solidarity with what Hamas had done in Gaza. If you're the Israeli government and you've just been on the receiving end of one of the worst terror attacks of modern times, with 1,200 people killed, with nearly 7,000 more wounded, in an utterly horrific and barbaric series of attacks from up to 3,000 people coming over your border, and then the response in the north of your border is for Hezbollah to unleash a lot of rockets at you, and then to carry on doing that for the next calendar year, at what point did you not think that Israel's going to respond? And whether you agree with what they've done or not, the military success, and I'll phrase that exactly as I've just phrased it, the military success of what they've achieved against Hezbollah in the last 10 days by the pager attacks on 3,000 members of Hezbollah, by taking out now the leader.
Don't you mean the indiscriminate terror attack?
A mass leader in Lebanon. You cannot dispute the military success. And what I'm curious about with Iran is, where is the response? Iran helped create Hezbollah, helped train Hezbollah at the start. Iran has funded Hamas, funded the Houthis. Israel has now, if you look at this purely objectively from the outside, from a military point of view, is having a lot of success against Iran-backed groups. Where is Iran? Why is it not responding? Many people think it's because actually Iran doesn't have either the ability to take on Israel or the desire to.
First of all, I think that you have to keep in mind that, from my perspective, the Israeli regime cannot respond legitimately because the regime is illegitimate.
Oh my God.
Hezbollah
the entire regime is illegitimate? So this guy is also just dedicated to the destruction of Israel then? Is that not like...
an ethno-supremacism to be dismantled?
Oh,
in other words,
there we
something
go.
that in the West is very impossible to imagine. All human beings in Palestine...
Well, it wants Israel destroyed. It wants the destruction of Israel. It's literally what is...
They want the destruction of this...
I feel like no one knows that Israel-Palestine, including Arabs and Jews. Yeah, I know.
And it has been doing so for 76 years. The very same people who carried out the Nakba, they raped and murdered and expelled people. Most of the people who are in Gaza are refugees. This is not a legitimate regime.
Okay, but going back to my question, Professor, why is Iran not doing anything? The world is watching.
This is Schrodinger's refugee. Half of people in Gaza and children, but also the other half are refugees from 1948. Do you think the year 2100 they're still going to be arguing with each other? Yeah, probably, dude.
And the world is curious.
Yeah, first of all, Iran will respond, have no doubt about that, and the Israeli regime will be punished. Second of all, Iran
I have some doubts about that.
Support the axis of resistance. And Israel has not had any military success. The pagers was a terrorist attack, and it was actually...
Yep, there we go. He said it. Yep.
On the West
we got it.
Because these
it was attacking the West.
Devices from now on, those things that have been produced in the West or countries that are allied to the West, their supplies chains have been compromised, and the West is doing nothing about it.
I'm pretty sure the New York Times reported that this was a company that New York Times Israel pagers, or Israel made the pagers. This was a company literally like set up by fucking the Israeli government did not tamper with Hezbollah, but devices that exploded, Defense and Intelligence says, and manufactured them as a part of an elaborate ruse. Wasn't this literally like a company specifically set up to sell this equipment to Hezbollah? If you're not a like designated terrorist organization, I don't think you have anything to worry about, brother. I don't think you have to be worried about accidentally buying Mossad manufactured fucking pagers and walkie-talkies. Also, these are pagers. No one's fucking buying pagers. No one in the West is buying pagers.
And I think lots of people are going to have second thoughts about buying any electronic devices from any of these Western countries or countries affiliated to the West. So the Israeli regime is doing no services to the West by carrying out these terror attacks.
It's interesting that you phrase it as a terror attack. Given that given that Hezbollah is identified by many other countries as a terrorist group, and given that it was very specific in its targeting.
Yeah, Piers Morgan is mentioning it's very specific in its targeting. Yeah, they're only going
extraordinarily precise. It is obviously horrific that civilians were killed in the process, but the vast majority of people who were damaged, or wounded, or killed by the pager attacks were members of Hezbollah, who are, according to America and Israel, a terror group. So that's how they would categorize it. That's not an act of terror. That would be under the laws of combat. They would say they are taking on combatants, and that's perfectly lawful and legitimate. That is their argument.
Here's if it was pagers and walkie-talkies or cell phones that were in the United States. I think you'd have American bombers.
Oh my God! Yeah, I mean, if the pagers were always, I don't understand how he thinks this comparison is at all legitimate. Like, if the United States was attacking Israel, or like name like any country that we're attacking, like what I guess we're not in Afghanistan anymore. What country are we attacking right now? I don't know. If we were attacking X country, and X country sold pagers to only our military, then like that would probably be that would probably be. I wouldn't call that a terror attack. No, that's a lot. We're lawful targets under like IHL for that. Like what?
Over countries who they would claim were behind it. So let's put aside the hypocrisy.
But just to be clear, you don't think that Israel has any military right to respond to Hezbollah firing rockets at Israel?
Israel does not have an ethno-supremacist regime. Apartheid South Africa never had the right to exist, and Israel never had the right to exist. The only existence.
So it has no right to defend itself against rocket attacks.
But it has no right to exist when it came into.
At least he bites that bullet. You know, I'm very glad that he at least bites that bullet. Like, they have no right to exist, therefore they should just fucking, like, surrender.
By displacing
top tier comment you missed. No, I read it. What do you mean?
People in Manchester.
I mean, I read it. I don't think I read it out loud.
Its existence. I'm just telling you, given it does exist, does it have no right to defend itself?
Piers, this is what you fail to comprehend. As long as you have a master race, as long as you have a hierarchy of race, as long as you have one race that considers itself superior to others, there's not going to be any peace. That's just a fact of life. Whether it's in the United States or whether it's in Palestine or whether it's in South Africa, there's not going to be peace. For Iran, the dismantling, and for Hezbollah, the dismantling, or you can call it the destruction, the dismantling of this system has to happen. And this is something that you don't accept, which is fine. You support racism.
No, I don't. No. Hang on, don't misquote me. Don't misquote me. I don't dispute for a moment that is the intention of Hezbollah, the Houthis, Hamas, all funded by Iran. I have no doubt that Iran would like to see the destruction and removal of Israel. I get all that. I'm just saying that but hang on. Yeah. I'm just saying that right now it looks like Hamas is losing, Hezbollah is losing, the Houthis are on the run, and their big backer Iran seems to have disappeared. And I'm looking at this thinking, this is odd. Where is their big backer? Where is Iran, who's been sponsoring and funding all this terror? Where are they when the real action starts? And many people think, like I said, it's because Iran either lacks the capability or the will to try and respond to what's happened.
That's what you want people to think.
No, it's what people are saying.
Well, that's what people are saying, and that is
true. People do be saying that.
Which is fine, but then you're going to...
I mean, I'm pretty sure in Gaza, Israel's had more problems. I mean, one, they have hostages, which complicates who they can target. I'm pretty sure the reporting was that Sinwar literally had 22 hostages, like, handcuffed to him, which obviously makes it hard to target him. They have hostages. I don't know. I'm pretty sure the U.S. said they basically achieved all they can do in Gaza, and they should fucking accept the ceasefire at this point, because right now it's just a game of whack-a-mole of fighting Hamas wherever they reconstitute and pop up, while Israel is essentially occupying most of the Gaza Strip. Yeah. In Lebanon, they've been quite a bit more successful so far, at least. Although, you know, a prolonged occupation of Lebanon, I don't think it's gone well for them in the past. So we'll see.
Ultimately, Ansarullah is not retreating. The Israeli regime and the Americans have failed in the Red Sea. The Ansarullah survived 7 years of genocidal.
I don't know about the Red Sea, but
backed by the U.S. and your government against their people. They defeated the people who carried out the genocidal war. Do you think a couple of airstrikes from the Israeli regime is going to change anything? They will continue to enforce, as they say, Ansarullah in Yemen.
A couple of airstrikes is a little bit of downplaying of, like, you know, literally killed the leader and, like, all of the senior command. Like, the entire, like, top chain of command has been destroyed, and all their communication has been destroyed. And, you know, a lot of these airstrikes also targeted, like, rocket facilities. So a lot of their actual military capabilities been destroyed. Like, these aren't, like, he's downplaying it quite a bit when he says just a couple of airstrikes. So you think Gaza would be best at this point? Lebanon is waiting game for 10 more
terror organizations. They're the ones that are funding this genocide. They're the ones giving the bombs, the bunker busters to go and bomb homes and civilian towers in Gaza. And whenever they carried out, the Western media will say Hamas strongholds, terror centers, Hezbollah strongholds. Why? Because they want to justify these terror attacks. No, the terrorists are
exactly
London,
what I want to do. Wait, no, the reason that's not what I want to do. The reason is because I'm paid.
Paris and elsewhere.
Paid off by Israel, by the Mossad.
And that your countries are better than ours, whatever you do has justification. No, the terrorists are the ones who are supporting the Israeli regime and who have been carrying out terror for a year. Hamas, Islamic Jihad, they are the native population that have been brutalized for 76 years, and Hezbollah has been trying to help them. They voluntarily entered this battle last year, Hezbollah, to draw the Israeli army away from Gaza so they would be able to kill less people. They are heroes, contrary to what you say.
I mean, at least he admits that they voluntarily entered the war. That's one way to say that they started it.
And your government has been helping the Israeli regime to slaughter. They've been giving them intelligence, political support, financial support, ammunition, and of course the weapons they have to, and most importantly, the intelligence. All of the Five Eyes and Western intelligence and the AWACS that fly and the drones that fly alongside the Mediterranean, both for Gaza and Lebanon, they're helping the Israeli regime carry out its genocide.
Isn't the truth about this that there's a massive geopolitical battle of will going on, where you have Iran, you have Russia, you have China dancing somewhere in the middle, and on the other side you have the West. And there's a jostling for power and position and geography. You see it in Ukraine. You see it now in the Middle East.
Thing. Yeah, I know.
Iran is sitting there in a really interesting position where it's seeing Saudi Arabia nudging ever closer to normalizing relations with Israel. And if that was to happen, after all the other Middle Eastern countries that have done that, it's pretty well game over for Iran's ability to destroy Israel and to destroy this normalization process. That's what Iran is terrified of. And that's why Iran has been so aggressively funding these groups, which I would categorize as terrorist groups. You categorize them as freedom fighters, whatever you want to call them. They've been funded and armed by Iran, who right now is looking completely impotent in the eyes of the world. Now, you say they're going to respond. The last time they responded to an assassination, they fired a few hundred rockets that all got taken out by Israel's Iron Dome. It wasn't exactly a show of strength or might. And I'm not saying this to goad Iran into doing anything. I'm just saying it is notable that Iran has done nothing. And it could be that Iran itself right now is feeling very isolated and feels that maybe the net is closing in on itself.
Yes, you're very inconsistent in what you said. Right now, you're saying on the one hand it's Iran, Russia, and sort of China, and now you're saying Iran is completely isolated and afraid. Which one is it? Let's be real here. This is not about geopolitics. That is always a part of everything. But this is about a moral issue. But you cannot comprehend that your governments are morally inferior than others. Your governments are terror states that are supporting these terrorists.
Oh my God, true. Yep. They're inferior to Hezbollah and Hamas. I can't, dude. Yep.
No, I've made no comment about that. I mean, I was the editor of the Daily. Well, to be clear, I was editor of the Daily Mirror newspaper when we opposed the British government's war in Iraq, for example. Right? So, when it comes to my,
I'm pretty sure we looked at the relative risk ratio of like Israel and Lebanon. At least the last attack was pretty high. Israel-Lebanon War 2006, 103. This basically means in the Israel-Lebanon War in 2006, militants were essentially 103 times more likely to die than civilians.
My moral view of these things, it may not be as simple as you think.
I acknowledge that.
U.S. is a terrorist state because he was forced to get vaccines.
Our first discussion, and I will not refrain from doing so.
Welcome
again.
to the stream.
But your government carried out the dirty war in Syria. We know Jake Sullivan. He wrote an email to Hillary Clinton on February the 12th, 2012, that Al-Qaeda is on our side in Syria, a decade after 9/11.
Well, what about what Hezbollah did in Syria at the behest of Assad, a dictator? What about killing hundreds of thousands of Muslims? Did you have a problem with that?
No, your government's killed hundreds of thousands of people because your government...
Hezbollah did too. With
No, you.
No, you don't think that's true? You don't think it's true?
Come on, Piers.
Come on.
Your government...
Are you denying that Hezbollah got into bed with Assad and killed hundreds of thousands of people?
You don't want me to respond because you know that this is going to be problematic for you. Your intelligence agency in England facilitated the travel of young people to Syria to fight and to join ISIS. The same ISIS that, according to the U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency document of 2012, regional countries were deciding to create a Salafist entity between...
Hezbollah and ISIS are not on the same side, right? Hasn't Hezbollah fought ISIS before? I would like... Hezbollah leader Nasrallah defeated ISIS, protected Lebanon. Yeah, okay, well, I mean, we're seeing the pro-Hezbollah people mentioning it, so it must be true. They're not, I don't know why he's mentioning this. Yeah, they were on opposite sides of that conflict.
Like Syria and Iraq. And according to General Michael Flynn in an interview on Al Jazeera of all places, he said that the United States supported this. The United States supported the rise of ISIS and carrying a leaked audio, and all of this is online. He said we allowed ISIS to advance on Damascus. So your governments are responsible for Syria. Your governments are responsible for Libya. Remember, we came, we saw, he died. This was a sovereign country that your government destroyed. Your government supported the genocide in Yemen, and now your government is supporting the genocide in Gaza. And the people of this region...
Would you categorize... Okay, I hear you, and you're perfectly entitled to your view. But would you agree that when you have a charter which proclaims you want the destruction of Israel, which has 7 million people living in it, that is genocide?
He doesn't care because he wants the destruction of Israel. He's already got on record. He doesn't think Israel has a right to exist. He wants the destruction of Israel. He's already said it a million times, Piers.
No one is talking about killing Jews. That's a lie. In fact, many...
Well, if you destroy Israel, you destroy millions of Jewish people.
And fortunately, the resistance in southern Africa and their supporters across the world destroyed the apartheid regime in South Africa, but they didn't kill off the white population. Young Jews in the United States are standing up to this apartheid and racist and genocidal regime today. And the fact is that the Israeli regime has exposed itself to the world. They have done more harm to Jews than anyone else. They're the anti-Semites because they're carrying out this genocide in the name of Jews, and young Jews in your country and in the United States are saying not in my name. So they're the anti-Semites. They're the Europeans who came here, and now Netanyahu calls Palestinians Amalek. And you know what that means in biblical terms. It was the Israeli president who said that there are no innocents in Gaza.
We're really worried about Hezbollah genociding ISIS.
Or a terror minister who said we're going to shut off the medicine and the water and the food, and we're going to starve the children.
Yep, the complete siege. Yeah, they're going to starve the children.
And that's what they did. It wasn't, they weren't shocking.
I agree with you. And the fact
I'm pretty sure what he's referring to here is that after Hamas invaded and broke down the border wall, they did say that. Oh, wow. Twitch did not like that one. We destroy Israel, our killing Jews, super realistic. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Don't you know? You get rid of the ethno state, the evil ethno state, and every problem is solved. What he's referring to, like the complete siege thing, is like, well, you know, Hezbollah kind of broke down the border of between Gaza and Israel, and they didn't let anything into Gaza until they secured the border. Because, you know, they literally had Hamas operatives in their fucking country, so they didn't want to keep letting stuff into Gaza while the border was open. But eventually, once they secured it, they started letting some trucks into the like the south. They didn't let stuff into the north. However, they did. I mean, they warned people to evacuate from the north. And pretty soon after the war started, so
they were able to do that.
And they're still doing it. Now they want to expand it to Lebanon.
Also, I think I need to look more into this. So don't like take anything I say for as like truth here, because I haven't looked into it. I think part of the issue is, like, with the trucks coming into Gaza, is that they're sort of undercounting it. Trucks, Gaza. Because I think they started restricting the use of they started restricting the like import of dual use materials, and not just food trucks. I think if you count just food trucks, just like food and aid trucks, and not like construction trucks and stuff, I don't even know if it has decreased substantially since prior to the war. 100, 200. This is September. Wait, that's 24. Okay.
Don't disagree with you about the occupation charge,
I don't
because
think
clearly only an occupying force or country can have the ability to turn on the tap of energy and water and so on. I agree with you.
So that makes it a criminal regime that your government is backing to the hill. So what does that make your government? It makes it a terror regime.
Okay.
So instead of calling our governments and groups in this region that are indigenous, and all they want is Palestinians to be treated as equal human beings and to bring down this corrupt system, instead of calling them the terrorists, you should call those people who are the terrorists.
All I would say is I believe all Palestinians should have
on a truck thing, we need 600 daily trucks to prevent famine. Just to put it in perspective, how comical this claim is. Each food truck on average carries 13.15 metric tons of food, assuming high weight losses packaging, with the average kilogram of such food containing 3,400 calories. High caloric density makes up the majority of food. For population 2.2 million, 500 600 daily trucks would amount to 11,000. Thanks for the follow, Whippy Goldberg Bug. You've been here. Thank you. 11,000 to 14,000 calories per day per person. Even if it's a half the aid was lost due to distribution problems, that's still 5,000 to 7,000 calories per day. I'll keep in mind the average figure includes 37. God damn, I thought Avi had something written up on the undercounting of trucks.
Any Israeli or anybody else. I completely believe that. Yeah, but I do not agree with your categorization of these groups as resistance. They are terror groups, but we'll have to disagree.
They are heroes, and say Hassan Nasrallah was a hero.
Okay, he's your hero. To me, he was a despicable terrorist, but we will have to disagree.
Oh, dear
Professor
God.
Ryan, thank you very much for joining me. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, let's go back to the panel. I mean, Mossad, that is the Iranian view. He's entitled to have that view. It's interesting for my viewers, I think, to hear that view. But what is your response?
Look, the Islamic Revolution.
Okay, before we'll read more. I need to make a note on page rest. For the months of May, there are major discrepancies between the number of trucks reported entering Gaza between whatever the fuck this place is, Kodaga Online, UNRWA, and the UN. They all gave different figures from each other's, by far the greatest daily discrepancies since the beginning of the war. The values from May 1st to May 30th, according to Korea, 6,000 trucks entered. According to the UN, 2,700 trucks entered. Obviously, again, I'm aware. According to UNRWA, only 1,400 trucks entered. Why are all three sources giving different numbers? UNRWA is easy to explain. Since May 6th, a lot of views here. Since May 6th, they have simply stopped counting almost all trucks. It's because UNRWA only counts trucks entering from Rafah, now closed to Egyptian policies. In Kerem Shalom, all trucks entering from all other crossings are simply not counted. Additionally, all private sector trucks are not counted. Their presence to count trucks even at the Kerem Shalom is also questionable at this point. The UN OSHA counts trucks entering through crossings other than Rafa and Jerusalem alone, but they do not count any private sector trucks. Correcting for these factors brings back to normal expected discrepancies. 2,856 trucks were private sector trucks. Adding this figure to the UN OSHA figures brings the estimate up to 5,000 trucks. If we are accounting for the data lag, about 450 truck worth of items sitting on the Gaza side in the border still not logged by UNRWA as the 1st of June. The figure gets to 6,000 trucks, which is well within the normal discrepancy between UNRWA and Korea. I don't know. I like. Sometimes the more I look into stuff, the more I think the criticisms are unfair. Like I used to be like relatively like lenient on some of the blockade stuff, but like now I don't even know. I don't even know if they're really restricting aid. I think there's undercounts going on. I don't know. But we were like airdropping food, and like we probably shouldn't have had to do that if they just let more fucking trucks in, but whatever.
Leaders, Ayatollah, and before him, Ruh Allah. They have invested some 40 to 50 years into their proxies.
Someone's selling like Korean doctors
and other proxies in the region. Now what they see the collapse of their aggression, the collapse and the failure of many
yeah, that'd be useful with
years of investment. What happened to Hezbollah is shocking to the core. The entire Islamists around the world are seeing the collapse of one of the most funded, equipped military force in the Middle East. And Ayatollah is not far from Israel's reach. He understands this. This is why he retreated after the assassination of Haniya. And by the way, I want to ask just a question. Okay? Who killed the Iranian president to begin with? The fact that Israel did not announce that did not mean that Israel does not have any hands in it. So,
is he doing the? Listen. I'm fairly certain that helicopter crash was probably just a regular helicopter crash. Now, the more recent helicopter crash, where I think multiple like Iranian officials died, that was probably, Eli Copter, Mossad agent Eli Copter might have had something to do with that one.
Ayatollah and the other Hamas leaders in Qatar who think that they are immune to retaliation, they're totally mistaken. I said this from day one, and that's based on a personal experience with the Israeli intelligence of more than 10 years, that all Hamas leaders will be eliminated with no exception. Hezbollah, that was surprising to me how fast they actually collapsed. But the Iranian regime is a lot more vulnerable, and the Iranian nuclear program is ought to be destroyed. It's just a matter of time. There is no immunity for these people who have been destabilizing the region, taking advantage of the chaos they create. Then we have the clowns here, what so-called experts coming here in the West, spreading false narrative of occupation and Palestine. And what I say, Palestine never existed except as a colonial entity created by the Brits, lived for about 25 years.
See, no, I agree with Omar. This guy is cringe.
It was never a country. It was never a nation. And today,
I mean, he's right, but it doesn't necessarily. It was never. I want to say it was never a nation. It was never a fully sovereign state. But like, I want to say that necessarily precludes there being an occupation. I think clearly what's going on in the West Bank is probably best described as an occupation. Thanks for the follow.
Say Israel is occupying force. I say occupying what? Palestine never existed.
But at work right now, can we connect in a Discord so I can watch the stream later?
How can you occupy something
that... I mean, exclamation point Discord in the chat if you're not a bot.
No, wait.
I'm going to let Omar respond.
They keep going. They keep. He will have his time. He will have his time. Right. Now we are talking about a false narrative. We are talking about a false narrative.
You've had a chance to have your time.
Okay, Omar, you respond now.
You were here. You're hearing Musab here talking about how occupation is all fake and made up and it's whatever. But it's incredible that when you look at what international law says, what the UN says, what the UN General Assembly says, what UN resolutions say in the Security Council, there is a complete and total consensus on the fact that Israel is
Palestine never really existed, buddy. I mean, like, it was, again, I obviously agree it was never a fully sovereign state, but like, how else would, what should we describe like the West Bank, like what's happening in the West Bank. I would say like clearly like it's not Israeli sovereign territory. There's clearly a like group of people that have a national identity here that all like seem to have like share a history and some shared like Palestinian identity. Then clearly that territory is being occupied. I mean, that I don't necessarily know that if that occupation is illegal. I don't think I would necessarily describe it as an illegal occupation. I think occupations could be lawfully created in self-defense, and then Israel now has a right to negotiate the end of that occupation. But yeah,
illegally occupying the West Bank and Gaza and East Jerusalem. The International Court of Justice has come out with an opinion making clear that this occupation is illegal and has to end. So while Mossad wants to pretend that this is something that Palestinians manufactured because he has nothing of substance really to say, the reality is just so obvious and so blatant that you don't even know how to address such a bizarre and ridiculous argument that this is something that Palestinians invented. Palestinians have been there for literally thousands of years. They are the natural continuation of people who have lived in that land for a very, very long time. And yes, it's true, Palestine was never an independent UN member, for example, as an independent country. But by the same token, Native Americans in the United States were never also did not have a state that is a member of the United Nations. It doesn't change the fact that they were living on their own land and that colonists came and take over and drove them off of that land and created a new state on top of them. So Israel was created at the expense of Palestinians. And while you might talk about this militant group or that militant group or what their charter may say about the destruction of Israel, in the case of Israel, it is active policy that we're watching is to destroy Palestine. This isn't theoretical. We're not talking about what their charter says. We're talking about what Israel's doing. And Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. It is building illegal settlements in the West Bank, using unspeakable levels of violence against the Palestinian civilians there, and confining them to smaller and smaller areas. We are watching the destruction of Palestine before our eyes in a way that the entire international human rights community and international law says is completely illegitimate and criminal, and our reaction is to fund it and maybe occasionally criticize it instead of standing up to it in a really meaningful sense.
I don't know if he has any good understanding of international law. He seems to just be quoting he seems to just be appealing to the authority of the ICJ, and I think the ICJ is probably not. I don't put much stock in the ICJ at this point. And I think the media, so many people misreport on what the ICJ says, like when they ordered the halting of the offense in Rafah. That was the opinion of only one judge, and it was only the South African judge who happens to be from, South Africa, the very same country bringing the case against Israel. Every other judge said that they're allowed to continue their offensive in Rafah. They only must stop the part that could bring about the destruction of the Palestinian people in whole or in part. There was another thing the plausible genocide thing. People don't they ruled on the plausibility of rights. The former ICJ had to come out and say this. We didn't rule that genocide was plausible. We ruled on the plausibility of rights. So Palestinians have a plausible right to be protected from genocide. And South Africa has a plausible right to bring a case against Israel for this stuff.
Omar, what should Israel have done on October the 8th after the attack the day before?
In a theoretical world in which I was the Israeli leader on October 8th, what I would do is take on the podium, acknowledge the fact that we've created an unspeakable situation in which violence is inevitable, and I would offer to instantly end the occupation of the West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem to apply international law
occupation of Gaza too.
Rights in exchange for every person on October 7th who engaged in acts of violence against Israeli civilians to be brought before court and put on trial for war crimes.
And who would do that?
But that's out of the question.
Who would turn them over?
Fighters to court.
Yeah, you don't need the entire 40,000 in the same sense that you don't need every last member of the Israeli military to be brought, before war crimes because the Israeli military engages in war crimes. There is a path forward, and that's the thing. The reason.
You're seriously suggesting that Israel should not have responded. But you're seriously suggesting that Israel should not have responded to one of the worst terror attacks in history in any military way whatsoever.
You have to be consistent about this, Piers. If we're expecting...
obviously it wasn't a... I shouldn't even call it a ruling. It obviously wasn't a full ruling, but yeah.
Palestinians do not respond in any militant sense to literally decades of Israeli atrocities and war crimes against Palestinians. Why does it only work one way? Why do we say that Israel must respond militarily, but Palestinians are never said to need to respond militarily to decades of Israeli occupation and war crimes? Why is that double standard there?
Because the argument, as you know, from the other side, is if you go back to 1948, that there have been a series of escalations in those 75 years, with blame being attached to both sides, small things happening, which then trigger outbreaks of war, and it's gone on now for 75 years, and at the center...
It's not even... you can steel man the argument for Palestinians having a right to resist or whatever, but all they all target civilians. They all purposefully, these two words are important, purposefully target civilians. They're not engaging in just military resistance. They're also doing fucking terrorism, purposely targeting civilians. And also you can do the meme of if Israel put down their arms, there'd be no Israel, but if Palestinians put down their arms, there'd be a state. Clearly, I think a peaceful movement would probably have a better chance of success than any militant movement for the Palestinians. It seems in the past, whenever there's been a genuinely or relatively peaceful Arab leader, like in Egypt, Israel's had to contend with that, and they've been forced to make peace with that country because they Hamas is sending rockets at civilians. Same with Hezbollah in North Israel. Yeah.
center of it is an ongoing.
But also, I don't even know, like, who does he expect to turn over the people who committed war crimes for Hamas? Like, what? He's like, we're gonna end the occupation in exchange for putting the fucking people on trial for war crime. What is Hamas just gonna turn them over? Do you expect Hamas to do that?
But here's my point: the center of it is an ongoing dispute about territory and land. I get all that, but ultimately,
you expect Sinwar to turn himself in? What? He's the leader of Hamas at this point.
you cannot have a situation where on one day,
I know, yeah, they don't give an F about a quarter.
That volume of people are massacred and wounded. It's 7,000 people wounded, and that Israel just does nothing. It was so far and away beyond anything anyone had seen in that conflict for 75 years in one day. Of course they were going to respond. Of course Hamas knew. Of course Hamas knew that would be what Israel would do. So they knew what would happen to their own people, and they didn't care. Iran knew what the response would be, and obviously.
Oh, and also, I mean, you can play this argument on both sides, but like, you know, you do the you don't have the right to self-defense from self-defense. So, you know, it's not like if Russia invades Ukraine and occupies Ukraine's territory, and then like the Ukrainians rise up, like Russia can't like claim self-defense against the people who rose up in Ukraine or whatever, because there's no self-defense of self-defense, right? You can make that argument. Both sides will claim that they're the ones doing the real self-defense, you know. So, you know, it's hard to play that game, but like, yeah, there's no self-defense of self-defense. So if you're on the Israeli side, you'll say, well, you know, Israel's doing its actions in self-defense. Palestinians can't do its self-defense of that self-defense. If you're on the Palestinian side, you'll say Palestinians are the one doing the self-defense, and Israel can't defend itself because that would be self-defense in response to self-defense. Both sides play that game.
Hezbollah's reaction was not to show a modicum of sympathy for any of the people killed. It was to launch a barrage of rockets in sympathy with Hamas, the terrorists who perpetrated it. And they've carried on doing that year, for a whole year, and they've displaced 65, 70,000 Israelis from the north of Israel. And at some point, of course, Israel is going to respond. Now, what part of what I've just said is factually inaccurate?
Yeah, I think the entire framing that Israel is responding is at the fundamental core of what's wrong.
I'm not denying historical. The reason I prefaced it by saying, I said there have been 75 years of flare-ups and wars and everything, and you can argue about all the history as long as you want. What you can't argue with is the scale of what happened on October the 7th was so horrific. It was always going to get a massive response.
It was a major attack.
Sorry?
Yeah. No, here's the thing, Piers. This is not about tracing it back as a tit for tat. Well, they did this before and those people did this before. There is a status quo. It's not equal sides that are living on both sides of a border that are perfectly living fine and equal, and then one of them chooses to launch an attack against the other. You have a fundamental status quo in which one people rules another, in which Israelis
we always do the power thing and never the who's targeting civilians thing. Like you can play the same game. That's true. There aren't two equal sides here. One side is purposefully targeting civilians. The other side accidentally kills civilians while defending themselves from the first people. Like, yes.
Every day, decade after decade, are free and live in complete freedom and democracy and so on. And you have Palestinians in Gaza who are living in a cage.
Oh, complete freedom and democracy. I thought Israel wasn't a democracy. I thought it was an evil apartheid state. That's a fake democracy, Bubby. And they don't have free press. What's up, Bubby? Welcome back.
Allowed to go in and out, have no freedom, have no economy, have no airport, have no prospect.
Also, there's like 40,000 crossing a month. The framing here is just so bad. It's like 40,000 crossings a month or whatever.
Given governmental power from 2005, and all it did was spend billions of dollars building a huge underground tunnel network so it can continue to wage terror against Israel.
What do you mean, no, buddy?
That money. When you can argue to the cows come home, but that's obviously what they did, and they did it at the expense of their people. So yeah, you can claim with great cause, by the way, that Israel's had an occupation which had never been permitted in the first place. But you can also not deny that in 2005 they pulled out of Gaza and let Hamas take charge, and this is where we got.
Yeah, but they blockade, which is still an occupation somehow.
That's the correct framing. No, they withdrew in 2005 out of Gaza and then put Gaza under siege and made it a cage and allowed Hamas to govern this cage internally. They can be the prison wardens of Palestinian prisoners. That's not meaningful governance. And then you can have a serious debate about how Hamas spent its money. You can say that maybe what they should have done is make this cage a little bit more pleasant for Palestinians to live in, and instead they chose to.
I mean, like, yeah, like, unironically, like, yes, like, if they have the ability to do that, they should have done that. But also, like, the biggest indictment here is going to be the failure in passive precautions, right? Like, defenders are required to take passive precautions to separate military installations from civilians. Hamas ruled the Gaza Strip. Hamas was the prison warden of Gaza for 16 years, and they didn't do that at all. They could have very easily sectioned off a part of the Gaza Strip for a military installation, but they didn't do that. Instead, they spent millions of dollars building tunnels. Like,
their resources into
I wonder who had Palestinians in a cage before them. Yeah, I know. Like,
military infrastructure.
They were occupied by Egypt before that. Jordan was occupied, or the West Bank was occupied by Jordan. Although obviously, like conditions in the West Bank when it was occupied by Jordan were not nearly as bad as when occupied by Israel. But
I'm not a fan of Hamas. I don't support them. I oppose their rule.
Does anyone talk about this guy? He's literally Muslim Brotherhood mouthpiece. Yeah, I don't. They got like the two worst people to debate this, brother. Like,
society. But at the end of the day, when you're talking about a captive population that Israel has just put in a cage and left to rot, it is natural that people are going to be drawn to more extremist and violent ideologies in order to break to that fundamental injustice.
But do you accept, though? But do you accept
that's really the reality?
Do you accept that you have the three H's, the Houthis, Hamas, Hezbollah, all prescribed terror groups to many nations around the world, all of them funded and resourced by Iran? And do you accept that at some point, when you have that kind of concentrated collection of groups that are wedded to the destruction of Israel, Israel is going to do what it can to try and save itself, right? You can argue about the history as much as you want, but they're going to do that. And what is inarguable, it seems to me right now, what I put to Professor Morandi, is that from a pure military perspective, it would appear that Israel is having enormous success now in taking on Hamas, Hezbollah, now the Houthis, and Iran has disappeared. Iran is doing nothing to defend these groups that it's funded for so long. Now, maybe they will, but at the moment, it looks like either they don't have the ability to properly get involved, or they don't have the will. And that could be an enormous transformative revelation for that whole region, couldn't it?
Yeah, two things on what you just said, Piers. I think the fundamental reality is that Israel is insisting on a situation of dominance. Again, this is not a status quo in which Israel is just another country in the region.
He's not affected his friends who were the Turkish flotilla into these literally fundamentalists. I didn't know that.
And Israel has an option. It is true that this has triggered a reaction in the region in which
Hamas would be fighting in fighting military struggle. I'd be building tunnels too. You realize that's a war crime, right? Like you're you're intentionally not separating military infrastructure from civilians. That's a failure in passive precautions. That's like Article 49 of Additional Protocol 2 or something. I think it's something like that. I can find it. Sure, but you're still not going to win against the IDF otherwise. I mean, it doesn't seem like they're winning against the IDF now. But if you want to, here it is. Okay, where's the article it's in? I don't know. We can find it. Hey, you want to win in either case. But like you're doing the same thing that like people criticize people like intuition pump so heavily about like pro-Israel people for. You're justifying a war crime. You're justifying a war crime. You're justifying the killing of children. That's like unironically like what you're doing in this case. But like there is a feasibility aspect to it, right? There is a feasibility aspect to passive precautions. But again, Hamas was the ruling party in the Gaza Strip for 16 years. They could have sectioned off a military infrastructure for military use, but instead they spent millions of dollars building tunnels.
And that Iran is indulging those militant groups. They're not proxies of Iran, just for clarity. Ansarullah in Yemen are a genuine Yemeni group. Hezbollah in Lebanon is a genuine Lebanese movement. Its roots are in Lebanon. The same with Hamas in the Palestinian area.
Hezbollah was initially created by members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard who trained them. 1,500 members. Yeah. Originally trained Hezbollah to get them going. Of course they're a proxy.
Yes, Iran is supporting them in order to get them going. But members of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, who was just assassinated, was born and raised in Lebanon. To me, proxy implies that they're not independent actors. They're just tools that Iran sent into the region.
Article 57.
Exactly what I think Hezbollah's
these are actors in the region. No. They are actors in the region that are defiant towards Israeli regional dominance, and because they have a common cause with Iran, Iran is arming and training them. That's the dynamic. And yes, Israel has an option. They can start behaving within the bounds of international law and reach a peace agreement with the people around them and with Palestinians that would then suck all the energy away from these fanatical groups that want to keep fighting, or Israel can continue massacring Palestinians and taking their land and insisting on pursuing a military strategy against new and emerging military threats. By all means, if you want to do it your way, you have endless war in the Middle East.
Well, don't say it's my way, because I see no plan which makes much
versus
sense.
Palestinians, they don't want endless war when they continuously fight Iraq and Israel in attempts to reclaim land that they lost in 1948. Like, really?
To me about what Israel intends to
do. They're the only side that wants endless war here?
Gaza after this, or indeed what its ultimate plan is for Lebanon. So this is not my way. I'm just telling you what it looks like from the outside, which it looks like Israel is now on the ascendance against its traditional enemies over there, and is having a lot of military success. Let me go back to Mossad. Yeah, you actually predicted that Nasrallah was about to be assassinated. You posted on September the 23rd on X 4 days before. Let's gamble. Anyone who predicts the day and date of Hassan Nasrallah's assassination will get an autographed copy of my new book, The Last Prophet, $777 in cash. On what day and date Hassan Nasrallah is scheduled to meet Allah? I mean, you were right. So putting your predictive hat on again, what do you think is now going to happen? If, as is being reported widely now, Israel launches what they call a limited ground incursion into Lebanon, Where is this all going to end?
Well, the eyes are not only on Lebanon. The most important target and the priority number one is the Iranian nuclear program. This is priority number one. We cannot afford allowing any Islamic entity to have mass destruction weapon because they are not showing responsibility. They have been bullying, they have been intimidating other religions and ethnic groups. The Islamic
Seems like Israel's been pretty successful at taking out Iranian nuclear scientists so far.
The Palestine as a device to express their anti-Semitism.
And we had
to
Stuxnet.
inflict pain on the Jewish people after they suffered a genocide on October 7, which, by the way, by the definition, the only genocide was committed is on October 7. What's happening in Gaza is not a genocide, it's collateral damage. It's the use of human shields that has been justified by Omar and many
he doesn't like that word. He doesn't like that word.
Who think
He's shaking his head.
Shields and kidnapping people and raping and looting and the calls for annihilating of a human race.
There you go. Israel was caught raping people.
Of resistance. This is their... You shut up. You shut up. It's my turn now.
Oh, are you kidding me? Oh.
Yeah,
so now,
by all means,
the thing is, they invert the narrative. They invert the narrative. Every time they suffer a defeat, they call it a genocide. And we say, no, there is a big difference between defeat and a genocide. You started this war and you killed Jewish people on October 7 by the name of Allah, not by the name of Palestine. Then the entire Muslim world backed Hamas in a global offensive against the Jewish people, a small minority that is resilient to time, with overwhelming evidence in relationship to the land, the only indigenous people to the land who did not oppose allowing the Arabs to stay in the state of Israel. This is why we have 2 million Arabs in Israel. So now, to accuse Israel of ethnic cleansing, to accuse Israel of genocide, while you are the perpetrator, why you're interrupting me? I listened to your false narrative all the way until the end. So this is the time to sit down and listen. Sit down and listen. So this is your mastery, inverting the narrative. This is what you do best. You are the perpetrator, then suddenly you become the victim. And I tell you something, Iran will be punished. Everyone who's standing behind terrorism, Hamas is a terrorist organization designated as a terrorist organization in the United States. You cannot be American and supportive of Hamas. You say you're not a big fan of Hamas.
True. Deport all the Hamas deporters, just like Daddy Trump wants to do.
But you are a big fan of Hassan Nasrallah. Hassan Nasrallah killed many Americans, hundreds of Americans. Hassan Nasrallah is a criminal, Ayatollah is a criminal, and whether you come by the name of Allah or by the name of religion, it doesn't matter. Justice must be delivered. What happened on October 7 is not about how many Jews were killed. We cannot agree to that. Nobody in the free world would agree on Hamas aggression that was documented by their own cameras. And of course, we will have to go after them. Otherwise, if I to listen to you, Earth will be corrupted. If I to just follow your logic that the war started before in 1948. The war started 1400 years ago. Your mosque in Jerusalem.
Oh, now we're going. It's so cringe. Oh, I hate this conversation. Why does he keep bringing it back to 1400 years ago?
And we have all the evidence. You don't have the right to delegitimize Israel as a nation.
It's like the Middle Easternism. Let me tell you something.
It's against history. You cannot rewrite the history.
It's against the Bible.
And spreading false narrative.
Okay. Listen,
this is you're going nowhere.
Right,
Israel is going nowhere.
Okay.
And you need to have the legitimacy first.
Okay.
You must have the legitimacy as a Palestinian.
Finally, very quickly, I'm going to wrap this up, guys. I just want to ask Omar the same question I asked Mossad, which is, if Israel launches a ground offensive into Lebanon, what do you think is going to happen here?
Yeah, just very
Hezbollah
quickly.
too.
Mossad just all he does is level ridiculous, baseless, personal accusations about what I think and what I do, and it's just, again, not a serious argument. Israel was established at the expense of Palestinians. In order to create a Jewish state, they had to ethnically cleanse hundreds of thousands of Palestinians out of their homes in order to manufacture that demographic reality. That's just a fact. Now in Lebanon, I think this ground invasion of Lebanon is going to be a disaster.
You are false.
Okay, can you please keep your mouth just zipped while I'm talking, since you made a big deal about you having time? Now, when you talk about what's happening in Lebanon, I think this ground invasion is going to be a disaster for the entire region. I think they're going to try to turn South Lebanon into another Gaza. I think they're going to engage in a massive, unspeakable scale of violence. And I think that even though Hezbollah's leadership has been decapitated, there's still plenty of soldiers on the ground who are far better trained than Hamas fighters. And so we are in for an absolutely bloody mess that increases the chances of it developing into a major regional war very, very significantly and seriously. The level of atrocities that we're about to witness in Lebanon is going to be beyond the horror that we saw in Gaza. And again, the fact that nobody's restraining this fanatical Israeli government.
Really? So yeah, I know they're gonna turn South Lebanon into an open air prison as well.
From this path of death and destruction is an.
I think his definition of more atrocious is probably just more. There's just more dead people. It's just more dead civilians. It's probably not even just civilians. It's probably just more dead people. He's probably as soon as we get to 42,000 dead Lebanese, he's probably just gonna say it's word. Thanks for the 5 bits twice. Goddamn, welcome back for that. Welcome back. Thanks for that one, buddy. That's probably its definition of worse.
Extremely disturbing development that is really pushing the entire region.
Just count the dead bodies, and whichever pile is higher, that's worse.
Okay,
that's the moral character of or the moral analysis that that he does.
Thank you both very much. I understand passions run high on this issue, but I appreciate you both coming together and debating this, and we'll see what happens. I hope you're wrong. Omar, I really do. But I fear that things could get a lot nastier before they get better, but I hope not. Thank you both very much indeed.
Colonel Diamond, New York's mayor. Thank you. Be okay if the IDF killed Israelis to equalize. This is from UNRWA. 15,000 trucks. Since when? 141 opened. Is this since the war started, or? It has to be since the war started, right? Because the J-Lot's pier is fucking gone, right? It was on a 41 days of tracking since 8 started. Okay. Cheap viewers. I gotta buy so many cheap viewer guys. Hold on, guys. I gotta check these cheap viewers out. Maybe we'll do a food trucks research stream eventually, one day. But I think those viewers are so cheap. Let's go. I think what is it? UNRWA doesn't count. Some of the trucks. This is from UNRWA, right? Yeah, this is UNRWA. UNRWA simply stopped counting almost all trucks because UNRWA only counts trucks entering from Rafah. It looks like they're still counting trucks from other, although maybe they're getting this data from other agency. God, why is it so fucking laggy? Unironically, the big deserts in Gaza are out of this world. Although, I don't know, it looks like it's been flat. Mostly, if it would load. That has gone down. That's gone down. Few viewer here, but I do take tips. Based. Okay, watch that. Watch that. Do we want to stick into Israel stuff for now, I guess? We got two more. We'll watch this one first.
It's a great state.
A war crime by all means. Israel versus Hezbollah debate featuring, I don't know who any of these people are, so it should be interesting. After watching that brain rot, we should watch another Dan. Does he have stuff on the food trucks, I wonder?
How incredibly busy you must be right now, so thank you.
Thank you.
First of all, the Saudi ambassador to the UK warned earlier this week the Middle East is the closest it has been to regional war in 50 years. Do you agree with that?
I do. I think he couldn't be more accurate.
Probably.
What we're seeing is another episode of what looks like the Gaza 2.0 war. We're witnessing the same Israeli toolkit.
Thanks for the follow, Zibussy. Welcome to the stream.
Of terror, playbook of threats and
he's a fucking bot. Damn it.
And carpet bombing for a whole country and civilians being slaughtered. Of course, conflicts in the region are very contagious, so the risk for a regional spillover exists. That's why we hope at the earliest to curb this trend and reverse it and find a peaceful settlement.
There are reports, just before we started this interview, that America is pushing hard to try and get a pause in hostilities between Israel and Hezbollah. What do you know about that? Is that likely, do you think?
I think there are extensive efforts being deployed, especially that the ingredients are there. We have a Security Council.
I think didn't Israel reject that because it wasn't Lebanon or Hezbollah asking for the end of the fucking Gaza war, and they don't think they'll be able to get a ceasefire in Gaza until later. I think the U.S. said we're not getting one until at least after Biden's term ends.
The resolution that is governing the situation in South Lebanon, and that worked well from 2006 up until 2023. So we've always said that we would be ready to put this resolution at the table and discover the different tracks of this resolution and find a settlement that addresses all concerns, because we also have our concerns. We have our civilians that are displaced from South Lebanon. And now an extra layer of complexity has been added with this terrorist blank bombing of Lebanon. It's exactly the same playbook that was used in Gaza.
What Israel would say, I know because I've heard them say it, is that the difference here is on October the 7th last year, Hamas launched an unprecedented terror attack on Israel, which they had to defend against. And that Hezbollah responded within hours by launching yet more rockets towards Israel.
Launching indiscriminate rockets.
19,000 is estimated have come over from Hezbollah at Israel. And Israel said, what are we supposed to do? This is a group of terrorists,
I would say so, avocado, probably,
are wedded in their initial charter to the destruction of Israel. And they're proving that every day with the rockets they fire. At some point, we have to do what we're now doing. What do you say to that?
Well, what Hezbollah tried to do on October the 8th, regardless of whether you and I or others might agree or disagree with, is to engage in
the Gaza genocide
in order to tilt the cost-profit equation for the Israelis and push them to accept a ceasefire or hold them back on Gaza. There is no moral equivalence between what Hezbollah did and carpeting a whole country and killing civilians. Name me one single...
Why do you keep saying the carpet bombing?
Is that not more by chance? In the sense, if it wasn't for Israel's very effective Iron Dome, many of those rockets Hezbollah were firing may have got through and killed many more civilians. It just happens that Israel has a better defense system than Hezbollah does. You don't accept that?
True. Oops.
Wanting to justify or defend this behavior, but Hezbollah is very careful to target only military targets because it's clear.
Really? Are they? I don't know how careful they are. I think they're probably more discriminate than Hamas, but I don't know if they have any real moral objection to killing civilians.
No one in Lebanon, including Hezbollah.
Doesn't Hezbollah also use unguided rockets? They also have guided rockets, but Hezbollah, unguided rocket. I'm pretty sure they also use unguided rockets if they don't have great control over where they go.
Hezbollah does not want a full-scale
war.
Power, they have been very calibrated, regardless of whether we agree or disagree. Some Lebanese do, some Lebanese do not. But we, as a Lebanese government, do not want this war. We think that there is a diplomatic way to address all concerns. But what the Israelis are doing lacks any strategy. All their war aims, whether in Gaza and now in Lebanon, have not been met by coercion. Where are the hostages? What about eradicating Hamas? And now what about, through coercion, bringing their civilian population to northern Israel back? There is no...
I mean, most Hezbollah's leadership is fucking gone, bro. They haven't been able to bring the population back to northern Israel yet, but it seems like they're already making a headway on that goal. Where are the hostages? I mean, Israel has rescued some hostages. Obviously, I think they're 111, 64, which I think are alive. The hostages are fucking handcuffed to Sinwar so Israel doesn't bomb them. That's where the hostages are. But Israel has had some success in releasing the hostages. They have done a few rescue missions that release some. Hamas's military capacity is pretty strongly diminished at this point. Again, I'm pretty sure what U.S. intelligence said is that by now it's just a game of whack-a-mole of wherever Hamas reconstitutes itself, or Hamas or other military organizations, it's a game of whack-a-mole trying to break them up wherever they reconstitute themselves.
No way these objectives could be achieved other than by diplomatic ways.
Some people have said that what Israel did last week in letting off explosive devices on all these pages and walkie-talkies and so on, directly targeting 3,000 members of Hezbollah, albeit killing some civilians in the process, but predominantly targeting successfully members of Hezbollah with explosive devices in these devices they had. Some people say that was a legitimate attack on enemy combatants. Others have called it an act of terrorism. What do you call it?
Well, there are reference authorities, and we don't live in vacuum. There are reference authorities in the world. I refer you to the statement by the UN Commissioner for Human Rights, who described it as war crime, because when you detonate an electronic device without prior knowledge at the time of the attack of who is in possession of that device and what is in its vicinity or
They sold them to Hezbollah's military wing. It's reasonable to assume that they are going to be in possession of Hezbollah militants. And also, at least according to one report from Channel 12, which quotes like anonymous sources from Israel, I think they said from foreign intelligence source or whatever, Israel did have knowledge. Each device like had its own serial number, and Israel could choose which ones to detonate, and they detonated them based on how likely they thought that they were within the hands of Hezbollah militants. Like Israel's intelligence on Hezbollah is so comprehensive. Like
surrounding, that's indiscriminate and simultaneous targeting of
oh my god, that's indiscriminate.
And also a war crime. So it is established, and the proof is we had explosives who just exploded in supermarkets and pharmacies and hospitals. Is this illegitimate?
That makes it indiscriminate. I want to get the exact 3 things that indiscriminate attacks can mean. Under Article 51, Section 4 of Additional Protocol 1, indiscriminate attacks are prohibited and defined as such. A. Those which are not directed at a specific military objective. These were pretty clearly directed specifically at Hezbollah militants. B. Those which employ a method or means of combat which cannot be directed at a specific military objective. This would be things like, like cluster bombs, which can't be specifically aimed at a military objective. Clearly, in principle, remote detonated explosives can be aimed or can be targeted to only militants, and clearly in this case they really were only targeted towards militants. But this just has to do with, in principle, can the weapon used be directed at only militants, which it seems like in this case is yes, regardless of even if they were. C is proportionality. Those which employ a method or means of combat, the effects of which cannot be limited as required by this protocol. This is basically if it would be expected to cause disproportionate attack. Article 51, Section 5 further clarifies an indiscriminate attack is A, an attack which by bombardment by any methods and means can be treated, which treats a single military objective as a number of clearly separated or distinct military objectives located in town, city, village, or other area containing a similar concentration of civilians and civilian objects. So this would basically be like carpet bombing. You're treating multiple separate military objects as one distinct military objective and just carpet bombing the entire city to attack all of them at once. That would be indiscriminate. You could argue these same things apply with like some of the rocket attacks that coming from Hamas. B, an attack which may be, this is proportionality, an attack which may be expected to cause incidental loss of civilian life, injury to damage to civilian objects, or a combination thereof, which would be excessive in retaliation to direct and concrete military gain or military advantage anticipated. I would say clearly it does not satisfy the proportionality requirement because it's pretty reasonable to expect that small remote detonated explosives given only to Hezbollah militants are probably going to harm mostly Hezbollah militants and probably not many people outside of that. So I don't think it would satisfy this proportionality thing. I think it's pretty clear that it doesn't satisfy any of these either. These were clearly directed at specifically Hezbollah militants. Like, these guys don't understand the terms they use. It's just to stir up an emotional response out of people. I think it is. I think so. Yeah. Ruling against indiscriminate attacks is considered customary international law. But yeah, so technically this is quoting Additional Protocol 1, which only applies to international armed conflicts, and there's debate over whether or not the Gaza-Israel conflict and the Hezbollah-Israel conflict are international or non-international in nature. But regardless, these reflect customary international law, which means they apply in all situations, regardless of whether it's national or international in nature. But again, there is debate over whether they're international or non-international.
Warfare tactic?
What they would say, and what Israel supporters say, is that if Hezbollah perpetually fires rockets at Israel and tries to kill people in a very indiscriminate way, you say targeted, they say indiscriminate, it's only the good fortune of the success of the Iron Dome to stop so many more civilians being killed, that if Hezbollah places its membership amongst the civilian population, you're never going to be able to avoid civilian casualties if you go after them. But that actually the methodology they used with those explosive devices was extraordinarily precise and successful.
Then how were civilians killed and why were they killed? And this Israeli rationale is very dangerous.
The methodology they used with those explosive devices was extraordinarily precise and successful.
Then how were civilians killed and why were they?
There were like there were, I think, like 2 or 3 people I've heard now say this. If this attack was discriminate, why did it kill civilians? Does an attack have to be perfect for it to not be indiscriminate? Does an attack have to kill 0 civilians for it to be discriminate? If an attack kills 100 militants and 1 civilian, is that an indiscriminate attack?
They killed, and this Israeli rationale is very dangerous because it justifies killing civilians. In international law, the utmost.
And now I don't understand. We can't let people get away with this anymore. I can't believe you're justifying killing civilians. This rationale justifies killing civilians. First of all, just under IHL, like you can absolutely be justified in killing civilians. It's not a war crime. It's not even a war crime to intentionally kill civilians. It's a war crime to purposefully target civilians. It's not a war crime. It's not like necessarily even immoral or unjustified to intentionally kill civilians. It can absolutely be justified to intentionally kill civilians. You could very easily imagine a hypothetical. Let's say literally 99 Hamas militants are in a room with 1 civilian. And let's say in this hypothetical that those Hamas militants are planning an attack on Israel. Absolutely, it's justified to kill that civilian if it means as collateral damage. If it means also killing all those Hamas militants. Like, are you fucking kidding me, dude? Like, oh my god, it's just like. But you can just like intuition pump so hard by saying, I can't believe you're justifying killing civilians. You can't believe you're justifying killing children. You're justifying killing children. You justify killing children. Justify killing. I feel like the intention is not to kill civilians, though. Well, okay, the intent has multiple different layers. It's possible to intentionally kill civilians and not have it be a war crime if you're acting with a dullest, indirectest level of intent. If you're acting with knowledge, if you're doing an airstrike and this airstrike is going to kill 6 militants and 1 civilian, on some level you are intentionally killing that civilian. You know that civilian's going to die. However, you're acting with a dullest, indirectest level of intent. You're doing it knowingly rather than purposefully. Your purpose is not to kill the civilians. Your purpose is to kill the militant, and you just know that you're going to have to kill the civilian in order to kill those militants. Or in other words, you're not targeting the civilian. You're targeting the militants, and the civilian is collateral damage. The object of the attack is the militants, and it's just incidental that the civilian dies. The object of the attack is the militants. That's the difference there.
Most priority is to protect.
I guess true that I associate with intent and purpose. Yeah, it's dumb. Technically, you can also act with a dolus eventialis level of intent, in which case you're acting recklessly. I mean, you could say like carpet bombing can have this level of intent. I mean, I guess with carpet bombing, maybe you can, with an inherently indiscriminate attack, you can actually argue that you're acting with a purposeful level of intent. But like you can also act recklessly. You can do an attack recklessly enough that you're acting with a dolus eventialis level of intent, where you're not knowingly killing civilians, but you're behaving recklessly in a way that kills
civilians, and no other war aim justifies killing.
Do you know how many of those
being abused? The strikes are people use indiscriminate wrong, and they abuse it. People use proportionality wrong, and they abuse it. Like
targeted were Hezbollah.
There's this I really like this paper, Targeting and the Concept of Intent. It's like a 50-page paper. I think it's a little less, but it goes over the stuff really well, I think.
And how many was genuine civilians?
I'm not aware, but I'm aware that many civilians having nothing to do with Hezbollah and that's not associated with Hezbollah have lost their lives or lost their sight or were having.
I think 3 or 4 civilians lost their lives. More were injured.
Wounded. So it's a war crime by all means. And beyond that, I think.
How? Explain how. The steel man here is the booby trap thing, which might get brought up later. But there's even exceptions for booby traps, and then it's debatable whether this even is a booby trap. But I don't know. I don't want to debate whether it is a booby trap or not, because me and Isaac and Sample debated that, and we got so dragged down.
What Hezbollah's doing with the rocket firing, is that a war crime then?
Well,
if any civilian, I put the argument back to you. If any civilians get hit by rocket fire from Hezbollah, does that make it a war crime? What they're doing?
Well, it's not about approving or disapproving this modus operandi.
Well, you disapproved of Israel.
Can he answer the question?
What I'm saying is that we have to go to the root causes. The root causes.
Wait, no, please make him answer the question. If Hezbollah kills someone with their rocket fire, a civilian with their rocket fire, is that a war crime?
Is what Israel have been doing in Gaza, and the root causes is decade-long behavior against Lebanon that has led to what Hezbollah is today. We have to stop dealing with the symptoms and for once start dealing with the root causes. The root causes being being Israeli occupation. The root causes being Israeli denial of statehood for the Palestinians. The root causes being 22 years of Israeli occupation to Lebanon and continuous occupation of parts of Lebanese territory. So we need to address that and stop scapegoating groups here and there and stop scapegoating the world. If it's not Hezbollah, then it's Hamas. If it's not Hamas, then it's the United Nations, bashing the United Nations.
I mean, Bubby, like, on one side, yeah, I hope that happens. On the other side, I don't want a fucking another like Christian versus Muslim Lebanon civil war. That'd probably just make things worse. I want Hezbollah gone, but like I don't know. I don't know if that's necessarily the best scenario. But
so we need to address that and stop scapegoating groups here and there and stop scapegoating the world. If it's not Hezbollah, then it's Hamas. If it's not Hamas, then it's the United Nations, bashing the United Nations. If it's not the United Nations, then bashing the UK government because the UK government enforced an arms sale ban on some arms to Israel. This paranoid behavior needs to stop, and once for all, we should address the root causes of the problems in our region, which is occupation, which is the lack of implementation of Security Council resolution. That is the roadmap. Otherwise,
didn't Hezbollah has also ignored that Security Council? I don't know what specific Security Council resolution he's referencing here, considering he just said occupation, which makes me think he might be referencing UN Security Council Resolution 242, which is probably not legally binding and also probably does not require the end of the occupation in the West Bank. Because it just says territories occupied, not the territories occupied, meaning it probably doesn't mean all the territories occupied. In fact, the draft of the resolution intentionally didn't want Israel to withdraw back to from all the territories occupied. So the resolution arguably fulfilled when Israel gave up the Sinai Peninsula for peace with Egypt, and it also ties the end of the occupation to Arab recognition of Israel. And considering people don't seem to be willing to do that, then it kind of makes sense that regardless. Okay. What was the other thing?
Which is the lack of implementation of Security Council resolution.
Security Council Resolution 1700 something. SC UN Security Council 1701, which I don't believe Hezbollah has implemented either.
That is the roadmap. Otherwise, we shouldn't be surprised that people are taking things in their hands. When law is not enforced, people will start in the street. If you don't enforce law, people will start taking things in their hands. And that's what we're seeing. It's not about approving or disapproving these models, but we need to understand them in order to deal with them. Coercion and violence will lead nowhere, and violence begets violence. And I think we have a current Israeli government which finds in its interest in putting its country in a continual state of war, as a way to turn off all the risks that are inside the coalition, or as a way to keep the coalition in office. Because the moment they stop, they would fall. They would start facing accountability for not being able to achieve their objective. Where are the hostages? What about eradicating Hamas? What about severing Hezbollah? Hezbollah will retaliate.
I mean, Hamas's military capability has been severely diminished already. Hezbollah's military capacity has probably also been severely diminished. Most of their leadership is fucking dead. And a lot of the hostages have been released and or killed at this point. But
and we will engage in this race to the bottom. That's why we should stop it. We should go back to United Nations. We have this 1701 Security Council resolution. We have always said in the Lebanese government, we are ready to look into it and address all concerns. But it's falling on deaf ears in Israel. Frankly, Piers, it's a
we've always said we're willing to look into it. I'm pretty sure, I don't know specifically if this Security Council resolution is binding, but like if it's a UN Security Council resolution that is binding, then like I don't think it's your choice of whether or not you get to look into it. I think it's you're kind of fucked. You kind of have to do it. Like
warmongering government.
You're very condemnatory of Israel, and I understand that. Are you as condemnatory?
We'll check it out. Yeah.
Perpetrated by Hezbollah?
Hezbollah did not start this violence, Piers. As I said, we have to go back to the root causes.
Oh my God!
You can say they didn't start it in your.
Can he please answer the question whether he thinks if Hezbollah launches rockets and it kills a civilian, is that a war crime? I'm very curious for his answer for that.
No, it's a mixed statement of fact.
But you can still condemn the violence, can't you?
Well, I condemn any violence in general, but Hezbollah did not start this fight.
But you do condemn Hezbollah's violence.
He did not resort to violence. Hezbollah is part of the Lebanese social fabric. Hezbollah is part of the Lebanese social fabric. Right. They have their modus operandi. Some in Lebanon agree with it, some disagree.
But what do you think?
Well, I think at some point down the line, we will need to address this unconventional situation. But Israel, frankly, for decades...
Oh my God. Is he allergic to answering questions? If he answers a question directly, is he going to go into an anaphylactic shock? He's literally doing the thing of just obfuscating, like, oh, do you support abortion at 9 months? Well, personally, I wouldn't do it. That's not what I asked you. Like, oh my God. And then And then it's like, yeah, oh, well, I mean, I'm asking you not asking you personally. I'm asking like, which you support on like a policy level. Well, what I think we really need to do is address the root causes of why women need abortions in first. Like, he's literally, oh my God.
Now has not been giving us a serene moment to address these this unconventional situation.
What is your biggest...
If Israel think that this is an anomaly, how about having a prime minister that is accused of war crimes in charge on our borders? One anomaly leads to...
I mean, accused of war crimes, so is Hamas. Like, Hamas was also, the ICC also indicted Hamas leaders.
Another anomaly. If you think Hezbollah is an anomaly, then, well, you have to look at other anomalies.
Is your biggest fear...
Actually, was that warrant ever even approved? I remember the ICC was seeking a warrant, but it had to be approved by a 3-judge panel. I don't even know if it was ever approved.
The ground war. Israel's army chief, as we've been talking, says latest strikes on Lebanon are in preparation for the possible entry of troops.
I hope wisdom prevails. I hope diplomatic efforts that are being deployed now in New York and elsewhere...
It's still pending.
...manage to defuse the situation. As I said, we don't want this war, but we will not shy away from defending ourselves.
But if there is a ground invasion by Israel and its forces,
well,
how bad could that get very quickly?
It would be extremely bad and tragic, of course, for Lebanon and for the whole region. We already have on our conscience, the world has on its conscience, the Gaza. We don't need another Gaza in Lebanon. So before it's too late,
I don't... When people say another Gaza in Lebanon, do they think... What do they think is going to happen? I'm so confused.
Stop the Israelis. These wishy-washy...
Do they think there's going to be another... Do they think it's going to be genocide in Lebanon? Is that what they think is going to happen? Is Lebanon also going to be an open-air prison?
Positions do not do the job anymore. Israel should be stopped doing what it is currently embarked in. That's very dangerous for Lebanon, of course, but for the whole region and beyond. We've all seen the repercussions of the Gaza war in London, Paris, and other capitals. We don't want this vicious cycle to keep on repeating itself. And it all has to do with the Israeli government, frankly. From our side, and by our side, I mean everybody in Lebanon, we would be ready to look into a diplomatic solution. And we would be ready to engage. And we need the ceasefire in Gaza. That's of utmost importance. But the Israelis have been trying to diffuse the pressure on them to conclude the ceasefire in Gaza through opening another front with Lebanon. And this targets American efforts. When Secretary Blinken was in the region, they launched this cyber attack against Lebanon. So it's clear that they're trying to undermine American efforts to conclude a ceasefire in Gaza.
I mean, that part is probably half true.
Well, let's debate all that now with my panel, the host of Democracy-ish podcast, Wajah Ali, the Israel Special Envoy for Trade and Innovation, Fleur Hassan, the Iranian-American attorney and activist, Elika Lebon, and from the Grey Zone, the journalist, Aaron Mate. Well, welcome to all of you. Fleur Hassan Nahum, I just spoke there to the ambassador of Lebanon, extremely concerned about what is happening, and in particular, this breaking news from Israel's army chief that these strikes on Lebanon...
Can they get Loner Box on these panels, dude? Why do they get the worst people? On like both sides, they get like the most like ultra like Zionist people for Israel, and they get like the most cringe like pro-Palestinian people as well. Like why are they getting like the most cringe people for these panels? It's just infuriating.
Are in preparation for the possible entry of troops. Is it really a sensible move by Israel to consider another ground war, given what has been going on in Gaza for the past year?
Or was it a sensible move on the 8th of October to start a war from Lebanon into Israel, evacuating 100,000 Israelis who don't live anywhere near 10 kilometers from the border? Why did they start that? There's no territorial claim. What was the point of that? Maybe, and this is what the ambassador, of course, didn't mention,
That's true.
Maybe they're all really the servants of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and they're doing the bidding for them. But what's happening at the moment is actually something very curious, and that is that the Islamic Republic of Iran is currently in a charm offensive in New York, and at the same time throwing Hezbollah under the bus for a war that it probably asked them to do in order to help their friend Yahya Sinwar. So the point is this: is Israel supposed to be attacked and not defend itself? Is Israel supposed to go for a ceasefire after its people, its women have been raped, its children have been burnt, and a war has started against them? We've been in this story since 1948 when we were attacked by all the countries around Israel. Today, that has been replaced.
See, now we're doing like she's not. I mean, both sides do this. They're not like entirely wrong, but I just hate. They both just get like the worst people who do like the like stupid moral like intuition pumping. The Jew Christ, that's huge. Oh, welcome, Hassan. Yep. Oh my God.
Islamic Republic, proxies, and militias. And this is where we find ourselves. Do we want war? No. We want peace. We're not in Lebanon. He's talking about UN. He's talking about resolutions. It's very simple. If he wants this all to stop, it's very, very simple. Just comply with Resolution 1701, which says very simply this: Hezbollah has to go behind north of the Litani River, and there's not supposed to be any armed terrorist south of the Litani River, and it's all over. The question is not to me. The question is why on the 8th of October, Hezbollah decided to start throwing what is now almost 10,000 missiles into Israel. If the UK, if in Dover, France threw 10,000 missiles from Calais, Piers, what would happen?
Well, I think we would certainly robustly defend ourselves. Let me go to Wajah Ali for your response there to what Fleur Hassan Nahum was saying and what the ambassador was saying, because clearly there are very strong opinions on both sides here. There have been for the last year. What do you believe is likely to happen next, and what do you think of what is happening?
Yeah, so I think we all agree that nothing justifies the war crimes and terrorism that was done on October 7th, but to Israel, October 7th justifies war crimes and terrorism all around the world.
It's the same.
Israel sounds like Dr. Strange.
Yeah, of course I condemn Hamas killing 800 civilians, but that gives Israel the right to kill 40,000 civilians. I'm morally superior.
It sounds like a manic, violent creature right now that has said, this is their quote, "We want de-escalation through escalation." That's like saying no fighting in the war room. That's like saying we will bomb them in order to save them. That's like saying we will find life in death. Israel has already invaded Lebanon in 1982. 15 to 20,000 people were killed, mostly civilians. It wanted to weaken the PLO. You know what happened as a result of that? The PLO was weakened, but something called Hezbollah rose. Then Hamas rose. 2006, Israel and Lebanon had a war. Many civilians were killed. It was a stalemate. Now,
what a horrible way to frame that. Many civilians were killed. I don't know if the... God damn it. Oops. I don't know if the 1980 Lebanon war is here, or 1982. But, like, the relative risk ratio of the 2000 Lebanon war is 103, right? This is unbelievable. Like, a lot of civilians died. This is like an unbelievably discriminate war. Like, they were unbelievably discriminate towards targeting militants in the 2006 war, at least. It's the 1980 Lebanon, 1982. The relative risk for this one is lower. It's at 7. 7 is pretty low. 7 is relatively low. But the 2006 war, many civilians died. 103 relative risk ratio. Jesus. 7 is pretty low, though.
Almost a year into the October 7th war and the Gaza war since then, 41,000 Palestinians have been killed, mostly children, Piers, in Gaza. More children have been killed in Gaza than in all the war zones combined in the past 2 years. Israel right now is bombing Lebanon. 27,000 people have been displaced, over 2,000 people injured, over 500 people killed, 50 children killed. To Israel right now, everyone is an enemy. Everyone is Hezbollah. Everyone is Hamas, right?
Does he think that, like, just because children have died, like, that makes them the target of the attack?
Nurses are killed, refugee camps are killed. I've been talking on your show for the past year. Each time I come on, there's a fresh new horror, right? Israel, Palestinians go to the south. You got Palestinians in refugee camps. They're bombed. Children are bombed. Journalists are...
What? Why are refugee camps being bombed? Why?
Bombed. Leon Panetta, who was the former CIA director, has said what Israel did in Lebanon, specifically booby-trapping the phones, is an act of terrorism. That's Leon Panetta.
Well, if he said it, that's the same thing that PPG quoted at me when I asked him about it.
United Nations Commission on Human Rights said that same action was a violation of international law. I want to quote him.
Can you provide the argument? Please provide the argument.
Said it is a war crime to commit violence.
What is this? Collateral damage that exists. Israel's using baby targeting technology
to be harmless.
Can I build a tank and stream from inside of it? If I don't put any big exploding thing into the antenna thing, whatever the fuck you...
Antenna. I think to answer this question, I'm pretty sure you can. You can own a tank in the U.S. as long as it's decommissioned and you don't and it doesn't have the ability to shoot anymore from the antenna. I added barrel. Is that what it's called? Barrel, tank barrel. Even it's a violation, it's pretty cool. Yeah, I know. You don't. The true position, the enlightened position here is that even if it is a violation of the booby trap thing, it's probably still preferable to the alternative of airstrikes, right? We could imagine, like, it was probably a utility maxing war crime. Like, I'm not against war crimes. In what's the word? Intrinsically. I'm not intrinsically against war crimes. The reason I'm against war crimes is because war crimes typically have worse outcomes than other types of attacks, right? Like, the war crimes are typically like indiscriminate, or war crimes are typically, targeting civilians. If something is a war crime, but still has like utility maximizing outcomes, then if we had the cluster bomb that would end all wars forever, then who really cares if it's a war crime? It's simply morally justified.
Violence intended to spread terror among civilians.
Now, I actually do think IHL provides a really good framework for moral analysis of wars. I actually think the moral framework behind IHL is pretty good, but.
So the question for me is, when will the world and when will the United States say enough? It's clear, Piers, that Benjamin Netanyahu does not care about the hostages. Don't take my word for it. Who are the people protesting Benjamin Netanyahu? The family members of the Israeli hostages in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. This is a recipe for madness, Piers, for madness. It's a one-year anniversary. Netanyahu wants to escape accountability. He wants to escape the inquiry, asking, how come you didn't stop the war, which, by the way, you knew was going to...
I mean, I don't think it's entirely wrong here. Yeah, I think the hostages are kind of the secondary objective, obviously. Like, I mean, I can see both sides of it, right? Like, if I was the family member of an Israeli hostage, and yeah, you know, I would probably want a ceasefire to get my fucking family member back. But also, if I'm not the family member of a hostage, then I probably want to focus on a long term, and I probably want to, you know, diminish Hamas's military capacity as much as possible, rather than focusing on the short term of getting hostages back, potentially facing another October 7th, 50 years from now, 10 years from now, whatever.
That happened. You knew the attack was going to happen, but he was too busy with his corruption charges. He needs to stay in power to avoid from resigning and possibly going to jail. And also, a perpetual war will help the supremacists in his cabinet, like Ben Gvir, who literally is like the member of the KKK, who now is the national security minister, and people like Smotrich, who have openly said, Piers, that they have a genocidal plan. They want everything, river to the sea, and to push out Palestinians. So I condemn. I'll do this for you, Piers. I condemn the war crimes. I condemn Hezbollah launching rockets. That's a war crime. I condemn Hamas.
But I also condemn Israel's war crimes.
The occupation, Israel's killing of civilians, and the war crimes that it's committing in Gaza and in Lebanon. I leave it to the panel.
Well, let me ask Aleka Lebon.
Okay, it's all just count the dead bodies, and whoever has more dead bodies is worse.
Do you condemn that?
I condemn everything that has been caused by the jihadists, and this is not my opinion. This is based on causal reasoning. You kidnap people and you take them to a different place. What
I didn't know that.
option does a sovereign nation have but to return its citizens?
Adorable.
Well, there's only two options here, right? You either release the hostages or they have to come and be rescued. So the fact that Hamas has suddenly refused to return these hostages means that Israel has no other choice. And so what you're looking at here is Hamas persistently putting the Palestinian people in a position to be slaughtered in this way. And you know what else that's so much worse than that? When people keep coming up with these numbers, 41,000 people killed. Why? Why are 41,000 people killed? Okay. Why is it not that 41,000 people in Israel have been killed despite all of these attacks? Because Israel invests in protecting its citizens. What does Hamas do? Hamas starts a war and then hides in its terror tunnels, okay, and leaves its civilians, its children, vulnerable above the ground.
He's the Iranian baddie.
Like cowards hiding in tunnels. So yes, I agree, 41,000 is an awful number. First of all, we haven't separated the combatants, but we know that children have been killed, and the children have been killed because of Hamas. Everybody that is being killed is because of jihadists, and there is not one fact that you can make that doesn't start with the jihadists. And when the jihadists bury themselves wherever they are, whether they're in Lebanon, whether they're in Gaza, whether they're in Iran, whether they're in Syria, they are making the people of that nation, the people they are burying themselves amongst, vulnerable to being killed in this way. So yes, I absolutely condemn those deaths, and I absolutely blame the jihadists for that. And first of all, to go back to this claim that Hezbollah never started this war, from the 8th of October, okay, started launching, by this point, over 11,000 rockets into Israel. 96,000 people in northern Israel have been displaced. 10% of Israel's landmass has been depopulated, okay, 11 months deep. What is it exactly that you expect Israel to do? At this point, civilians are out of their homes, children are out of their
mouth right now.
What do you expect Israel to do in the final instance, where there is a precision strike on Hezbollah terrorists, okay? Hezbollah terrorists, the world wants to claim that this
God, give me a pro-Israel baddie. Lord, please give me a pro-Israel baddie.
It's a national war crime. Like, what should Israel do? Just bend over and keep accepting it? None of these things are acceptable to you people. Targeted strikes.
I wish she would bend over and accept my cock.
Unacceptable. Pages, unacceptable.
Don't clip that.
What is acceptable to stop these terrorists from persistently and belligerently attacking Israel? And to make the claim
again, it's just like the more like I think most of our points here are correct. I just hate like the anger filled like moral like intuition pumping like it's just
to make the claim that they are doing this on behalf of the Palestinians is absolutely outrageous. You want to say that we're fighting for the Palestinians?
Alex just awkward a link. Thank you. You're a role model in its dark time. Salam Ashtray, whose brother was held in Gaza, asked the minister to help save the one in captivity. He said, although I know they might be torturing my brother in Gaza, the woman must be the ones as priority. Wow. I guess kind of is awkward like now.
Because of the occupation in this oppressive military state. What about Hezbollah's oppressive military state? What about Hezbollah's state within a state that has undermined Lebanon's sovereignty? What about the fact that Hezbollah goes to Syria and massacres people on behalf of Assad? What about the fact that Hezbollah goes to Iran and massacres, rapes innocent Iranians? So why don't we just say that everything that Israel's doing is in behalf of the innocent Iranians, the innocent Syrians, and the innocent Lebanese? You know why you don't say that? Because it sounds absolutely ridiculous. It is a red herring. It is a red herring to claim that Hezbollah is acting on behalf of Palestinians when what they're doing is exactly what they said in their charter, which the Islamic Republic created them for, which is to create a second Islamic Republic in Lebanon and to destroy Israel. That is their goals. It is time to be honest about that.
Okay.
Didn't hear a condemnation of Israel's war crimes there.
Oh, I absolutely did. What I said was that the jihadists are to blame by the laws of causal reasoning.
All right, let me bring in Aramati.
I don't know what he exactly means by Israel's war crime in this context. What is this?
To free them from the cult. No, you don't understand. You don't understand, dude. No one here is suffering. We're here because we're suffering.
True.
Aaron, we are nearly a year into this war in Gaza. It now looks increasingly likely there might be another phase of this war erupting, or already has erupted, in Lebanon. The question I have wrestled with since October the 7th is not whether Israel has a right to defend itself if it's attacked, but what is the proportionate response which should be tolerated of a nation that comes under that attack. And that's setting aside the history of the conflict. When you are attacked as they were on October the 7th, you obviously have to fight back hard, particularly as Hamas said, we're going to keep doing this. If Hezbollah wants to respond to what happened on October the 7th by within hours, unleashing rockets at Israel and carrying on doing that for the next year, again, Israel has a right to defend itself. The question is, what is proportionate? Do you accept, first of all, Aaron, that Israel has a right, if not a duty, to its people to defend itself? And if you accept that, then what is proportionate? Who determines that?
Every state, including Israel, has the right to defend itself. But let's examine what that right entails. If we're talking about October 7th,
okay.
well, yes, some Hamas militants committed atrocities. They're on camera. There was a claim before, by the way, that there was rape by Hamas. There actually isn't evidence for a single case of rape, even 1 year later.
I'm sorry. I've got to stop.
Oh my God.
I have to correct you there. I have seen.
Gray's don't be taking lots of Russian money, probably, dude.
There has been widespread evidence.
Oh, like, see, like, just don't, like, they get the worst people for these panels, dude. Like, because they go down to, like, where people actually raped rabbit hole. And it's like, it doesn't matter. It's not what I care about. It's not what I care about. It's not what I care about. Maybe no one was raped, okay? It's like, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I don't care. I don't care. Like, it's such a, like, absolute deadweight loss of conversation.
Against women.
There hasn't. There actually hasn't. We'll debate that some other time. I'm going to finish my point. There's not a single shred of evidence for it, but we'll debate some other time. Listen, we're talking about October 7th. Israel's right on October 7th to defend its people. Let me finish my... Piers, every time I come on here, I can't talk. Okay,
to be fair,
I didn't interrupt you.
Okay.
I didn't interrupt anybody.
Oh,
You
shoot
say every time
myself.
you come on here this happens, but you just started with an unbelievably inflammatory and incorrect statement, which is that there was no sexual abuse of women on October the 7th. There are multiple...
Oh, what a... you know, okay. I guess we're going down this rabbit hole. Yeah, I don't, like, there... I haven't looked super far into it, but, like, aren't there... I'm pretty sure there are multiple, like, rescued hostages, or some of them weren't rescued, returned hostages who reported that they were... I don't know if they've used the term rape, but, yeah, were sexually assaulted. And then, like, another big issue is a lot of the bodies were fucking burned on October 7th, so it's hard to know if people are raped when all the bodies were burned, right?
We'll debate that some other time. It's a fact. No. Okay. There's not. Anyway, listen. If we're talking about October 7th, I'm going to finish my sentence.
Let him speak, please.
Okay, I didn't interrupt you. They said multiple inflammatory things. I didn't interrupt them. Thank you.
All right, finish your
If we're talking about on October 7th, yes.
Let him speak, please.
Thank you. If we're talking about on October 7th, yes, Israel has the right to defend its civilians if they're being attacked. Okay, but Israel is an occupying power, and it's been occupying power for decades. Occupiers don't have the right to defend their occupation. Israel doesn't have the right to fire a single bullet into Gaza. It has obligations. Occupiers have obligations, and if Israel wanted peace.
Yeah, I understand what he's. We'll get to the fucking law of occupation eventually. Fuck, where did is it in this? I haven't gone down the full IHL rabbit hole on the law of occupation. We did this run. Read this one paper. Can occupation resulting from a war of self-defense become illegal? I think their conclusion is basically no. But one, I would say Israel probably is not occupying Gaza. There's a blockade on Gaza, obviously, but I don't think that. Well, they are occupying Gaza now because they're at war, right? But post 2005, after they withdrew, prior to October 7th, I would say they probably weren't occupying Gaza. They had a blockade on Gaza. I don't think that amounts to a full-on occupation. And then secondly, fuck, we gotta go down the whole occupation law. I'm pretty sure Israel still... Fuck, I should remember this paper. I'm pretty sure Israel still has a right to do certain things even within an occupation. I'm pretty sure states have a right to do certain things within an occupation to protect their own civilians. State acting in lawful exercise of its right of self-defense may seize and occupy foreign territory. Israel's most passing threat is potential rocket attack from the state, West Bank. The severity of the threat has been proven by the violence from Gaza and after Israeli withdrawal. However, the West Bank is closer to Israel's major population center. Rockets and missiles positioned throughout the West Bank. Since Israel also faces large security threats from non-state actors, it does have an interest in maintaining a military presence to avoid smuggling weapons, which occurs in the Gaza Strip. UN 242 also, that's, okay.
Peace and security, what it would do is join the entire world, join the International Court of Justice, which just ruled that Israel doesn't have the right to control a single inch of the West Bank or Gaza, and end the occupation, and address its decades-long attacks on Palestinians and also Lebanese, because, as was previously said, Israel invaded Lebanon in 1982, killed tens of thousands of people, and that's why Hezbollah was formed. If Israel wanted genuine peace and security, and it wanted to defend itself, it would stop brutalizing other people. And this claim was made before. What was Israel supposed to do in response to its people being kidnapped? That's the logic of October 7th, because there are thousands of Palestinians who have been brutalized and kidnapped in Israeli dungeons. Hamas launched October 7th to free them. The difference between Israel and Hamas is that Hamas actually has an argument, because Hamas has tried... I didn't interrupt you. I did not interrupt you, please. Hamas has tried to accept You were actually. The Hamas has tried to accept the global consensus of a two-state solution, a big compromise for Palestinians, accepting just 22% of their homeland in the West Bank and Gaza. Israel's refused to join the rest of the world in accepting that two-state solution. Even Iran has voiced at times support for that. It's only Israel and the U.S. that insist on Israel's right to put Gaza under siege and steal Palestinian land in the West Bank, and that's why you have this continued escalation. Hezbollah intervened on October 8th because they wanted to show Israel that there would be cause for committing mass murder, which is what Israel has done, and that's why Hezbollah was involved. Hezbollah said from the start it would stop its rockets if Israel stopped committing mass murder. Israel, unfortunately, is more committed to mass murder because it insists on the right to control that entire land and not accept Palestinians as equal human beings. That's the fundamental problem here.
Okay,
I don't know where to start. I really don't know where to start. First of all, he's talking about mass murder on October 8th. We were attacked on October 7th. We hadn't even gone in on October 8th. So I really don't understand what you're talking about. Secondly,
I don't even think they went in until like October 29th. I think is when they started doing ground operations. I think they started doing airstrikes pretty soon after that. I think either on October 9th or 10th, and maybe even on October 8th. But
it's the longest military occupation in the world.
Yes, well, let's go to that. In 2005, Israel left the Gaza Strip. Now, at that point, the Gazans could have done one of two things: turn it into a wonderful pilot for a Palestinian state, which you think they want, and I don't believe they actually do. And instead, they turned it into Mogadishu, into Beirut, as it were. Instead of investing in its people, they invested in tunnels to attack and to use their people as munitions. That's just a fact. Tell me, why did they not build a beautiful place in 2005 until today? You know why?
Okay, well, I hate the. I don't like the fucking emotional like intuition pumping like stupid ass framing here. Why didn't they turn it into the Singapore of the Middle East? Okay, just do the passive precautions thing. Just do the they were to rule the Gaza Strip for 16 years. It was clearly feasible for them to section off parts of the Gaza Strip for military purposes, but instead they did not do that. They instead invested millions of dollars in building tunnels. That's a failure in passive precautions, which reflects customary international law. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, do that.
Hamas came into power, and Hamas is not interested in a state. Hamas is interested in destroying the Jewish state, and that is the crux of the conflict. And you're on the wrong side of history. One day you're going to wake up and realize this. At the bottom line is that the conflict is not because there isn't a Palestinian state. The conflict is because there's a Jewish state that has never been accepted, and that's why in 1947 they didn't accept the partition plan, and that is why after Oslo in 2000 they didn't accept the two-state solution. We gave them 93% of the West Bank and the entire Gaza. That's why in 2009 an even more generous peace deal, and they didn't accept it. And the bottom line is this: they don't want a state. They want, and they're invested emotionally, logistically, and militarily in the destruction of the state of Israel. Israel wants to live in peace. We don't want to rule in other people.
Okay, but Fleur, let me ask you this. Hang on, please. Hang on, let me ask a question. Fleur, let me ask you a question.
Live side by side with Jews.
Fleur, here's what I don't get about what you've just said. Is that you talk about destruction and the threat of destruction. And I get that. Hamas is ready to destroy Israel, as are Hezbollah. Fine. Fine. But what is Israel doing right now in Gaza? You are destroying it. You're destroying Gaza, and you're killing tens of thousands of people in the process. No, but you are destroying Gaza in the most extraordinarily brutal manner. And you're going after. You're going after. Let me finish, please. You're going after Hamas now in the very areas where you told the civilian population to go to, and in the process you're killing a lot of innocent people. How can that be justified?
Hamas went into the humanitarian corridors because that's what they do. Exactly what Elika says. That is their modus operandi. They don't.
Yeah, I mean, like they tell civilians to evacuate from the most dangerous areas, but they like that does not imply. Yeah, I know. So that doesn't imply that every other area is a safe area. You just tell civilians to evacuate from the most dangerous areas in order for them to go to at least theoretically safer areas.
Don't build tunnels under schools.
Well, if you know that, why do you send people to these specific areas?
We send them there. Is thinking that those areas are going to be areas we're not going to attack, and then Hamas throws rockets at us and attack our soldiers. Look, ultimately we want two things.
I mean, you should say like they're safer, or they don't. They don't attack those areas immediately. Usually they did the war in Gaza and are relatively like in phases, right? They told people in northern Gaza to evacuate, and then they invaded northern Gaza. They told people in central Gaza to evacuate, then they invaded central Gaza. Yeah, like safe zones require two sides to set up, right? Hamas won't agree to a safe zone because Hamas operates out of safe zones. Hamas operates out of refugee camps. Like Hamas operates out of these areas. An actual international recognized safe zone requires two people to set up.
We want the
Hamas doesn't seem to be willing to do that.
Threat to the state of Israel, and we want our hostages back. If that happens in an hour, it's over. If Hezbollah move north of the Litani in an hour, it's over. And both of you are in the wrong side of history here, because the Islamic Republic of Iran was the big puppet master of all of this. They've got much wider ambitions in Israel. They're going to be coming everywhere. They are the Hitler of the 1930s, and that is what we're facing. So you two can keep deluding yourself that this is about Israel, and what a coincidence, the only Jewish state in the world, and somehow we're the aggressors. You know what? Thousands of years we've heard the same libels that we're hearing right now. This is just another form of it, but we will survive and we will prevail, because bigger people than the Islamic Republic of Iran and bigger people than the enemies that we now face have tried to destroy us, and we're still here.
Okay, Wajah, I mean, look.
We should read this at some point too. Let's mention it there for a little bit.
I have a lot of issues with what Israel is doing in Gaza. I have issues about the way they're rapidly escalating what they're doing in Lebanon. But I also have a massive issue with what Hamas represent and what they represent to Israelis and what Hezbollah represent, because they make no pretense. They want to destroy Israel. They want to get rid of Israel. And if you are Israel and you're an Israeli living in Israel, they represent an existential threat to your existence. What else is Israel supposed to do? Sit back and let these people destroy them or defend themselves as best they can? I mean, that seems to me to be the crux of the Israeli side of this, which is, what else are they supposed to do?
So the Israeli side is de-escalation through escalation, perpetual war, occupation, put the boots on their neck, mow the lawn, destroy all of our terrorists, right? Okay, I get it.
Mow the lawn, mow the lawn, mow the lawn. How evil.
No, they invaded Lebanon in 1982. 15 to 20,000 people, mostly civilians, were killed. War crimes happened to the point where Ronald Reagan was so disgusted by what he saw, he picked up the phone and told them to stop it. They wanted to weaken the PLO at that time. Remember Arab nationalism? Okay, PLO got weakened. What came out as
Am I good? Am I streaming? Am I what's happening? Am I good on YouTube? I demand a refund. I can hear you streaming. Am I good? Am I good? I think I'm good on YouTube at least. I don't know. Good now? Okay, everyone's here? Okay, everyone. Okay, we're good.
And as you know,
hopefully.
Piers, we've talked about on your show, Benjamin Netanyahu has yet again crossed another red line of Biden and said, I'm going to expand settlements, which are also illegal.
By the way, I think is completely disgraceful. I think the willful, deliberate expansion of the settlements during the past year is disgusting and should not be happening. And it's another reason for me why Netanyahu should not be leading Israel. I think he's just.
And also, the one thing for safety and security, right? Because I think you and me, and I think some people on this panel want safety and security for Israelis, for Palestinians, for Muslims, for Christians, for the region.
The auto came back for the yeah, I don't know what's happening, but
it has always tried military solutions. They've always failed. I just give you a brief history. We can go back longer if we want. Military solutions have always failed. You know the one thing it has never tried? Ending the occupation, giving Palestinians the right.
So, funny story, man. Actually, I'm gonna do the ultimate Hasbro here. Okay, this is the ultimate Hasbro. You know, in 2005, Israel actually did withdraw from the Gaza Strip, and then they held elections, and then Hamas came to power, and Hamas just repeatedly launched rockets at Israel for a number of years. So, you know.
Right to self-determination. If it ends the occupation,
okay. So I would say this. I would say, hang on, don't talk, please. Hang on, let me handle this. Here's what I would say to that. They did give Hamas the chance to show what they would do if they ran Gaza in 2005. And Hamas spent billions of dollars that was given to them on building a highly sophisticated tunnel network from which they could basically operate as a terrorist organization, which is wedded from their charter to destroying Israel. So they have had the chance of Israel. No, hang on. I would say this. I still believe that Israel has had a form of occupation since then over Gaza because they've had the ability, as we saw at the start of the war, to turn off the power, to turn off the water.
Oh, look, I'm streaming. That's crazy.
That is the behavior of an occupying force. But they did give Hamas the chance to show what they would do if they would govern. And I can't believe there is any Palestinian in Gaza that thinks that Hamas did anything but squander that opportunity in the most brazen and despicable manner, culminating in this outrageous attack last October, which was always going to goad Israel into this kind of response. If you go and kill 1,200 people in Israel in the manner they killed them and boast about it to the world for your GoPro cameras, actually showing what you're doing to women, children, to Holocaust survivors, you kidnap over 200 people, you're killing a newborn baby, for God's sake. If you do all that and you wound nearly 7,000 more, many of them irreparably, then you are going to get a massive response. Hamas knew that, and they knew that the casualties would be thousands of their own people. Why would you do that? Why do that? So I come back to, I have problems with everybody in this story, right? I really do.
Oh my God, now Piers is doing both sides of something. I have problems with, I mean, well, I guess that, I guess I agree, Piers Morgan. I have problems with everybody. It's just that, I think there's a bit of a difference between, Israel expanding settlements, which, is cringe, and they shouldn't be doing that. Based incentive build and Hamas, which is purposefully targeting civilians. Those two things are a little different, but okay.
Agree with you.
But these are the issues. These are the issues on the Hamas Hezbollah side, which really
disproportionate. Go into that more.
If you're ready to destroy it,
terrorist groups. They're both
Let me bring in Alika.
So the entire arguments that are being made here are based on revisionist history. That's first things first. The even way that you frame Hezbollah as the victim, as the non-aggressor, to where you frame Israel as escalating, despite Hezbollah's repeated history of aggression. Okay, first of all, the way you even describe Hezbollah's inception is wrong. Let's talk about Hezbollah's inception, which was after the 1979 revolution. Let me finish. After the 1979 revolution in Iran, Hezbollah, was inspired by this, and Assad visited Iran and asked Khomeini, "What can we do for you?" Khomeini said, "Give me a passage to Syria to Lebanon, so I can export my radical ideologies over to Lebanon." They did that, and then they started killing the Shiite Muslims in the north of Lebanon, while there was an invasion by Israel from the south. Why was there an invasion from the south? There was an invasion because the PLO were in southern Lebanon firing rockets into Israel after they just got expelled from Jordan because they were doing the same thing, hijacking planes, landing them on revolutionary airports, blowing them up in front of international media. Then they go to southern Lebanon.
The gray zone guy is shaking his head a lot.
Political dynamics in southern Lebanon. Now you have the Christian Maronites and and the Muslims fighting each other in the first Lebanon civil war. Okay, they destroyed Lebanon from within just because of the desire to launch its rockets from Lebanon into Israel. Then it went up to Beirut and started fighting with the Christian Maronites to assert domination in Lebanon. Why? Because they are jihadists. And then what happens in 1978, which is the first invasion of Israel into Lebanon? Why? Because the PLO did an attack on a bus in Israel that killed 38 people. Israel goes in to try and take out the PLO, and then the UN requires them to retreat, and they retreat, and then they send their UN interim forces for Lebanon, okay, to take out the PLO. The UN runs away, and the PLO comes back, continues its attack, okay? The second invasion into Lebanon, because of the continued attacks, they go in once more, and because the PLO doesn't leave, they have to create this occupation, right? And then as soon as they remove the occupation,
he really did not like that.
Clinton, what happens is that Hezbollah advances to the border of Israel and starts attacking again, and then comes a UN resolution 17.
Is there a good book to read on? I mean, from what I've read, most of what she says here, it sounds pretty accurate and true, but I haven't read super far into the Lebanon wars.
One requiring not only that Hezbollah stays 10 kilometers back.
Is there a Betty Moore's book on it?
But also that all of these militias in Lebanon have to disband, and there can only be a militarized Lebanese government. Israel abided. Who did not abide? Hezbollah. Then what did Hezbollah do for 18 years? For 18 years in the zone that they were not allowed to be, they started expanding their military capacities up to 200,000 munitions, and then finally, on October 8th, started attacking. And then when Israel responded with that pager attack, why did they do that? Why did they do that? Because the commanders, the leaders of Hezbollah, had a plan to attack northern Galilee and do a second October 7th, kidnap hostages with a ground invasion. Now, you tell me, what should Israel do?
Okay.
Well, wait, I haven't heard that before.
They do that. Why did they do that? Because the commanders, the leaders of Hezbollah, had a plan to attack northern Galilee and do a second October 7th, kidnap hostages with a ground invasion.
I don't know if that's true or not. I haven't heard of that before. Hezbollah plan to kidnap people from northern Galilee. Bullet chiefs were meeting to plan October 7th style invasion when killed. Oh wait, is this yeah, this is recently this week. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. President confirms terror group commanders slating Friday strike were set on horrendous rampage in North Lebanon. Sources say they were meeting on planes for a ground invasion. President Isaac, who is this guy? Oh, the president of Israel. Okay. Top Hezbollah commanders that were bombed by Israel were planning an attack, like devastating. Yeah. Listen, considering Israel's intelligence on Hezbollah has been fucking insane so far, it would not surprise me if this were true.
Now you tell me, what should Israel do?
Okay.
Well,
President Israel's very limited powers. Yeah, I'm aware of that. That's why that's why I didn't recognize him. He's just a head of state. He doesn't do that much. I'm aware, but I mean, I'm assuming here he'd basically be quoting like intelligence agencies that have told him this stuff.
Okay, hang on. I'll go to Aaron.
It's always easy for them to blame
Let Aaron Marte respond to that. What Israel's supposed to do in that eventuality?
What Israel should do is, for the first time in its history, abandon its quest for regional domination and supremacy. Starting in 1947, just a brief tour through history. Yes, Israel accepted partition publicly. Palestinians didn't. It's not nice to welcome the partition of your land, which is being stolen by foreigners. But privately, Israeli leaders, including David Ben-Gurion, said, we won't accept partition.
The quote game. Let's play the quote game, everyone. Yep, let's bring up all these Hamas quotes. Hezbollah, no way.
Ourselves what our borders are. And that's why they proceeded to expel hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, including into Lebanon, creating the...
Yeah, I don't think I pronounced it correctly, but I don't care. I can't pronounce anything correctly, even in English. So I'm definitely gonna pronounce. I forget how do you pronounce it the right way? Hezbollah.
This crisis. They refused to address that. Instead of addressing their expulsion of Palestinians after their land, they've stolen more. In 1967. In 1982, the reason Israel invades Lebanon is because the PLO was there, and the PLO at that time was joining the rest of the world and accepting a compromise of a Palestinian state. Google the Arab Peace Initiative. It's been renewed many times to Israel. Israel's been offered by all the Arab states and the PLO, with even Iran joining them accepting this. Everybody recognizing Israel, everybody making peace in exchange for Israel ending its occupation of the West Bank and Gaza. That's a major compromise for Palestinians. Israel is so hell-bent on domination, occupation, and supremacy, it's refused even to accept a Palestinian compromise. When Hamas tried to join that after 2005 when Israel withdrew, Israel still put Gaza under complete siege, prevented any basic goods from getting in, carried out routine massacres. Even when Hamas leaders, including Ismail Haniyeh, who Israel recently killed, said,
they banned cookies. They banned cookies. Say it. Say the cookies.
Israel will not accept it because Israel wants to dominate that region. That's the fundamental problem here. It was previously said, as long as Israel insists on supremacy and occupation, people are going to resist it. People will resist it. It's true. Google the Arab Peace Initiative, 2002. Google it.
2000.
Is he talking about the Quartet Agreement? It wasn't that that was the Quartet Arab Peace Initiative 2002. Wasn't this the Arab Peace? I'm thinking of the Quartet in the Middle East. Is this what I'm... group was established in Madrid in 2002, calling to. Are these the same thing?
With the Clinton parameters, 2001.
I'll tell you what happened. I'll tell you what happened. I'll tell you what happened. The former Israeli foreign minister, Shlomo Ben-Ami, who was there at Camp David, do you know what he said? He was there at Camp David. This is the foreign minister who made the Camp David.
Yep, quote Ben-Ami. Quote Ben-Ami.
He said, if I were Palestinian, I would have rejected Camp David as well.
There we go. There we go. Oh.
Why? Because he recognizes that Israel insisted on keeping the major West Bank settlement blocks that make a Palestinian state impossible.
Yeah, there's nothing else in that book that goes over all the failures of the Arabs at Camp David as well. Yep, that's definitely, he's not taking that quote out of context. Oh. He definitely just wasn't saying that, like, the conditions weren't right for fucking Palestinians to be able to accept that deal at the time. He wasn't saying that. He wasn't, like, saying that was a bad deal. Oh, my God. That's from Scars of War,
right? You don't see Palestinians as equal human beings, and you reserve the right to steal their land, and that's why you're interrupting me, because you can't handle the truth. That's the problem here. Stop being a supremacist, stop stealing land, and you can have peace.
Here's, let's go to 2024. Can I just say one quick thing?
Okay, let me bring in Wajahat, please.
Just one quick thing. One quick thing. Let's go to 2024. Let's just go to this year.
Yes.
Who has rejected 2 states? Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Who has crossed every single one of President Biden's lines? Netanyahu. Who has said he's going to continue occupying the West Bank? Netanyahu. Who has said he's going to continue expanding settlements? Netanyahu. Who has put the worst, most extreme, radical, right-wing members of the Jewish public in his cabinet? People like Ben Gvir and Smotrich are openly genocidal. Prime Minister Netanyahu. Who has continued bombing civilians, like you mentioned, Piers, right? Told these Palestinians to go to the south, it's a safe zone, and bomb that safe zone? Netanyahu. There has been a peace deal.
Oh, that safe zone.
Biden announced it in the summer. He said it was Israel's
plan. I thought it was in Scars of War. It's not in Scars of War.
He said ceasefire, return of hostages, humanitarian aid. Who has rejected it since June? Netanyahu. Who is protesting Netanyahu? The family members of the hostages, because they realize he does not care. He does not care. And who is actually protesting this war in Lebanon? The family members of the hostages, because they realize if this war, God forbid, expands, it means that their family members won't come back. When there was a temporary ceasefire in November, 105 Israeli hostages came back. Since then, less than 10. And when all is said and done, Piers, most likely Israel will have accidentally killed more of its Israeli hostages through this war than it has saved. So the buck is right now with Netanyahu. And as we have discussed on your show, he's a corrupt criminal.
Does he think that? I'm so confused. Like, what do you think he's proving when he's saying that? Like, Israel would have killed, or I mean, he even used the word accidentally killed more of its own hostages than it successfully returned. What does he think? Like, what does he think he's proving when he says that? I never get what people think that they're proving. Like, at best, you're proving what Israel's military is incompetent. Like, maybe you can make that argument, but like, that's really the only thing you can like prove that. I don't understand like what moral implication he's trying to throw on Israel there. Like, clearly it's morally justified to try to get your own hostages back. Obviously, you might end up accidentally killing some of them when the enemy is using them as fucking human shields. Like,
who has 80% of the public against him, mass protests, and he realizes if the war ends, he will have to resign, the government will fall apart, and he will most likely go to jail. So, war we have. De-escalation through escalation. It's a recipe for genocidal madness.
I have a question for you. That's actually a very important question. You're saying that this two-state solution should be accepted, okay? We've seen through this history of the occupation of the West Bank, first of all, the occupation has foiled at least 500 terrorist attacks in 2022. Now, before the Second Intifada, there were actually no checkpoints, okay? There were no checkpoints. And then after the Palestinians rejected the Camp David summit, which actually offered to remove the entire occupation, the settlements offered 2 states, okay?
That's such a lie. Even Israeli leaders don't say that. Even Israeli leaders don't. You're lying through your teeth. And there were checkpoints too, by the way.
You don't interrupt. After that, there was a second Intifada. There was a second Intifada that killed over 1,000 Israelis in Tel Aviv, and then the checkpoints were installed. Okay, so my question to you is that you want to end the occupation. Everyone wants to end the occupation. What is happening? In fact, one of those proposals was that the PLO would help to foil terrorist attacks going into Israel. You know why that's so important? Because of the topography of the land, where the West Bank is on a higher plane, okay, which is strategically at an advantage to throw rockets into Israel. And so Israel asked the PLO to collaborate with the Shin Bet to prevent those terrorist attacks happening. Now, you want a two-state solution. Let me ask you, from the jihadist perspective, where is their commitment to stop the terrorism if the occupation is removed, just like it was removed from Gaza, and then instantly Hamas started firing rockets back into Israel?
Yeah, you see, okay, let me put that to Wajahat, because I think it's a reasonable question, because even if Israel did everything that you urge them to do, you're still left with Hamas and Hezbollah, 2 terror groups who are wedded by their charters.
He thinks they only exist because of the evil power imbalance and occupation
cases, but they are wedded to the
because Arabs can only be evil if there's a power imbalance. But I think who is it that said, God, I forget it might have been Omar even. I remember watching a thing that was like some guy said, people like to play this game of what would Hamas do if they had a power. If Hamas had power, they wouldn't exist. So like, Arabs can only be evil if they don't have power, but like, Jews are allowed to be evil no matter what. Arabs can only be evil as a result of oppression, but Jews can be evil no matter what. What's up, Malibu County? Have you ever watched this on stream? The Israeli reservists refusing to fight in Gaza? I don't think so.
Eradication of Israel. Nothing changes just because Israel decides to say, we end the occupation, we end this, we end that, we do everything you want. It's not going to change the ideology of people that want to destroy them, is it? Or is it? Hamas and Hezbollah suddenly going to go, you know what? Thanks very much. We're now going to have peace. Makes no sense.
It's a good question. It's a good question.
They're living in La La Land.
Ending the occupation. I've always tried to answer in good faith. Ending the occupation will be the game changer. Giving people freedom will be a game changer. Every single person on earth that has ever been occupied has resisted the occupation. As you have seen, look, they first went after PLO. PLO got weakened. Then Hezbollah came. Suppose they destroy Hezbollah, which they won't. Suppose they'll destroy Hamas. It's been a year. They won't. It's the idea of a resistance. And I agree with you. They're acting in a way which is terroristic and also commits war crimes. The idea will persist as long as you keep occupying. The one thing Israel has never done is stop the occupation. And number two, throughout its entire history, especially after Oslo, you know what's it's increased? Illegal settlements in the West Bank. What's the excuse? Hamas doesn't run the West Bank. It is expanding the West Bank settlements. And for those who don't know, imagine like Swiss cheese, right? There's holes in the Swiss cheese. The holes are the settlements expanding. What's left is this barely, you've seen this, Piers, you know the map, this pathetic small piece of land that's left for the Palestinians. So no matter what happens, I'm sorry to say this, Palestinians are screwed. Yet still they say, fine, give us this pathetic moth-eaten ridden land because you have expanded the settlements. We'll still take it. Give us freedom. At the end of the day, every single group on earth wants freedom. And that's the one thing Israel refuses to do.
Okay, let me bring in, hang on, let me bring in Fleur here. Let me bring in Fleur. Right, so I want to ask you this, Fleur. You can respond, but I want to ask you this. Why should Palestinians not be afforded the exact same human rights as Israelis?
They want their land, or do they want to be part of Israel? That's my question to you.
No, I've asked you a question. Why should they not? Why should they not, in principle?
Do they want their own state? My question is,
answer the question. Why should they not be entitled to the same human rights that you have and that I have?
They should.
But they don't have them.
Well, one second. Let's talk about Oslo, because we're talking as if Israel hadn't tried 5 times already to create a state. That's how we're talking here. So what happened in Oslo? In Oslo, West Bank, Judea and Samaria. Okay, 1 second, in Judea and Samaria was split into area A, B, and C.
Judea and Samaria. Now she's doing the ultra Zionist phrasing here.
The majority of the Palestinian population live are in area A's and B. The areas that we're talking about, really about Swiss cheese and all these metaphors that you all like to use, is area C, where the least amount of Palestinians live. Now, if they really wanted autonomy, and Tony Blair,
I mean that's true, but it also it prevents the continuous Palestinian state is the issue. It's kind of hard to have a state where you need bypass roads and it's not continuous. That's the issue. The issue isn't necessarily even taking where a lot of land where a lot of Palestinians live. The issue is that it prevents a continuous state from forming.
Was here for about 10 years trying to create state institutions, and he failed. Why did he fail?
Contiguous? Is it continuous or I forgot how to pronounce it.
Murderous terrorist groups, or you have corruption. Why did Khania have $4 billion? Why does Mahmoud Abbas have private jets? Why are his sons billionaires? Why?
Contiguous.
Because all of the money that the West has given these entities, these government entities, to create a state, to start creating state institutions, to do better for their people, to create an economy, all of that has gone into the pocket. So what do we have? We have a Palestinian leadership which is either believes in the destruction of the state of Israel, or the ones who don't, they just steal. So what are you left with? I really want a Palestinian Mandela. I really want a Palestinian Gandhi. I want to live in peace. I don't want to rule in other people, and nobody in Israel does. But what do we get every time we try to give a territorial compromise? We get terror cells and murder. What happened after the 2000 Oslo deal? What happened? What happened was
really does not like this.
With thousands of people, Jews and Arabs, in the city of Jerusalem, in my city, dead on the street, terrorism in cafes and in buses. Why did that happen? If the terms weren't great, then why didn't Arafat continue negotiating? And I'll tell you this, and I'll repeat it again, because the problem of this conflict is not that a Palestinian state doesn't exist. It's that a Jewish state exists, and they've never, ever ideologically accepted it. And why do I know? Because they keep telling me. Because they have charters. Because that's their constitution. And that's the educational system. And that's the media. Enough with Google. Don't you read anything else?
All right, listen.
Google Arab League Peace Initiative.
Okay, listen.
Google Arab League. That's the Arab League offers a regional organization.
Hang on, everyone.
Oh my God.
If you want to talk about Palestinian Mandelas, if you want to talk about Palestinian Mandelas, they exist. For example, in March 2018, thousands of Palestinian Mandelas marched peacefully in Gaza in the Great March of Return, calling for their basic rights.
Yep, that's exactly what happened. There were Hamas did not try to co-opt that at all. There were definitely not Hamas operatives there that were trying to tear down the Gaza fence, and Waller was not openly stating that his goal was to breach the Gaza border wall.
What did Israel do? It gunned them down with snipers, maiming people,
they were
terrorizing
Hamas
them. That's the Palestinian Mandela. They're people of Gaza who've been besieged.
There were people launching incendiary balloons above the fence, lighting Israeli homes on fire.
Are you saying the Palestinian Mandela in Hamas? Have you ever been to Gaza? Honestly, you people are talking like
yes, I have been to Gaza. Yes, I have.
Okay, sure.
I have been to Gaza, actually. And I met people there. They've never been given the chance. Okay, can I talk now?
No, they've never been given the chance. 2005 never gave them that chance. Stop infantilizing the Palestinian leadership and the people.
I'm going to talk now. I'm going to speak now. You've had your time to speak your propaganda. I'll say it again. Israel has never accepted the fundamental premise that Palestinians have the right to self-determination. That's why it rejected multiple Arab League peace offers endorsed by Iran and Hamas, and members of Hamas, not all of them, but some of the leadership, including Ismail Haniyeh, calling for a Palestinian state in the West Bank and Gaza. That's a big compromise for Palestinians. That's just 22% of the land that you stole, which they're willing to accept. But Israel is so hell.
That's a big conflict. 22%. Does he mean all of the land of Israel?
Bent on occupying and stealing land. It won't even accept the Palestinians.
What's up, Poland? Welcome back. Who's predicted to win this election? It's really close right now. It's basically 50-50.
Surrender. You don't want a Palestinian Mandela. You want to keep subjugating Palestinians.
What are you talking about? You're living in your own planet where Islamic fundamentalism does not exist in your planet.
You're the
Okay, time out. I think. Hang on. We've reached a point when all four of you are trying to talk at the same time. That probably seems to me a good moment to bring this to an end. I have to say, honestly, I've done a lot of debates on this in the last year. This has been one of the best because I honestly believe that all of you are coming at this from your own perspectives. You're passionate, you're articulate about it, you care, and ultimately we all want the same thing, which is peace. But I appreciate you all coming together today and debating it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I mean, I guess it wasn't as insane as it could have been. I actually for Piers Morgan, maybe it was the best from Piers Morgan. Honestly, I don't know. Wait, what's this? Yeah. Okay, there's one more. How long is this? This is also 53 minutes. But it's. I need the YouTube React views so badly. I need them. Oh, what's up?
Hey, what's up?
Not much.
You gonna watch the Medi thing?
Yeah.
Did we talk about the talking point of like 82% of attacks were from Israel, bro, on Lebanon?
We haven't talked about it, but I'm pretty sure I saw something debunking
it.
That was
like the obvious thing about it.
Yeah,
right?
that was like like they count like a bunch of rockets from Hezbollah as being one attack.
Yeah. Okay, I sent you the obvious thing about it. Okay, so never mind. I don't need to talk to you about it. I just wanted to talk to you about it. But if you saw it, don't. Okay, because Mehdi repeated a bunch of times in the discussion. God, I tried to watch the Mehdi discussion with Piers, but Piers is like retarded, and Mehdi is sharp, even though he's like a liar. So it's just kind of infuriating. I skipped to the Trump portion where he destroyed him. But yeah, so I don't know. I think you want to see something actually funny? Did you watch the Yosef Mossab? What's his name? The versus Omar Badar on Piers.
I think that's the like former like Hamas militant, right? That guy.
Hamas, the son of Hamas, yeah, guy.
Yeah.
Did you watch him debate Omar Badar? Oh, bro, like it's like, do you know the meme of like two retards fighting?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I don't know why he gets such cringe people for these panels.
No. I mean, Omar Badar, like, he's at least a legitimate person to put on your panel, even though he's like a liar and is completely just like gross. But the Mossab guy, he's completely unhinged, unprofessional, gross. But he's quiet. At least he's quiet. He didn't interrupt. That's good. I think Omar like performed slightly worse in that conversation, even though somehow I probably agree with him more. I don't know how we ended up here. I just hate the other guy.
I know.
But yeah. Also based atheist, so. But yeah, God. But yeah, I don't know.
But I think you have perms. You can.
What do you think of Oslo? I just watched you watch the other thing. What do you think of Oslo?
Listen. I guess I need to. I guess if you are gonna fucking keep bombing all these civilians, I'm gonna have to continue reading. I don't know.
That's right. Yo, you want to be done with it already?
I don't know. I guess I'll probably have to.
Oh, someone joined, and it's not Isaac. Wait, guy who joined.
Hello.
Yeah, I want to ask you a question. Do you think Cars was a good movie?
Cars, the first Cars?
All of them.
Because I haven't seen Cars 2. I haven't seen any Cars
except
first,
second,
Cars.
Third, whichever one. Yeah.
I mean, if I'm just going off the first one, I mean, they're fire. Absolutely.
Can you ban them? Could you ban them now?
What? What are you fucking talking about?
Gross movie.
Dude, that scene where the groupie cars flash their headlights and it's supposed to be like an analogy to the dude. That shit was funny. I was slapping my knee as a kid when I saw that.
No, you are not. You're a liar. You're lying. Lie. No, look. Here's a challenge. Let's see if you can answer it. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you give me one moment in the Cars movie where it necessitates them being a car and not like some human driving a car instead? Like, because that's my contention. If you compare Cars to Toy Story, actual goated film, okay? In Toy Story, the narrative, the characters, the plot, it's all about them being toys and it's relevant. It's not like it could be done by any other thing than it, being the toy of a growing teenager, right? it's all around like
I guess I'm sure you could execute a movie with all the same plot points as Toy Story, but they're just not toys. They're just like people.
No, it would be so ad hoc and backwards. But with cars, it's like it makes no sense. It's like it's obviously look. I'm a Marxist. I analyze history through through like materialist analysis. Yeah, I think that's the best way to analyze both human behavior and history. And I just think if you look objectively speaking, dialectically speaking, the Cars was a movie created to sell more, merchandise compared to Toy Story, actually Marxist film.
How is Toy Story a Marxist film? How is
what do you
anything
mean?
Disney
What do you
does
mean? The toys are obviously analogous to the proletariat, and you have the business owner, right? Like the guy. I'm obviously.
Dude.
That's one of the most easy. That's like if you don't see the Marxist themes, like you probably are Sub-Zero IQ.
These Marxist guys will look at like a puddle with rain dropping into the puddle. They'll be like, if you don't understand the Marxist themes in this scene right here.
Okay. Do you think like puddles are completely separate from our political system or economic system?
Yes, they are wholly separate.
What? Well, puddles are created on the roads, on the highways.
If Israel had
highways are like you have.
What's
cars.
your favorite? What's your favorite? What's your favorite Marx work?
Probably Critique of the Gotham problem. Program. My bad.
Yeah.
Program. Yeah.
What about the Jewish question? I like that one. How about that one?
I don't like that one. I don't like that one.
That one's not awesome. Not based.
No, I mean, can you address my argument? I mean,
what was your argument again?
We're gonna address it.
Different puddles and different economic systems.
Dialect some material into some bitches. Ever heard that one before? That was.
How about you Hegelian dialectic your way into some pussy? Yeah, how about that?
No.
By the way, this is unrelated to this fucking debate that you guys are having. One of the guys on the panel that I watched, not the one with Omar, but the other one, kept like bringing up this like dumb point of like, oh, Israel invaded Lebanon in 2006, and a lot of civilians died. The relative risk ratio for the 2006 Lebanon war is 103. Yeah. Like, this is a very discriminate war. Like.
Yeah, it's not even the best example if you wanted to bring up wars in Lebanon. I mean, the wars in the 80s, I'm pretty sure were way worse with the people.
Well, he brought up the war in the 80s as well.
Did you know that Reagan? Did you have in your mind the fact that Reagan? Wait. Did you know? Do you have justified true belief about Reagan calling with his phone, calling Menachem Begin, who was the prime minister, by the way, calling him, and he said, you know what he said? Guess what he said? You know what he said? He said Begin. He said Reagan. You know who Reagan is, right?
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Where?
Right. Okay, great. He said he said to Begin, the prime minister. He called him on his phone. He said this is a Holocaust. He said it's a Holocaust. That means it was a Holocaust. Yeah.
If Reagan said it.
Based Reagan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Whoa. No, not Marxist over there.
Listen, man, you need to centrally plan some bitches into your life, okay?
No.
You need to redistribute some females into your apartment.
I don't agree with that. You see, I don't. I mean, look, what do you think of this image? Okay, non-fun. Do you do Time Guesser? Do you play Time Guesser?
I haven't, but I know what it is. I see Destiny play it, so.
Can you try to time guess this image? I sent it in the side chat.
This is 1973 or 1982 or.
Yeah, 1982.
1982 in.
Do you recognize the guy?
No way.
I think so. No.
What? Who is it? Wait. No, I don't recognize this guy. Is that Pormate? No.
Mr. Borelli.
No way.
God, no fucking way.
Is that Finkelstein? No.
Yeah. It's young Finkelstein. Look, he says the son of Holocaust survivors, right? You can.
Oh, yep. Oh man.
Yeah, dude. Proof it was a Holocaust. The 1982, not the Holocaust.
Do either of you have any things, by the way, about like the food trucks going into Gaza? I want to do more reading into that.
Avi has a ton of shit about that too.
I've seen Avi talking about it a little, and
he talked about it a lot. So.
He needs to make a fucking Substack, dude. He just has like a bunch
of.
No,
he said he said explicitly, "I'm not gonna." He said explicitly multiple times, "I'm not gonna." I don't have any idea why. He just tweets. I don't have zero idea why it's not a Substack.
Because like he has like so many like meme tweets, and like I have to like scroll through all of his tweets to try to find like legitimate like write-ups.
At least he uses like the same headers every time. So it's like update to food thing. You can just look up like aid or what. He uses like the same words all the time, so you can look up the specific words. But yeah, I agree. It's super annoying. But yeah, he has a lot of data.
He ignored my DM to come on stream, so I hate him now. So
yeah, that's cringe. But he archives like the Kogat data all the time. So yeah, he's like very methodical.
What do we think about what the potential weakening or dismantlement of Hezbollah might mean for the region? What do we think that's going to be like?
I mean, depends.
I don't know.
I mean, I think well, it depends on how the war is going to go. I don't have any reason to have an opinion. But it looks like the IDF has been making gains so far. I don't know what they will achieve. Maybe a buffer zone. I don't know what Israel is going for right now, but yeah, I mean, I would follow the money. I mean, what is the interest of capital in a more peaceful region?
This fucking guy.
What? I'm just applying a consistent analysis of history.
Listen, all right.
Well, you agree Lebanon and Israel are capitalists, right? We agree they're capitalists. So the rules of capitalism apply to them. Wait, just use your brain. Just use your brain. Just use your brain. Do we agree they're both capitalists, right?
Sure.
And the rules of capitalism are going to apply to them, right?
How many Nvidia shares do I have to own before I'm a kulak? How many Nvidia shares until I'm officially a kulak? And I have to be
Probably already are based on the way you speak, based on what you already said.
Damn it.
I don't like Stalin, though. I don't like Stalin.
Okay, sorry. Go back to the capitalism.
Yeah, I'm just saying the rules of capitalism are going to apply. It's kind of like physics, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the rules of capitalism are going to apply when
specific account on Twitter.
Economies are at work.
And the rules of capitalists don't apply when the Marxists are in charge.
Obviously, when you have dictatorship of the proletariat, you don't have the bourgeois. Obviously, the bourgeois are not going to be able to.
Dude, you're laughing. You literally just laughed when you said that. I heard.
I didn't laugh. I didn't laugh.
I heard a chuckle. This isn't true. I'm being.
I'm not trolling.
This is your.
How do I troll if I'm consistent? I'm consistently applying a Marxist framework. How? What did I say that was wrong?
You're consistent. I think you're consistently shitposting on me with your Marxist framework.
Look, I'll be consistent. I mean, Hamas. Look, the leaders. They're billionaires. They're part of the bourgeois. They benefited from the war. I mean,
they are part of the bourgeois. That's true. And
yeah,
Israel
and they benefited
as a socialist Zionist project. So
it was good, and then it was all gone to shit when we had the reforms. Yeah.
God, those damn reforms. Now we're a bunch of sellouts.
Yeah, that's true. Don't you know Israel was founded
as
a socialist society?
Look, it's kind of like when you're infected by disease and now you feel worse. We got infected by neoliberalism and now we're worse. I mean, it's just...
Yeah, we're worse. Has the trajectory of Israel been on a downtrend in the past?
With Netanyahu, serving capital. I mean, you could just see inequality growing. We had like mass protests we had mass protests for economic justice in 2010. Yeah, the situation.
2010, not far. That's still after.
Yeah, and then inequality is on the rise. I mean, poverty is on the rise. You see capital only benefiting. You see and just because it's a zero-sum game, you're going to see. No, I'm talking about the capitalist economy generally, but yeah, also Israel. I mean, you understand capital transcends borders, right? I can talk about the Israeli capital, but also it's going to apply to American and I don't know, Danish capital. Yeah.
I'm trying to think.
So I'm just saying capital has made gains. Are we agree on that?
Capital has made gains?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
When I say capital, I mean the class of, capitalists.
The elites.
Why is it funny? Why is it funny to be consistently analytical? So look, it's just you can reason into it yourself. You can see the rich are getting richer, and by the rules of zero-sum games, that means the poor are getting poorer. You can see the situation getting dire. You can see inequality on the right. Stop laughing at me.
Are markets a zero-sum game?
Yeah, if you give me $1, necessarily I don't have that dollar anymore. You get $1, I don't have. Yeah, it's just.
Yeah, but don't like most market transactions, assuming no coercion, aren't they mutually beneficial?
No coercion. Yeah, no coercion. Just assume no coercion.
Like, even some level of coercion, like there's clearly like a revealed preference.
Yeah, some level capitalist economies are built on coercion. They have no coercion, even like externality coercion, right? Like you exploit the third world, they're not even part of the equation.
Oh yeah, but unequally.
Why are you laughing? You love slavery. You love slavery. You cannot get enough of it.
Accurate. As long as it's the capital class doing it.
As long as it's highly regulated slavery, then.
No.
As long as they get like a lunch break and.
I don't want to be murdered even if it's like regulated. No, it's slavery is slavery. Wage slavery is slavery. Slavery is slavery, and it's bad. I think it's bad. I mean, you have no argument. You're just laughing at me, but.
Why hasn't centralized planning worked before then? If it's so based.
I'm not advocating for centralized planning.
That's part of the Marxist framework. How else are you going to elevate the proletariat?
Oh my God,
how else are you going to make a dictatorship of the
proletariat?
proletariat?
Can you not even imagine a system beyond capitalism? This is capitalism realism.
Okay, then tell me. How do you uplift the proletariat and create a dictatorship of the proletariat if you don't dismantle privatization of industries?
This is a prime example of capitalist realism.
Just tell me. Just answer the question.
In the era, I'm answering it. I'm more transcending. Like, shit.
All right, enough with the transcending.
No. It's kind of look. We're engaged in dialectic. It's obviously going to be a dialectical process.
Yes.
It's not like a court. I don't have to answer directly. My point is,
I get it.
This is what neoliberalism has done. No, neoliberalism is not just an economic ideology. It also impacts like the culture and psyche. This is what it does to you. It has such a grip. Capitalism has such a grip on your mind that you cannot even imagine.
This isn't answering my question. Well, then what's the system? What's the system?
The mere asking of the question. This is the dialectical point. The mere asking of the question proves my point. It shows how much entrenched neoliberalism is in our psyche.
If you tell me what the alternate system is right now, I will literally, I'll subscribe to it if it's convincing. I'll just immediately drop all of my capitalist goals.
Do you know who Pol Cockshot is?
Called what?
Pol Cockshot.
Oh, they said Pol Pot.
No, not Pol Pot. Yeah.
Pol Pot.
So Pol Cockshot, Towards a New Socialism. Yeah, read that book.
That's your answer, to just read a book?
Yeah.
Have you not read Theory? This guy.
Oh, you're educating myself. Oh no.
So you say it's not centralized planning, it's not privatized interest, it's not capitalism. Okay, so then you should have just led with that.
Maybe.
So then why hasn't it worked before?
Well, he's using computer science too.
Yeah, computers. Yeah, this is always the argument. The computers weren't good enough. Yeah, suck my ass.
Yeah,
sure.
What's wrong with that? Okay.
What, the Soviet Union wasn't around in the 80s and the early 90s? They didn't have computers? The processing power wasn't good enough. They needed bigger. What is the processing power threshold where suddenly it works?
Even what the Nirvana fallacy is? I mean, your system doesn't work. We know
it does work. It's literally working right now.
It's built on slavery. It's built on exploitation.
You're literally living in the best conditions of anyone in the world because it's working right now.
That's the labor aristocracy, right? But the people in the third world, which you enslave to get your fucking porn and chairs, are like suffering.
Yeah, thank God we stopped doing that. If we abolished the stick, every other culture that was in a similar position didn't abolish the stick. They just used it. We used it and then we abolished it, which is pretty dope, honestly.
It's not abolished. Do you think colonialism and slavery are abolished?
For the most part, yeah. The only other countries that still practice it are not.
Do you think
Qatar? Qatar still basically practices the slavery. The UAE, United Arab Emirates, is a slave state basically. But other than
probably paid a living wage.
Do you think the people who like are paid like a death wage, not even a living wage, it's like a doomed to die wage? Yeah, that's what I call it.
What is a doom to die wage? What do you consider a doom to die wage?
Like sweatshops?
Do we have in like China?
Yeah, and it's like built. So many of your imports are built in the global south. You
Oh,
can,
the global
I can send you papers proving that like the global south is exploited on a regular
I
basis.
guess we should
Yeah, it was
enforce
from,
our
what's his name?
regulations
The
on
unequal
China.
exchange from Jackson, whoever, who doesn't publish
What's wrong
in
with that?
economic
What's wrong
journals.
with that? What's wrong with that? Yeah,
He
just
doesn't,
name
he
the
doesn't even
author.
publish in economic journals. He publishes in fucking like
Yes, he
random science
does.
journals
Global
because
development.
his shit is dumb.
Why would I trust the? Look, you don't understand. Private journals are also run by capitalists, right? They're gonna publish
true.
what's in their
Yep.
interest.
Yeah.
Well, do you think
So
science
now-
is not political? Do you think science is not political? This is the
Before he
liberal
did
mentality.
die.
This is the liberal mentality. You think everything is like apolitical, it's separate. It's no, when you don't understand that incentives matter. The people work for their material interests. The proletariat class, they don't have access to run the journals, right? And so when a
This is
Marxist
the Marxist mindset where everything is so political that if it doesn't support my political ideology, it is ipso facto incorrect and funded by capitalists.
Yep. Yeah, stating the claim is a great way to disprove it. Here. I sent the article in the side chat. It's a paper. It's published. So.
Oh yeah, from Jason Hickel. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. And from
Unequal
Noah Smith.
exchange.
Therefore, you're wrong. I'm not making this argument. So.
I don't know. Where's the Econoboy video on?
Yeah.
You just cried about not peer review. Oh, you cried about like not publishing, not like citing things that are not published in economic journals, and you're gonna cite me a video by a capitalist.
So
yeah,
wait,
well,
what?
Econoboy is based, so
Saying Jason Nickel is double based, so he's right.
Remind me again. What's the amount of processing power that's required to make centralized planning work again?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just proving to you that capitalism doesn't work. It's built on expropriation of the global south. From the global south.
Do we think there's like any like mutually beneficial relationship that's at all possible for within markets between developed countries and non-developed countries?
It's possible, but also it's built on slavery and exploitation. I mean, it's just fact.
Well, how would it be any different than under like socialism? Like, what are we gonna do differently?
We don't have it. We abolish the capitalist class so they cannot exploit. Duh.
Well, how would they? I mean,
like, why would they abolish the sweatshop if it's just under different planning?
Because they have solidarity with workers.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
I mean, you don't enslave your brother, right? Assume if you have a brother, right?
I mean, it seems like they do that at a lot of places.
Well, then you don't have brother consciousness. But when we have class consciousness, you're not going to see workers exploiting workers. Just intuitive.
I don't know.
Think about it like this: how can it be the case that we both abolish the capitalist class and we have workers being exploited? If a worker is exploiting a worker, then he's not a worker in the first place; he's a capitalist. So we have not abolished capitalism. So it's by definition not going to be.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
If you commit exploitation,
You have no argument. You guys have zero argument. You just laugh, repeat the claim. You don't have any argument. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. You guys are like owned.
Yeah.
I mean, like, don't we think that, like, theoretically, like, we could have two countries be socialist, but they still like trade with each other? And
I'm talking about material conditions. I'm citing here. This is the liberal. Here's the liberal mentality. Theoretically this, theoretically that. I'm talking about the facts of the ground. I'm a materialist.
You're not talking about the facts on the ground. You're arguing for a fantasy world that has never existed. We have to defend the capitalism that we are currently living under that actually exists with all of its blemishes.
No, which one of us cited studies? Material analysis, bitch.
What was your studies again?
I sent it in the
I'm gonna cite the entire PDF for why nations fail in it.
Okay.
Side chat. There's no.
I mean, look. I mean, the New York Times endorsed that book, right? You agree they're bought and paid for by the bourgeois.
Oh, they're bought and paid for by the capitalist.
Here, again, repeat the claim. Repeat the claim. I address your argument substantively because I'm well versed in dialectics. You guys need to read some dialectics.
You still haven't told me how centralized planning is going to work. You haven't addressed any questions.
Again, I already.
You just said read this book.
I know. I said I proved to you that the mere asking of the question shows the failure of neoliberalism.
What? That doesn't mean that is a completely empty, facile statement.
No, it's not.
Okay. I mean, sure.
I'm showing you that the fact that you cannot even look, neoliberalism has entrenched.
I'm just asking what system is going to work. I just feel it's like a pretty, legit, like normal question.
I'm making a dialectical move by showing
Okay, I'm very impressed by your dialectical move. Now, instead of doing verbal jujitsu, can you just tell me like how this system's supposed to work?
That's funny.
Thank you.
Oh my god. Yeah, I already outlined Paul Cockshot.
That's just an author of a book.
Okay, what about Professor Dick Blast?
That guy listens to Hakeem but has the intellect of second thought.
There is no professor named Professor Dick Blast. I will
If
blow
there's
my
a
head off.
You guys know he's
why do
trolling,
Dick
right?
Blast?
Simple Text is the capitalist. Like,
Oh
he's
yeah,
just
actually,
trolling.
you're
He's just
right.
trolling
Wait a
W.
minute. Wait a minute.
Paul Cockshot. What?
Get
Two
this.
T's. It's two T's.
Yeah. Okay.
I got two T's with me. Okay, I'm not Kendrick. But snatching chains.
So, is there any kind of engagement economically that a capitalist country can have with any other country that isn't like inherently exploitative?
It can, and I know some good capitalists. Like I talk to them, and we can, but it still necessitates also slavery and exploitation. Like I'm sure slave owners had like.
Why do we have all these regulations that
under
make
slavery?
like labor?
Are you in favor of
labor,
slavery?
not
Are you in favor
slavery?
of slavery? Are you in favor of slavery?
That's just
No, I'm making a move. I'm making a move.
know.
I'm making a move. I'm making a move. Trust me.
I know you're making a move. Everything you're doing is making a move.
Yeah, great. Okay, now do you support slavery? Yes or no?
No, but it seems like a very
Do you
morally
think
loaded
every
question.
interaction between a slave owner and a slave has been about like do this slavery? No, some of them probably like drank together and had fun. So I don't think literally every interaction is like going to be exploitative, but it's built and necessitates exploitation, slavery.
But you're making an analogy of something that is inherently exploitative. You're saying like, oh, they're like drinking with the slave.
And capitalism is also inherently exploitative.
So it isn't. You're saying that there is no way that a capitalist world can influence things without being exploitative.
I agree there can be interactions specifically.
Just own that position.
I think capitalism is inherently exploitative, but I think there can be interactions in the micro that are not exploitative, but in the big picture, it necessitates. Yeah. Again, I just said there could be specific interactions that are not coercive, but the system as a whole, right, necessitates exploitation and slavery and genocide too.
And genocide.
Yeah. I mean,
the
Iraq,
Soviets didn't do any of that, right?
I'm not a pro-Soviet person. I already said.
So
which system invaded
just
Iraq
to
and
be
killed
clear,
millions
any
of people?
example that I bring up from history is basically always going to be invalid because you're not in favor of those Marxists or socialists.
And
but I'm
400
going to
years
have to
ago,
defend actual,
you know what you would have done?
historical
You know what you would have done?
capitalists.
Yeah. 400 years ago,
So
would
I
you
have to
support
defend
democracy?
the reality, and
Would
you have
be
to
in favor of
defend a
democracy
utopian
400 years ago?
fantasy.
Yeah. Okay.
feel like-
Wait. Here's all your arguments is ridiculous. 400 years ago, would you have supported democracy?
400 years ago, would I have
Yeah.
supported democracy?
Yeah.
I don't know where. Like, where am I living?
Let's say I don't know, in France.
Probably not.
Why
I
not?
probably wouldn't be very politically conscious for. I don't think
No,
most
let's
people
say
were
you
very
knew.
politically conscious.
Let's say you were politically conscious and you knew about like But let's say you had the idea of democracy, but you didn't have the empirical evidence for it because it's a theoretical system, right?
I'd probably be like, this is pretty dope. Sounds
Okay, but you have but you don't have any evidence to cite for it. You have no examples for it, right? The only difference is you would have liked political democracy, but not economic democracy. I like both. I like democracy in the system and in the workplace. What do you mean by true? You guys repeat the claim. You say true. You laugh, but you have zero rebuttals. This is
don't
where
you
Marxists
think like
win every
economic
time.
democracy is probably gonna like reduce allocative efficiency? Like that's where it'd start.
Okay, and political democracy may reduce political efficiency, but it's like virtuous in itself. Also, Cockshot proved it's not gonna efficient allocation.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it just seemed I mean, I said like allocative. Like if firms can't accept labor and capital independently, they're forced to accept them together. Some firms are going to be more like labor constrained, and some are going to be more.
You're assuming no exploitation there. Again, I already addressed it. Even if it's more efficient, but it's built on slavery and genocide, I'm not gonna like it. Do you agree your system killed like millions in Iraq, right?
Millions?
Yeah, that was because of the dialectical materialism. Yeah.
I don't think the statistic is millions, unless you just attribute like every single death that happened in Iraq, like even subsequent to the pullout, is like all U.S. deaths.
I mean, I would attribute even probably before, just because of like effects of capitalism on the global stage of climate change and whatnot.
Okay, so by that metric, why don't we expand the number to like hundreds of million, like everybody that's died in the world basically since America became the global
what if your
hegemon?
argument was even stronger? Yeah, okay, maybe we should.
I mean, it's not really what if your argument was stronger. It's what if your argument was even more absurd than it already is now.
Okay. You didn't demonstrate that it's absurd, right?
It is absurd. It's absurd.
Let me just say it.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. That's all you have to say. We got into it. We got into Iraq for a capitalist class for their oil, and we killed millions of brown people. You don't care.
We killed everybody in Iraq for oil.
No, I didn't say we killed everyone in Iraq. I said we got into Iraq because of oil, and now we killed millions. Yeah.
We didn't want to depose Saddam Hussein at all.
Watch Fahrenheit. Watch the movie. Okay.
Watch a movie. Fahrenheit.
Smoke screen. That's a smoke screen. You know what a smoke screen is?
What, like a literal, like the military smoke screen, or like an analogous of like
no,
it's a lie, like it's a facade.
It's subterfuge. It's a thing. They wiggle the keys in front of you and you buy it like a dog. It's not actually because of Saddam. Saddam was actually socialist, by the way. But they're like.
That's great. He's also pan-Arab. That didn't work out.
Okay, okay. That's not an argument. He was also had a beard. Okay.
It's just irrelevant. Who cares if he was a socialist?
I mean, no. So you're like, no. My point was like, you're saying, didn't they want to depose the socialist leader? I mean, okay, that's an argument in my favor.
So you think they wanted to depose Saddam Hussein because he was a socialist? They didn't have a problem with him before.
Okay.
They supported Saddam during the Iran-Iraq war.
I mean, just watch Fahrenheit 9/11. I don't have time for this.
Yeah, sure. You definitely have time for this. You're here literally right now. You have time for this. You're not doing anything else.
I don't think I have time for this.
Okay. I will read I guess I will. I will know how communism works once I read that book that you recommended me, and I will know that the Iraq War was all about oil and nothing else after I watch that movie that you recommended me.
Yeah. Dope. Yeah.
Okay, I gotta give. That was a nice troll session from you there, Sample.
I'm glad.
I gotta get back to the YouTube reaction farm.
No, that's right. That's
YouTube
right.
Reaction farm.
Yeah, finally,
I don't know how to feel about Mehdi Hassan. I don't know.
He's gross. He's gross.
He's a little gross, but he's not as gross as like everyone else. So like, I don't know how to feel about it.
I mean, he's more. Yeah, but I mean, he's like such a demagogue.
He tries to not be gross so hard. Like I see, like there's like so many wheels turning in his head.
I don't think so. It says in that clip like I'm almost a total pacifist. Like that's gross. I think.
I don't know. His interview with Benny Morris just like killed it for me. He was so bad faith.
He was so bad faith. It's total assassination. Total assassination. Total character assassination. Yeah. Buddy, I don't know if I don't know if I was totally trolling, by the way. I don't know.
Yeah, I know you were totally trolling.
Okay. I don't know if you could tell.
I asked you how your system worked, and you said, read this book. And everybody's name sounded like a sexual innuendo.
It's like someone asks me.
You were like, Doctor, bury my cock.
No. If it were to ask you, can you prove I'm talking right now? Look, it's not.
Yeah.
The mere asking of the question proves that you're wrong, right? That's what I was trying to say.
I don't get it. I still don't get it. I might just be too small brained.
If I say I am not speaking right now, right?
Yeah.
You can refute me by just pointing out to the mere existence of the statement. That's what I was doing to your question.
Yeah, but that's a particular scenario where the question is relating to whether or not I'm speaking.
Yeah, and you asked me about a potential system, right? And I showed you that neoliberalism is so entrenched in your mind, and it shows the failure and authoritarianism of neoliberalism, that it's so entrenched in your mind that you cannot even conceive of an alternative, right? If you had to design a system that is cancerous and a virus, you would want to make it such that it disables the people it oppresses to even conceive of an alternative. Right? I would want if I had slaves,
like
I would want them to not even think of freedom. If I was a political
philosopher and I was super interested in that, I could maybe think of it.
If someone asked you during slavery, like, how would it work without slavery? You would, even if you couldn't think of an answer, it doesn't mean slavery is not wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, so your mere existence of your question is nonsensical. That's what I'm saying. Watch Fahrenheit 9/11. I don't have time for this.
Stop saying I watched Fahrenheit 9/11. I don't have time for this.
I'm a good Marxist debater. I
mean, I guess, yeah.
I think I'm a better Marxist debater than 99% of Marxists.
Than 98% of Marxists, yeah.
It's true, but the arguments are just so doesn't make.
I know, because Marxism is retarded. It's like legit brain damage. By the way, you guys should look into Zach Cope, okay?
Zach Cope. Why is it that is he crazy? Is he crazy? Is he insane?
No, so he used to be a crazy, insane Marxist, okay? He published like books about unequal exchange and whatnot. He's pretty well cited, well read in these circles. But then after like a bunch of stuff, October 7th being part of it, he just retracted all of them and said like, "Oh, Marxism is bullshit," and I was really bad faith when I wrote them. But now he's like an insane like kind of libertarian-esque. So I don't know even.
No, not the fucking Marxist and libertarian pipeline.
I know, but look up Zach here. Let me find it. Zach
Cope's gone crazy. Disavows his work on the unequal exchange for neoliberalism.
Yeah, the thing. Read the thing. It's funny as fuck. Read what he wrote, not what people are saying about it, because Marxists are obviously coping about it, and somewhat justified because he is like going on some crazy stuff, but yeah, no, and he's like he also cites October 7th as part of it, and he says like I hereby retract my previous work.
Yeah,
it's a fun read. It's fun.
My previous works are based on Marxist views that are outright false or misleadingly one-sided. I hereby retract them, having committed to the toxic Marxist perspective for more than half my life. It ultimately proved impossible for me not to perceive the consistent and century-old patterns of far-left apologetics for every conceivable atrocity committed by avowed enemies of the West, including war crimes and genocide. These typically starting with denial, moving to excuse, and ending in justification. This was starkly highlighted in the leftist response to the bestial violence unleashed by Hamas terrorists in Israel on October 7th.
Bro, it's so funny. You should read it when you get the chance. It's so funny. I think it's so funny. But yeah, he does go off the rails in other parts. But I mean, I think he's more correct now than he used to be. But it's funny. I knew about him before. It was cool. Okay. But now Marxists are imploding. Like you can see Hakeem coping about it on Twitter. You can see other people like losing their shit.
This is the fucking Swedish Cato Institute guy, Jonan Nornberg. This fucking dude. This is like a literal Cato Institute fucking. It's a senior fellow at the Cato Institute. Johan Norberg.
Is that the guy he was published under?
What do you mean? He said 7. I'm indebted to him for his insight and his fucking and his retraction thing.
Yeah. Based.
He's mind rotten by the Cato Institute. Can't believe they got them too. Goddamn.
Yeah, so this is fun. I'd check it out when you have time. It's just funny to see what he says and then read the Marxist Cope. Huh. Pun intended. But yeah, it's funny. But yeah, I totally destroyed you guys in that debate. By the way, I objectively won. But
you objectively suck a fart out of my ass. That's what happened.
Great, let's go.
Bro.
But yeah, well. Non-fun has got to react to some brain rot. So
let's watch Mehdi Hassan. Also, Chatter said Mehdi Hassan peddled IDF training dogs raping Palestinians. I did not know that. That is fucking crazy.
Yeah, it's true.
All right, never mind. Mehdi Hassan, super bad faith.
I haven't seen that much from him, but I
don't know. My threshold now for like, it's just like, oh, they're not openly just saying like Jews are land grabbing genocidal freaks. Like, okay, this person's not bad faith. Like
I mean
my threshold is so low now. Like I if you do anything that's like not crazy, I'm like, okay, this guy's normal.
Yeah, but I don't like Mehdi at all. I think he's gross. I think he's evil.
Yeah, I don't know. Anybody who makes frequent appearances on Al Jazeera, I'm probably not going to be like.
Yeah, especially after the hostage
things.
Especially after the hostage thing.
Yeah.
The what hostage thing? What? What about it?
An Al Jazeera correspondent or our
Yeah.
journalist was found with like hostages in his apartment.
Oh, awesome.
I mean, I know released hostages indirectly, not like directly, but you can see like they speak like so. Okay, my mother, she works with another person who was a hostage. They were released in the November deal, and she like says like we were in the house of a doctor, and like the family knew it's like a high family, and like it's like crazy stuff. It's like a lot of and one of them was a Al Jazeera correspondent, and also in the Palestine Chronicle. So, but yeah. Funny.
Yeah, well, don't you know Israel's killed 146 Palestinian journalists. They're clearly targeting.
I mean, Israel has killed so far 144,000 in the Gaza Strip, I think, something like that.
Yeah, didn't you know that the Lancet estimated?
from the Lancet?
Yeah, almost. Yeah, exactly.
The Lancet. Yeah, I mean, do you distrust the Lancet? Are they not like a very famous journal?
It's not even a peer-reviewed thing. Isn't it just a I don't want to call it a blog post, but I think it's just a.
Listen, not fun. Just because they don't support the white supremacist imperial hegemony doesn't mean that it's not legit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're just not. They just don't have peer reviews because they're not funded by capitalists like every other.
Oh yeah. They can't afford them.
Yeah. Again, no argument. Repeating the claim, no argument.
Exactly. He just laughs it off and continues.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Look, bottom line, the capitalists are selling us the rope we're going to hang them with.
I mean, if it's at a good deal, if it's at a good price, I'll buy it. Is it on sale? Is the rope that I'm going to buy to hang myself on sale?
Yeah.
I'll buy it.
Dude worth.
Yeah.
That's right. But yeah, well, non-fun. Good luck reacting to low IQ stuff.
I just need 150 subscribers and 1,000 more hours of watch time, and then I'll finally be eligible for ad revenue on YouTube. And then I'll be raking it in.
Go raking in the dough.
Raking it 30 cents a day, maybe.
I'll watch your stuff. I'll disable ad block for you, non-fun.
Wow.
I
So
always have my ad blocker off.
I watch the stream. I will not donate. I will not donate ever, but I'll disable ad block.
How nice.
Thank you.
Really
Makes me feel
those
superior.
fractions of a cent. You know, I probably don't even your view from Israel is probably worth even less than a view from America. But
Oh, maybe. But I always get like I'm gonna fly to Florida in a few weeks, like less than 2 weeks actually.
What are
And
you
every
going
time
to
I land in
Florida
the
for?
U.S. Huh? For a bunch of none, but either way, but either way,
Fucking lame ass
I
state.
know, I'm lame. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I like how the ads change all the time when I land in America. Yeah, I don't know. Who are you gonna vote for, Nafa?
Tough one.
Yeah, it's real toughy.
Yeah, because Trump is, I don't like him, but I really love his Israel policy. Just
his policies.
Unironically, I listen. I'm not gonna vote for Trump, and there's nothing that can really change my mind
He's
at this
worse on
point
Israel.
about it.
He's worse on Israel.
He's worse on it. He really is. Wait, Trump?
Yeah.
He's worse on Israel in terms of his direct policy, but he's better on Iran. That's the thing.
Oh, that could be true. That could be true. Yeah.
I really I don't know, the constant and it's not even just Kamala Harris. I don't even blame her for it. It's kind of been the Democrat policy for like a while. I mean, Obama did it. Even kind of Clinton did it to a certain extent, but it's really started under Obama. The whole appeasing Iran thing and always trying to make deals with Iran. I don't know. It's just it's so dumb. But we do it. So I don't know. I hope that the Harris administration, knock on wood, that she gets elected. I hope they don't do some crazy fucking.
I doubt it.
I doubt it too, but I don't know. We're very bad at recognizing our adversaries here in America.
Either way,
the whole
both
West is
parties are
very
the same.
obsessed with what's that?
Both parties are kind of the same either way, right?
They are kind of the same.
Oh yeah. They both play in the capital interest. So
Exactly.
Yeah. They
So
both play
that's
into
interesting. You guys know all the facts, but you like you guys know the facts, but you like don't address them. Like, do you just know you're lying, or like
no,
it's
the
like
capital
crazy.
interests are based.
Yeah.
Incorrect.
What if maybe?
You're a traitor. You're a class traitor. Okay.
Proletarian interest.
What if they're not very compelling facts?
Oh.
Boom.
Oh. Wow. Get fucked. Wow.
Well,
Marxism defeated.
True. Obliterated.
No one will ever fall for it again now.
Now, fun. You should watch the John Doyle Destiny debate.
I will. Of course I will. For the React content.
They had
YouTube
one.
views.
They had one today.
Yeah, I saw.
You should watch it.
That
You
was
should
the
watch
most
it
recent
before
one,
the
right?
presidential debate. The vice presidential. That is.
Well, I'm probably gonna watch it. I don't know if I'll get to it tonight. I'll either watch it tonight or tomorrow on stream before the presidential, vice presidential.
There's not going to be a second presidential debate, right?
So we keep stalling on
probably
this
not.
Mehdi Hassan interview. Where he's-
What?
It's like we keep stalling on this Mehdi Hassan video. We
Well,
keep being
I
like, "Yeah, we're gonna
gotta-
watch it now. and
Oh,
we're gonna
wait,
watch it
buddy,
now."
you're going to ask something, right? I just trolled you with the cars. Well, the cars thing I actually believe, but the Marxist thing I was trolling. But yeah.
Cars is a good movie. Why does it always have to be realistic? Why do they have to be real drivers in the cars? Why
No, I'm
can't it
saying
be
to
this
be
whimsical?
good, if you want a
Oh
good
my
premise,
God.
you
Oh
need
my
the
God.
movie
No,
to
we're
be
not
around
doing-
that
I
premise.
need to do the YouTube reaction.
Well, just before
farm
you go,
stuff.
just before you, you can watch it on 1.75, okay? Yeah, whatever. I mean, I'm just saying, if I
have
made a
so much
movie
stuff to get
where
through.
the premise is that underwear can talk, okay?
Uh-huh.
And then none of the plot is crucial to the fact that underwear can talk.
Yeah,
What's
but
even the
underwear
fucking
is not a
point?
cool, personable thing that people, create emotional attachments to. Cars are.
Do you think the Emoji Movie was based?
The Emoji Movie?
Yeah, the emoji
Yeah.
movie's awesome.
Because none of the
Oh.
fucking movie was really around the fact that they're like emojis, even though they had like the firewall and like they watched fucking what is it like pen pineapple apple pen or some retarded shit. It's
I don't know.
the
I think
fact
just
that
the
none of the
premise that
movie
they
is
were
like
emojis
really.
probably turned off like everybody. I don't even think it had anything to do with the movie itself.
I
didn't even-
view cars as an emoji movie that people like. That's what I view them. I view it as.
It basically
and-
is, yeah. That's not a
And
bad
it's a bad
comparison.
thing. That's a bad thing. Both
That's
of them
not a bad
suck.
thing. It's based.
No.
Listen, people don't like the Emoji Movie just because it's emojis, and people socially find it cringe to like emojis, so they didn't like the Emoji Movie. I'm sure the movie was probably fine.
No, it was crap. It was garbage.
Shut up.
You should watch 12 Angry Men. Okay.
12 Angry Men is good, yeah. That's a good one.
It's a great movie. Well, so long.
All
Gotta
right. Should
watch the
I
movie.
fuck off too for this reaction or no?
Yeah, I got it. That's what I
was
do.
a,
for
that
the
was
YouTube
a 12
reactions.
Angry Men
Alright,
reference, by the way.
alright,
That was
alright.
a 12 Angry. That was a 12 Angry Men reference, by the way. It's so long. That's the last thing they say in the movie.
Oh,
But okay.
I don't remember that because I'm uncultured swine.
Davis meets the old guy outside the jury, outside the court, and it's like
The only
so
part
long.
of that movie that I remember is the super racist rant that the last juror goes on.
Yeah.
And that's because I agree with him. No.
Let's go. Now I remember my favorite part is like it's not possible. Like when he says possible, it's he says it in an interesting way.
Possible. Oh, I also like the knife fight scene where he's like, "How would you
yeah.
stab it? This is how you hold." I grew up in a rough neighborhood, and this is how they hold the knife when they stab it.
Yeah. No, my favorite part of the movie is when the what do you call him? The bad guy, he realizes he's wrong. Not the bad guy, but juror number 3.
Yeah. My favorite part of the movie is when we never let Nanfan watch his video, and we just continuously start new topics of conversation.
Yeah. Well. Goodbye.
Bye.
All right. If I'm doing bad Hasbro,
What a
just
loser!
link
What a
stuff in chat.
loser! What a loser! Well,
True.
either way, bye bye. So long. Bye
Bye
bye.
bye. All right, goddamn. Okay, now I gotta prepare for the YouTube intro. 1.75.
Do you see
He's the loser.
happening in Lebanon? Profound impact like Hezbollah had.
Okay. I dispute everything Israel says. Piers Morgan versus Mehdi Hassan. Coming right after Israel's intelligence on Hezbollah proved so accurate that they were able to literally kill like all of their senior leadership, including Nasrallah himself.
Well,
but,
two seismic issues
that's
are
fine.
dominating the global news agenda. What happens next in each of them will have a profound impact on the state of the world. First, of course, is the forthcoming US presidential election. The second is the crisis now engulfing the Middle East. Our next guest has strident views on both these big stories. He's not shy about airing them. Joining me in the studio is editor and CEO of Zeteo News, Mehdi Hassan. Mehdi, how are you? Good to see you. We've never met in person until now.
No, Twitter makes you think we have.
It was great to see you.
Thank you for having me.
Great to meet you. Always enjoy our debates, which they are. Let's start with what's happening in Lebanon, because we may find some areas of agreement here, I suspect. But first of all, Hezbollah. Do you see a distinction between Hezbollah and, say, Hamas?
In what sense?
In what they are, what they represent, how they have acted.
I mean, they're very different groups. They operate in different places, in different contexts. I guess what they have in common is that they both came out of Israel's occupation of their land. Right? Hamas comes out of the occupation of the West Bank and Gaza, and many people are not aware of the fact that Israel occupied Lebanon, southern Lebanon, for 18 years, from 1982 to 2000, when they withdrew. Although the Lebanese argue that there's still an occupation of a piece of Lebanese land called the Sheba Farms. So in that sense, they're similar. They're obviously different in some of their tactics. They're different.
The Sheba Farms.
Different religions. Well, they're different sects. I apologize.
Oh, is this because of the Golan Heights? How big is this land even that they say is being occupied?
Not different. They're both Muslim, but one is Shia, one is Sunni. They're both backed by Iran. Look, there's similarities, differences. I think what's really interesting this time around is we've seen for a year Israel killing thousands of civilians in Gaza and saying, well, Hamas is to blame because of human shields, because of tunnels. That argument just does not work in Lebanon. They've killed 550 people, Piers, on Monday. An insane amount of people in a single day, one of the highest single-day death tolls in modern warfare. Almost all of them civilians, according to Lebanese Health Ministry, which is not Hezbollah, by the way. You know, they always say Hamas.
I mean, number one, Hezbollah also, to varying degrees, uses human shield. I hate that. I hate the using the like emotionally charged uses human shields, but I would say like fails in passive precautions. And the IDF literally like released a footage of one of those missiles being stored literally inside a residential home. I'm pretty sure Hamas's own use is 14 square miles. I'm pretty sure Hamas's own Hamas's own strategy was inspired by Hezbollah's in part. Like, yeah. And also like 550, like, I don't know if he's trying to imply that this is disproportionate or not, but like 550 civilians to, you know, most of Hezbollah's leadership and a lot of Hezbollah's military equipment as well doesn't seem especially disproportionate.
Controlled health ministry in Gaza. So I think what we've seen is so phenomenally bad on Israel's end and so little defense. You know, October 7th was used, as you and I have discussed before, as the excuse for killing tens of thousands of Palestinians.
Well, I would categorize it differently. I don't think...
Well, Hezbollah started attacking Israel literally right after October 7th.
As an excuse to go and kill tens of thousands of Palestinians, they responded to one of the most egregious terror attacks in modern times.
But when does the response end? We're nearly a year in.
That's the question. That is the question.
Well, that's when it becomes an excuse. When you carry on...
Is it an excuse, or is it that they are wedded to the elimination of Hamas? Because Hamas has persistently said, we want to keep doing the same thing over and over again. And there's a correlation with Hezbollah, whose charter is very explicit. They stand for the eradication of Israel. I mean, that's what they're about.
That doesn't justify killing 500 people in a single day.
I didn't say it did, but
that's what bothers me. That's what happened this week. Hezbollah's charter is irrelevant. That's why they killed 500 people on Monday, Piers.
I don't think it's irrelevant that you have a terror group on your doorstep who are wedded to your extinction. Why is that irrelevant?
I think the language you use is loaded, Piers. You say on your doorstep. Do you know they did a poll of Americans a while back who thought the Palestinians were occupying Israel? When we talk about this stuff, we make it sound like Israel is the one being occupied, besieged. Israel's the one that's occupying the West Bank and Gaza, the longest military occupation in the world, going back to 1967. Israel is the country that occupied southern Lebanon. I mean, everything in the world did not begin on October the 7th. 1978, Israel invaded southern Lebanon. 1982, Israel invaded southern Lebanon. Sabra and Shatila massacre. 2006, Second Lebanon War, murder 100 people.
But you always make it sound like they're just doing this for the sake of it. They're not.
What are they doing?
Well, they've been provoked by Hezbollah.
Hezbollah didn't exist in 1978.
Okay, I'm talking about the specifics of going on now. The provocation since October the 7th.
I mean, well, the PLO was attacking them in 1982, right? From Lebanon.
Hezbollah's first response, October the 7th, was to unleash rockets on Israel on October the 8th. That is what happened.
Where did they fire the first rocket?
They fired rockets on the 8th.
Where?
Well, you tell me.
No, you just said they fired at Israel. Where?
Well, they fired in the direction of Israel.
Where did they hit? They fired
the Golan Heights.
They fired the Sheba Farms, which, as I said earlier, is an area of Syria.
Sheba
Well, the
Farms.
Lebanese claim it's Lebanon. Syria claims it's Lebanon. Israel says no, and it's occupying the Sheba
But
Farms.
also, like, who cares about the first rockets? They're firing rockets into like the most of northern Israel now. 80,000 people in Israel have been evacuated from their homes in northern Israel, right?
They fired Israeli military installations in the Sheba Farms. Have they got fired?
Retaliation should not be allowed as this guy's argument. I mean, I don't know a ton about Mehdi Hassan, but I think his argument is basically that Israel is ultimately the one like provoking it and wants it to happen because they want to take more land, and they're the evil occupier, and Hezbollah is just a resistance group to the evil occupiers.
So they were firing at an area that Israel says is theirs.
No, Israel doesn't say that. Israel says it's Syria. Because remember, Israel is occupying Syria and the West Bank and Gaza, and Lebanon would argue parts of Lebanon. This is the problem, right? The core of the problem is Israel's territorial expansion. Attacks. Not a mess. It's Israel occupying.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, what he's saying. The core of the issue is Israel's
multiple
territorial
Arab lands,
expansion.
which leads to quote-unquote resistance or quote-unquote terrorism, whichever word, I don't care what word you want to
Yep,
use right
there you
now.
go.
But that is the
Wow.
core. Right? You had John Mearsheimer on the show this week, made the same point. Deal with the occupation.
Well, if John Mearsheimer made it,
Then you deal with the violence. And look, has Hezbollah fired into Israel at the same time? Yes, I don't agree with that. But the reality is 82% of the exchange of fire between Lebanon and Israel since October the 7th has been done by Israel. Okay. 82%. But
okay, he repeats this number, which apparently is not true. Meta repeats a claim that 82% of the exchange fire between Lebanon and Israel since October 7th has been done by Israel. In reality, the majority of fire exchange since October 7th has come from Hezbollah. So how did Meta get this wrong? Meta is relying on ACLED data methodology, which often arranges group large barrages of fire into a single attack event. A barrage of 10 plus rockets is often considered only considered one attack, and at least some causes a barrage of 100 plus rockets from Hezbollah was only considered one attack. In practice, methodology greatly deflates munitions counted from Hezbollah compared to Israel, as Israel relies on heavy airstrikes, in which each airstrike is often, if not always, counted as a single attack, instead of hundreds of smaller munitions like rockets, which get lumped as just one attack. According to the ACLED data, 8,313 attacks were carried out by Israel, and 1,901 attacks were against Israel from the Lebanon region. But how many projectiles it has involved? Chief viewers. From various databases, sources, and calculations in the comments in my post, my most conservative estimate is 8,704, at least 7,669 rockets, and at least 498 UAVs, and at least 448 anti-tank missiles, 43 undisclosed, and 6 anti-air missile attacks. This estimate took extra steps to rule out the potential munitions overlap between datasets to prevent any double counting, in which the estimates otherwise would have been 9,134. Note that it doesn't even count the number of rockets in the first 20 days of September, which likely numbers somewhere between 1,000. At this point, realistically, the number of the total projections fired in the Lebanon region at Israel from October 7th to September 20th is somewhere around 10,000. One might object by saying that each type of munition does not carry equal firepower. After all, one airstrike can do more damage than 10 rockets. This is true, but that's a different point entirely. No one denies Israel's attacks carrying more punch than Hezbollah's. What is being contested here is who is responsible for what percentage of the exchange of fire. Presumably, this is being invoked as a proxy claim. Hezbollah is somehow not escalating, and it's exercising restraint compared to Israel, in which Mehdi's claim is simply false. If all munitions are counted, not only is it not 82%, it's almost certainly below 50%.
But here's let me finish my point, which is that since October the 8th, 19,000 missiles, rockets have come from Hezbollah to Israel, right?
But way more from Israel into Lebanon.
Well, 82%. Of course they responded. What else are they supposed to do?
82%.
How is it just going to keep repeating this over and over again?
To equal sides.
So they can't defend themselves.
But the vast majority of attacks are on Lebanon.
Okay, but would you condemn the firing of rockets by Hezbollah or not?
Of course, I condemn all attacks on civilian targets.
Well,
we discussed something.
I
don't come on shows to defend militant groups or foreign governments.
Okay,
I come on shows to say, let's end the violence. Let's sort out what the solution is. Let's look at the root cause of the violence. It is undeniable that the root cause of the violence is Israel's occupation.
Brave position. I want to end the violence.
The genocide in Gaza. What did the leader of Hezbollah say? So we won't fire any rockets if you end the killing in Gaza. What did the president of Iran say? We won't retaliate for what you did to Ismail Haniyeh on Iranian soil if you end the killing in Gaza. What did the Houthis say? We'll stop blocking ships if you end the killing in Gaza. Where do all roads lead back to?
Why would you believe?
Obviously, I understand his view is that there's if not a genocide, like ethnic cleansing or whatever, in fucking Gaza happening right now. But I don't think he would ever accept the same thing on the Palestinian side. If it was like, oh, if Palestinians just stop fighting, then Israel, will say they want peace. Obviously, I'm pretty sure he thinks that Israel wouldn't want peace even if Palestinians were completely peaceful. But he would never accept this on the other side.
Believe any of those.
I don't believe any of them. I'm Ronald Reagan.
You're citing them as if there's some gospel statements from people who've unimpeachable.
I'll tell you what, if you let me finish, I'm Ronald Reagan.
A bunch of terrorists said we won't do X, Y, Z if you do this.
I'm Ronald Reagan. I say verify. Call their bluff. If they're lying, call their bluff. Stop the Gaza fighting and then see what happens.
Yeah, but Israel has called Hamas's bluff.
When?
There was a ceasefire in place before October the 7th.
That's not true.
Well, it is true.
That's not true.
Well, it is true.
It's fundamentally false. They were attacking Palestinians the week before October the 7th.
There was
in September.
Oh my God.
You can Google it on that tablet. What's your definition of a ceasefire?
Well,
Israel gets to attack people and not the other way around. In September, hold on. In September, you just made a chart. It's not true. There's a tablet there. You can Google it. Guardian headline, right there. You can go see.
Wasn't there? I thought there was a new ceasefire. After that one though, I don't know what ceasefire is right. Wasn't there? I thought there was a new ceasefire literally on October 6th. I thought there was no ceasefire on October 6th. There was a ceasefire. Why is there a ceasefire in place? What is this? Owen Jones. Who the fuck is this? He's why it's monstrously false.
See the news report.
I don't Google during interviews.
Well, afterwards, everyone can. There's a Guardian headline. September. 2023, a month before October the 7th. The headline is Palestinians shot in the ankles by Israel in Gaza, attacked. There were airstrikes in Gaza. And by the way, Gaza is not isolated. Gaza and the West Bank under international law are one entity. There were several hundred Palestinians killed in the West Bank before October.
But my point to you, mate, is
so there was no ceasefire. You can't say it's just not true.
They would say there was a ceasefire.
And it's not true.
You would say otherwise.
And the facts say otherwise.
But what I notice with you is you always downplay anything which might be.
Killed 3 Palestinians in the West Bank. This is not in Gaza, but.
Be deemed by Israel to be provocation.
No.
You always
did I downplay October 7th? I don't think I have. I'm going to say anywhere else. It's a horrible crime.
But what you do, in your debating style, and it's an impressive debating style, but you always pivot back to, yeah, but the real problem is Israel. Yeah, but the real problem is
Hold on.
True.
Condemn this group, that group. On Monday, 500. Hold on. Let me finish my point. Then you come back in. 500 people were killed on Monday. 100 women, 50 children. I assume you condemn that and don't support the killing of civilians in Lebanon, right? 500 people died. That's the equivalent of 30,000 Americans or 6,000 Brits in a day.
Sure.
And yet we started this interview with Hezbollah charter. So if you're going to talk about styles, you're focusing on the wrong thing.
Okay.
I'm going to focus on 500 people dead.
Wait, is any of this even about Gaza? It's all West Bank shit, is it not? In the West Bank. In Gaza, in the West Bank, there was no ceasefire. Like I said, the fact. Israel-Gaza separation. 972 linked to scenes. Oh, not well. 972. That's the magazine.
Okay, let me go back to the week before, where 3,000 Hezbollah terrorists were targeted specifically.
How do you know that?
What do you mean? How do I know that?
You just said 3,000 Hezbollah terrorists.
How many was it?
I don't know. I'm asking you. Made the claim.
That is what's been reported. Do you dispute that?
Yeah, I dispute everything Israel.
You don't know the real number. You don't know the real number.
I didn't give a number. You did.
Oh, what?
I don't even think that's I don't know if that number comes from Israel. That's a number I've seen in like almost every media outlet that's reported on it. I don't know if that's coming direcally from Israel. I don't think it is.
From the other side.
I didn't give a number. You said 3,000 terrorists. I'm wondering why.
That's what's been reported.
No, it's not reported. It's what's said by Israel. Or what's said by people speaking on behalf of Israel. Was a little girl?
Hang on. Israel hasn't even said it, did it?
They have in private. It's been reported widely. No, to the American government.
Let's say they said it publicly. They have.
But
obviously, I believe they did it, right? But
I believe they did it.
You're saying they said it
you just gave a 3,000 number. I'm wondering. I just saw a little girl's funeral last week. Was she Hezbollah terrorist in your view?
No.
So why did you say 3,000 terrorists? As a kid killed.
I was about to say that in the process of targeting very specifically in an extraordinary.
Yeah, I mean, like he literally used the word targeting. Clearly, there could be the word targeting doesn't preclude that there's incidental damage from targeting terrorists. Clearly, this attack was targeted at terrorists. It doesn't preclude the possibility that there's collateral damage and incidental loss of civilian life from that targeting. Targeting means making something the object of attack. I think clearly the militants here were the object of the attack. And there certainly was incidental damage from the attack.
Really,
we're gonna pause around the UFC because a losing fighter gets tired.
That's what we're going to come to. So they target 3,000 Hezbollah terrorists with their pages, walkie-talkies, and so on. In the process, comparative to that number, a small number of civilians get killed, which is obviously deplorable. My point to you is, if someone's been chucking rockets over for a year at you and your people, you've had to display 60,000 people from the north of your country because of this relentless bombardment. And you eventually respond in such a precise, targeted fashion, right? And in the process, some civilians are killed, which is never acceptable, can never be condoned, never be supported. But if it is right, as has been widely reported by all mainstream media, that 3,000 terrorists...
people associated with Hezbollah. Well, everybody in Hezbollah is terrorist.
Okay.
Like a driver, a nurse.
3,000 members of Hezbollah were targeted, right? Yeah. Would you say that is... Some people have claimed is unlawful.
Yep.
You said...
I'm still fairly certain that it was really only given to Hezbollah's military wing. I haven't seen any evidence to the contrary of that yet.
It's a terror attack. You think it was illegal? Yep. But I would say that's not. I mean, I would say that if you look at that in totality, they are responding to rocket attacks all year, and they are being extremely precise. Unlike what they've been doing in Gaza, where I do not accept that Israel's been doing this precision targeting they keep talking about, and I've held them to account for that. I do think in this particular occasion, they were extremely precise, and it was a brilliant piece of warfare, right? If you want to call it that. Notwithstanding, I don't like any war, nor do you. But my point is, surely that is justified. I mean, in some parts of this, you have to say Israel's entitled to defend itself.
So actually, Lebanon is the one that needs to defend itself. As we say, 500 people killed on a day. Look,
you are right. Oh my God! Oh my God! What? Does he think all these people were targeted? All those 550 civilians were the object of attack, that they were targeted? The civilians were the object of attack? None of them, the majority of them were not just collateral damage from the targeting of Hezbollah infrastructure? Oh my God. Lebanon definitely should start defending themselves.
You have held them to account on their nonsense about casualty numbers. But let me just say 3 very brief things on that. Number one, you said just a moment ago, when they eventually respond, use that phrase eventually. That's just factually inaccurate. We already discussed. 82% of the attacks. They've been bombing Lebanon for a year.
Oh my God, 82%.
But this is a significant escalation.
Yes, but 5 days after October the 7th, or 6 days after, they killed a Reuters video journalist in southern Lebanon, a man called Issam Abdullah, killed, according to Reporters Without Borders, targeted by Israel. According to the UN, a war crime, right? So they have been killing people in Lebanon who have nothing to do with Hezbollah for a year now.
I don't know, like, that specific person, but there's a lot of cases where there was one case of journalists being killed, and it's like, oh well, why were they quote unquote targeted by Israel? Oh, they were flying a drone. They were flying a drone in Gaza, an active war zone, and Israel, saw that their intelligence saw that they were flying a drone. They didn't know that they were journalists, and they have technology to track down where the signal for the drone is coming from, and they bomb that car because you're flying a drone in an active war zone. Of course, you're gonna get fucking bombed. Like that, you assume that is a military target. That's not necessarily a war crime.
So let's not say eventually. Number two, I would say, yes, it's an act of terror. And that's just not my view. You know Leon Panetta, former Obama secretary, former head of the CIA.
Oh my God, former head of the CIA. Yep, keep quoting him. Just like TPG.
An act of terror. I think we should take that seriously. But it's not just him. A group of UN special rapporteurs on human rights and extrajudicial killings put out a statement.
But many other people have said it was not an act.
Of course, and that's the problem with international law. People can argue always. You know that you and I are not lawyers, but we know the lawyers.
Do you not think that action was justified?
No, of course not. I don't think you should booby trap devices. It's against international law to use booby traps. I think.
One, it's debatable whether these are even a booby trap because they don't require, they're remote detonated explosives. Usually a booby trap requires interaction. There has to be some interaction between a device that you know, would ordinarily be safe and that causes it to explode versus this, which is a remote detonated explosive. So it's arguable whether these were even necessarily classified as booby trap. And then even within that, there's like an exception that says if they are placed on or in a military objective, then they can be okay.
I'm actually petrified, separate to the politics of the Middle East. I'm actually petrified at the ability of governments to use technology and surveillance to track us and now kill us. I think there's a wider discussion to be had. I think the idea that Israel keeps opening the doors to all sorts of new precedents that other governments will run with and we will regret. I think, you know, going into the supply chain of devices, phones, beepers, whatever, pages, I think that's very, very worrying. I also think from a practical point of view, it's not targeted. If you blow up a guy with...
Oh, God damn it. It's messed up. Article 7, Section 3 states, without prejudice to the provision of Article 3, it is prohibited to use weapons. To which this article applies. In any, which is, he's talking about booby traps. This article was about booby traps. City, town, or village, or other area containing similar concentrations of civilians in which combat between ground forces not taking place, or does not appear imminent unless either, A, they are placed in, on or in the close vicinity of a military objective. So, like, these pagers were placed, or the remote detonating explosives are placed both on and in a military objective. The pagers themselves are arguably a military objective because, you know, their communications infrastructure, and then the Hezbollah militants are also a military objective. So even if it's not a booby trap, by the common understanding of it, it's not even a booby trap by the common understanding of it, is it? Didn't Israel remotely detonate them? Yeah, that's my understanding, is that usually a booby trap requires interaction between the user and that causes it to explode, but this didn't require any interaction. So I don't think that necessarily makes it a booby trap. And then there's whole, I don't know, that me and, like, I think the last video I uploaded on my channel was me, Isaac, and Sample talking about it. We didn't really get anywhere. I don't really know. Yeah, it's widely spent an hour debating it. I don't think we got anywhere. Operation Grim Beeper. Yeah, I don't know. Dude, I DM'd fucking Avi to come on my stream to lecture me about it. And he has not responded. I think he ignored me. Can't believe it.
You don't know if he's driving. He's at an intersection. He's about to crash his car into children crossing the road. We saw them going off in grocery stores. It's taken out people's eyes, fingers. No, I don't think it's targeted. I think it's barbaric. I think it's illegal. And I also think, look,
he realizes it can be a targeted attack even if it goes off in a grocery store. Does he think that's not targeted? Just because it goes off in a grocery store, just because it goes off near civilians, like an airstrike can still be targeted, even if that airstrike is in a residential area.
All the time. Even if I was an Israeli, I would not support this. It doesn't make Israel safer. Do you think Israel's safer today?
Would you support then any?
They just fired a rocket at Tel Aviv.
Let me ask you. Would you then, by your criteria, is there any military response that Israel can?
How would that not make Israel safer? Like 1,500 Hezbollah militants are injured. A lot of their communications are damaged. A lot of which this, by the way, part of the point of this attack was to injure enough Hezbollah militants and destroy enough communications infrastructure that it allowed Israel to then airstrike airstrike more like Hezbollah military positions unimpeded, essentially.
Can give. First to what Hamas did on October the 7th, the second to what Hezbollah's been doing ever since. Is there any military response Israel can do, which in your eyes would be justified?
Well, I don't accept the loaded question. You say response. Israel is the aggressor in all of these places, as I say.
But the aggressor on October the 7th, was it?
Well, it was actually because it was occupying Gaza and it was besieging Gaza for 20 years, and even in Israeli general.
Sounding like you think it was justified.
Terrorist supporter? That's a little harsh.
So it wasn't justified.
Of course not. I said that many times.
So was Israel not entitled to respond?
No, but I'm questioning the word response. Response implies everything starts on October 7th.
Biden still
No, I don't
says
accept
so.
it.
Welcome back, Sam. Just
So there's a specific terror attack. In a way that if in England somebody suddenly launched an attack on our people and they killed 1,200 and wounded nearly 7,000, I would absolutely expect my government to respond with substantial force. Would you?
Yes, but Britain.
So you would.
Hold on. But is Britain occupying territory in that scenario? Because that's the key point here. It's Shlomo Brom.
Oh my God.
Dangerous wording.
No, it's not dangerous.
Make it sound like I don't disagree with you.
I'm going to quote. Let me finish before you keep suggesting I'm supporting October 7th, which I have not.
Sounds like you're justifying it to me.
Well,
You're saying
they're not paying attention.
occupied.
They are occupied.
He's just saying it was inevitable as a result of the power imbalance from the occupation.
I think they probably are. Yeah.
Not probably. The ICJ says they're occupied. Shlomo Brom, who's one of the former top
Oh, well, the ICJ.
Israeli generals, one of their big strategists, said after October the 7th, what did you expect if you keep people under military occupation? They will rise up. Yeah, of course. There's always
what do you
terrorism.
expect?
Yeah, there's always going to be terrorism and violence as long as you oppress people.
On that scale, you expected that.
Why did you attack Lebanon?
The details, but do you expect Palestinians to fight back? Of course you do.
Welcome
Everyone
back,
is saying
Joe
that this
Billy.
conflict from American presidents downwards would say the root cause of the violence has to be ending the conflict.
I agree.
So then talking about tit for tat responses
But also,
makes no sense.
to go back to the start of 1948, which I've had many scholars on from both sides of this. Probably the most interesting piece I read about this was Jonathan Friedland of The Guardian, who's a Jewish journalist, who concluded, you can construct, if you're reasonably fair-minded about this, you can construct a solid argument for both sides to feel aggrieved from the very start of this conflict.
Fair enough. And that's a different argument. I'm talking about what you talk about now.
When people say it didn't start October 7th.
Well, I'm not even going back to 1948. I'm talking about 20 years of Gaza under blockade.
I know.
Open-air prison camp, to quote David Cameron. That well-known.
David Cameron, open-air prison.
2005 have clearly run Gaza in a despicable manner. You wouldn't disagree? No. There's all Israel's fault, is it?
Well, because you're mixing different things up. Is Hamas...
You're always breaking
He killed 1.68 people. Is that it? Didn't this Mehdi Hassan, even he said 550, right?
Because hang on, when you commit a terror attack,
that was just in one day. Maybe it's 1.6K in total.
Side occupation and illegal.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you are. You said I try and be fair. You can't be fair to an occupier. By the way, when we talk about Russia and Ukraine, this is what frustrates me. And I know my friend Owen Jones sat here and said the same thing to you. When we talk about Russia and Ukraine, you don't do both sides. You blame Russia as the invader and occupier. You don't do that with Israel. That is the double standard on your part.
No,
I try to be consistent. I'm morally consistent. I say Russia. Hold on.
Oh my God, dude. I don't like if Ukraine was launching, indiscriminate terror attacks at Russia, then, Russia probably would have justification to invade and occupy. So they got full control of land. What did they want with it? Who?
Russia illegally invaded and occupied Israel and illegally annexed Crimea, and Israel is doing the same thing in the West Bank, Gaza, the Golan Heights.
As you know, they are completely different.
Yeah, Israel's worse. It's been going on much longer. People living under much worse conditions. And they've killed more kids.
There's no similarity in these two.
Oh, well, they've killed more kids.
How many kids have been killed in Ukraine versus Gaza?
Well, in 1 year.
Ever.
In 1 year?
Ever. Take whatever point you want. More kids have been killed in Gaza and Ukraine. Okay, every human rights group agrees with that.
What's happened in Ukraine? We can come to Ukraine. What happened in Ukraine is a Russian dictator invaded illegally.
We agree on Ukraine, but we don't agree on Israel because you're not consistent.
I think Israel is much more complicated.
That's complicated, as my friend Tanisi Coates pointed out the other way, is just a good way of avoiding attributing moral responsibility. It's complicated. It's not complicated, actually. Israel is the occupier under international law. Israel is the one killing the vast
also a liberal democracy.
Right now, it's not a liberal democracy. It's run by neo-fascists right now.
Oh, yep, neo-fascists. There we go. Oh my God.
Headbangers on that cabinet. Also think that Netanyahu has to go. I also think the whole of Hamas.
How much is Ukraine and Israel paying me? $1,500 per stream each.
Under no scenario is it liberal democracy right now. Palestinians do not have the same rights.
But let me come back to my point about Hezbollah, because that's the most current part of this crisis. We'll cover all this. We'll time. With Hezbollah, my point to you would simply be that if someone does what Hezbollah did on October the 8th, they carried on doing it all year, they have a charter which says they want to eradicate Israel, you have to defend yourself. So the question then becomes, what type of defense or response or reaction or revenge, whatever you want to call it, I don't want to get caught in the semantics of a word, but what kind of thing can Israel do, given that direct threat to them, to their existence? And the same sort of ideology applies in argument to Hamas. But with Hezbollah specifically, this state within a state in Lebanon, which is far better armed, far more powerful, far more resourced,
far more popular with the people, and government,
and
Lebanese society.
And was created by 1,500 members of the Iranian Revolution.
Supported, not created, but yes.
Well,
they're also indigenous to Lebanon. They're not foreign.
So my point is, what can Israel do that would actually tick your box of being justified?
My box is a very minimum box. My box is Hippocratic. Don't know harm.
Stop being the aggressor. Stop being an occupier.
You don't respond.
Oh, wait, did he just say...
My box is a very minimum box. My box is Hippocratic. Don't know harm. Don't kill civilians. So
you don't respond.
Don't kill civilians. Why hasn't anyone ever thought of that in war? In war, just don't kill civilians. That's what would make it justified. That's his criteria. I don't understand this criteria. Don't kill any civilians ever. Just don't. He just said don't kill. He didn't say don't target. He probably thinks Israel is targeting. Yeah, I know. Like why has no one considered just not killing civilians in war before?
No, you don't respond. This is the same argument in Gaza. You don't respond by killing 40,000.
What do you do?
What do you do?
What do you do for Israel?
Target Hezbollah people.
How?
I don't know, Jonathan.
So the implication of this is he thinks Israel is targeting, making the object of attack, the civilians in Lebanon, which is why I guess. Like this is like an insane implication. Like Israel is making the object of attack the civilians, and then are accidentally or incidentally killing Hezbollah senior leadership. they're making the object of attack civilians and then incidentally killing like 35 Hezbollah militants compared to like 3 civilians with the pager attack. They're such an incompetent military that they're making the object of attack civilians, but somehow killing way more Hezbollah militants.
IDF colonel, he said they're not in civilian areas, so we're able to target them. Okay, target them. And if you want to target them under the rules of war, you can target combatants. But hold on, you just said earlier.
Under the rules of war, you can target combatants even if they are in civilian areas, by the way. Like,
No, Mehdi.
as long as it's proportional.
You literally just said you can target combatants. Yes. But when they did that last week with the walkie-talkies and pages, you said, no, that's a terror attack. It's illegal.
Hold on.
Could there been a more precise targeting of combatants?
Because they didn't just target combatants, as we've just discussed. B, very in civilian areas.
What does he think target means? Does he think any attack that kills civilians is not a like targeted strike? I don't get it. I don't understand at all. I'm surprised Iran has done nothing. Yeah, I don't think Iran wants to do anything at this point.
And see, they did it in violation of the amended Protocol 2 of the Convention on Certain Conventional
So you would
Weapons,
never
which
think
does allow booby traps.
so there is no
Explain the booby traps.
Actually, no, that's not true. It's not true. Okay. Booby traps are not allowed if they are genuinely indiscriminate in the way that they.
You're going off in a grocery store.
True. Thank you, Piers
I believe
Morgan.
what
Yes.
You gave the British example earlier. Are you okay with someone blowing you up in Sainsbury's right next to you, blowing you up in
I believe that what has been reported, right, widely reported, is that 3,000 terrorists, militants, Hezbollah members, whatever you want to call them, were very precisely targeted.
Are you saying people
your criteria
go off in grocery stores and hospitals?
If it's legal,
Piers, did they go off in grocery stores and hospitals? No, you brought up the UK earlier. We're in London.
Why does he keep saying like if it goes off in grocery stores, if it goes off in grocery stores, if it goes off in grocery stores? Like an attack is allowed to cause some level of civilian damage, even like.
Right now.
Even if Israel knows, let's assume they 100% know that a certain number of civilians are going to die in this attack. That doesn't make it targeting civilians. That doesn't make it indiscriminate. It doesn't make that all like at worst you could maybe say disproportionate there, but in this case I was pretty certain that it wasn't disproportionate, considering it cost still civilian arm. It's just suggesting that the civilians are so stupid that Israel can identify terrorist militant better than the people who live around them. Yeah, I don't know. I think people have lost their mind in some IHL targeting stuff, I think.
I'm here to the local Sainsbury's to pick up some chocolate on the way out of the studio, and a terrorist is targeted next to me, they're blowing up in Sainsbury's, and I lose my eyes. You're saying that's okay?
No, but if you...
What does he mean by okay? It could be. It depends on the direct and concrete military advantage Israel gets from blowing up that terrorist next to you. If that terrorist is literally Hassan Nasrallah himself, then it's probably okay to blow him up and kill him and you lose your eyes. That's probably a perfectly proportional attack. If it's one low-level Hezbollah militant, then it might not be okay because the direct and concrete military advantage gained from killing one low-level Hezbollah militant might not be worth the collateral damage caused to you and your eyes. But it depends. This attack killed and injured a lot of Hezbollah militants, so the direct and concrete military advantage was pretty large, and it directly enabled Israel to do more strikes against Hezbollah, unimpeded by militants that would have otherwise stopped them from doing certain airstrikes. There's a bunch of dudes firing rockets at Israel next door. We are in a war zone right now. I don't know.
If those people in that grocery store are literally responsible for firing rocket after rocket,
you're okay with them being blown up with me? I'm just collateral damage.
I actually looked at what they did, and I thought it was a very...
I don't understand what his position is. Is his position that collateral damage is literally never, ever, ever acceptable?
Very precisely targeted.
What about the 500 civilians killed on Monday? We just don't want to talk about
I'm going to come to that.
You keep saying that. The time's nearly up. 500
time
people.
is not nearly up. Well, we talking for literally 15 minutes.
How many Hezbollah militants were killed on Monday? On Monday? That would have been, that was yesterday, right? Or no, it's 4 days ago, so it would have been a Monday a week ago. How many militants were killed on that day? What's the relative risk ratio?
I have another show to do, Piers. 500 people died on Monday.
I've come in early for you.
500
was looking for a thank you, Piers.
Thank you, Piers. 500 people killed on Monday. You're not talking about that. I would say it sounds like you're justifying that.
I am going to talk about that. First of all, before we get to that, I just want to get inside your head about what you think is legitimate, because it's a very interesting thing. One, what they did was a terror attack, even though they would say they targeted specifically combatants, and that is lawful.
That's not true, though. We know that's not true.
Well, it is true.
It's not true.
It is true. You can
kids, doctors, nurses.
You can never target combatants and not involve civilians ever.
That's funny because Israel were bragging. Well, people on behalf of Israel.
Tell me one war.
Didn't they kill Ismail Haniyeh without collateral damage? Didn't they kill Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran without
Tell me one war without collateral
damage. You just interrupted me twice. Ismail Haniyeh was killed in Tehran. There was no collateral damage.
But to me, I don't agree.
He's bringing up one strike where they did it without collateral damage? Didn't they literally smuggle? That was the guy they smuggled a bomb into his room, right?
Tell me one. Didn't they kill Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran?
Tell me one war without
collateral damage. You just interrupted me twice. Ismail Haniyeh was killed in Tehran. There was no collateral damage.
But to me,
I don't
agree with that.
know.
There was no
But to be clear, you think that the targeting of combatants is legitimate?
If you're in a war, and they are fighting with you, and they are fighters, yeah, of course it's
But you also think that when Israel targeted combatants from Hezbollah last week,
because I don't
in a very precise way, it's terrorism.
Yeah,
How can it be both?
Hold on. Leon Panetta says it's terrorism. The former head of the CIA.
So?
Well, you act like it's some crazy...
Oh my God! Why does he keep quoting the CIA guy?
The former head of the CIA is saying this is terrorism because it's
I want you
not
to
done...
explain what he's... So give me an example.
It's literally terror. People in Lebanon don't know what devices to use anymore.
You think killing... Well, Hezbollah don't know what
I'm not playing this game, Piers, because I'm not here to talk about the rules of war. My position is, even if it's legitimate...
You just talked about them.
No, because I'm saying even if it's legitimate, even if I accepted the 3,000 legitimate...
You did just talk about them multiple times.
I still don't think they should do it.
But you said targeting...
Can I finish a sentence?
You said targeting militants, combatants, is lawful and justified.
Yes, but even then I don't think you should do it.
Okay.
You know what? Can I finish a sentence?
I think it's an inconsistency. No. You said targeting militants, combatants, is lawful and justified.
Yes, but even then I don't think you should do it.
Okay.
You know what? Can I finish a sentence?
I think it's an inconsistency.
No, I'm very consistent. I'm saying even if it's legitimate, which in this case is not legitimate, let's say I take it as it's legitimate, you still shouldn't do it because all it leads to is escalation. I don't want escalation in the Middle East. I don't want regional war that America dragged into. I'm saying that the way...
When would it be justified? It like targeting militants is not okay because it could lead to escalation. I mean, like, yeah, you should probably weigh the risk of escalation against the risk to the people, attacking your civilians and attacking your population.
Wave the gun. The military solution to everything is a failure, whether you think it's moral or immoral.
How should Israel respond?
I've told you, end the occupation. You don't want to talk about the occupation, Piers. You don't want to talk about 500 dead. I'm telling you that's the root cause. Israel wants to do everything except what every smart person is telling them to do, even members of their own security establishment are telling them to do. End the occupation. And then see what happens.
You say...
Nobody's waking up in the morning saying we're going to kill Israel for no reason.
You say, Mehdi, all roads lead to the occupation.
Yes.
Okay? Israel would say...
But Israel does wake up in the morning and say we want to kill Gaza for people in Gaza and people in Lebanon for no reason. Apparently, again, Arabs are only allowed to be evil because of Israeli occupation, but Jews are allowed to be evil because they're Jewish.
Roads lead to Iran.
Who cares what Israel says? They've lied for the last year.
Who cares what they say?
Yeah, do you care what Russia says? No. This is what I'm saying. You're inconsistent. The occupier and the invader doesn't... I don't care.
It's not a barbaric...
So if you're a liberal democracy... They're not a liberal democracy. And second of all... No, they're not. They're ethnocracy. But even if they were a liberal democracy, you don't get to invade other people's land. That's not an excuse. Piers, you sound like you're justifying an illegal military occupation.
No, I'm not.
You just did. You said they're a liberal democracy. Sounds like you're justifying occupation.
You're extrapolating two things together. Why?
I said it's occupation. You said, but they're a liberal democracy. Sounds like a justification.
I'm just coming back to one thing, because I'm curious what you think Israel could do that would pass your test.
That's probably not much. I'm as close to a pacifist as you can get.
I think you only use
force to defend yourself.
Everyone else to attack you and to rape and murder and pillage you, to fire rockets all year.
Who's raping?
You don't think that's what Hamas did?
I thought you were talking about Hezbollah. You're jumping around.
I'm talking about both.
You were talking about Hezbollah a moment ago.
Same. To me, it's the same.
But that's the problem. To you, it's the same. Everything's very simplistic.
Let me explain why. You have two. To me, you have two groups of terrorists funded by Iran. They both are wedded to the existential removal and disintegration of all things Israel, and they're prepared to use a lot of violence to achieve that.
But not as much violence as Israel has used to occupy their land for 50 years in the case of Gaza and the West Bank.
Oh my God, what does he mean by the amount of violence? I think by amount of violence, he literally just means count the dead bodies again. Like this is the Palestinian position. This is to count the dead bodies. Whoever has more dead bodies is worse. Like,
so your argument is whatever Hamas has done and whatever Hezbollah does is justified.
No, the only person justifying violence here is you, Piers, not me. So I'm not justifying any violence. You've justified terrorist attacks via pages. You seem to have justified the occupation. You won't even say occupation.
I do think the specific targeting of Hezbollah in the way that they did this.
Do you think it makes Israel safer?
That's a different question.
Well, that's the question that matters to me.
I think Israel...
There's no point doing all this. At the end of the day, the war continues. I want to end the conflict, Piers.
So you want to this is...
Well, then escalation's around. Israel is briefing the press, Piers.
Just saying, I want peace and joy. You sound like Kamala Harris.
No, actually, Kamala Harris is funding Israel. She supports you, so that's...
He's like conflating... Clearly, like, whether an attack is justified and whether it is the best thing to do, like, strategically, and whether it makes Israel safer. Clearly, these can be distinct questions. Let's imagine this is a crazy hypothetical. This is a insane, unrealistic hypothetical. Hypothetically, if I had a girlfriend and I saw that girlfriend getting beat up by 8 bodybuilders, I would be morally justified in intervening there. Clearly, morally, I am in the correct if I try to intervene to help her. That doesn't make anything better, though. Clearly, like, I am not going to beat up 8 bodybuilders. The only thing that's going to happen if I try to beat up these 8 bodybuilders who are beating up my girlfriend, my hypothetical girlfriend, is I'm going to get beat up. It's just going to cause more suffering because I'm not going to help her. The only thing that's going to happen is I'm going to suffer more. Nothing else is going to change. So clearly, like, morally, I would be justified in intervening there, but my intervention is not going to help anything. Clearly, we can, like, I don't know exactly how I was using the term justified, but we can separate out what is technically the best and what is, like, morally justified for Israel to engage in.
That's the problem. She supports your position. Israel has a right to do this stuff. It doesn't have a right to do it.
They have a right to do all of it. I've never said
you pick and choose which bits.
Yeah.
What do you think they have a right to do?
I think that they have been disproportionate in their response to Gaza.
What do you think they're allowed to do in Gaza? You made me very specific. What do you think they should specifically do in Gaza?
I think in Gaza that
So hypothetically, you don't live in America
They were
because you hypothetically never
victims
shot them.
on October the 7th.
You've already said that.
I know.
What should they do in Gaza?
So I think they are perfectly entitled to go.
A lot of people in charge of negotiations for life. What do you mean to Hezbollah
Of the
leadership?
Hamas. What they're not entitled to do, in my estimation, is to level the whole of Gaza to the ground, the way they've been doing. Nor can they move vast numbers of Palestinian civilians to specific areas and then bomb those areas as well.
Those are war
Right, so
crimes.
on those
And those are war
agree.
crimes.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
And what about in Lebanon?
In Lebanon,
it's killed 500 people.
There is, to me, a big difference.
They go 500 people, 500 people, 500. They go 500 civilians, 500 civilians. I'm gonna keep repeating the number because they're bad. Because civilian deaths is bad, and I'm very intelligent, and I hate civilian deaths. Unlike you, which is you're justifying civilian deaths. I mean, yeah, he keeps bringing up this thing. They tell people to go to areas and then they bomb those areas again. Just because you tell people to flee an area doesn't automatically make every single other area a safe zone. It just implies that that zone is safer than the other zones. In order for there to be an actual genuine safe zone in Gaza, they'd have to, Hamas and Israel both have to agree to that. And it doesn't seem like Hamas is willing to do that because Hamas operates out of civilian areas. They operate out of refugee camps. They operate out of all these places. Where they wiped with the left or right hand, though, I think it matters there. And Gaza, I mean, they did kill basically everyone but Sinwar, right?
Children. I'm about to answer you. I think there is a big difference between what
Who
they
has
did
22 hostages handcuffed to him.
in the targeting of the pages and what they did with the airstrikes, which were far more indiscriminate and killed far more civilians. I mean, my question for Netanyahu, if he would dare to do an interview, which he now won't, but if he did, I would say, what are you trying to achieve here? Because it seems to me you're just leveling Gaza, killing tens of thousands of people in the process. You're never going to finish off Hamas completely. You're certainly not doing anything but, in my view, fueling their ideology. And you have no plan for what happens in Gaza afterwards. Agreed. And you have a bunch of right-wing nutjobs in your family who actually do speak in quite a genocidal way. All of that I agree.
They are about Lebanon too, by the way. You know that, right? They speak about Lebanon in a genocidal way too.
I think there are people there who just want total war.
Is there going to be the genocide in Lebanon too?
You with your huge platform should be calling that out consistently.
I do, but I also...
No, you just gave me a whole thing. Iran backed Hamas, Hezbollah, terrorism. That just sounds like an Israeli narrative.
You take one side completely.
Just like you do in Ukraine.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm consistent. I take the side of the Ukrainian people under occupation and the Palestinian people under occupation. I'm consistent.
No, you're not. They're totally different situations.
You have to say that because you're not consistent.
And you have to say what you say.
No, but I literally described it. 2 people under foreign occupation, 2 people having their hospitals bombed, 2 people having their kids killed, 2 people facing governments to say genocidal stuff. Yeah.
What about like who's acting in self-defense?
I'm consistent.
One is a democracy and an ally of the West, and one is not.
Ally of the West. What little slip in there? What's that got to do with anything? So allies of the West get to be genocidal?
No.
Why did you say ally of the West?
I don't believe what they're doing in.
So if Russia was an ally of the West, they could kill people in Ukraine.
I don't believe what they're doing in Gaza is genocide. You do. I don't. Genocide is the complete.
Genocide to one side. Whether we agree or not on genocide, and it is genocidal.
It's not
you just said they're your ally of the West. Why is that relevant?
I think it's important. You support.
So if you're an ally of the West, you get to kill kids.
No, you get.
So why is it relevant?
You.
Absolutely. That's the true base position.
You're making my point for me, I'm consistent. I don't care whether you're an ally of the West or...
Israel doesn't have a separation of church and state. I'm pretty sure formally they do. I don't know how enforced it is, but I'm pretty sure formally they're a secular state.
Enemy of the West. I care about what you do.
Yes.
And Russia and Israel both committing war crimes, both saying genocide.
Yes, but Mehdi, here's my point. You are so blindly anti-Israel that you frame everything...
Say the same thing about Russia.
I'm very blindly against Russia.
Okay, so again, you're inconsistent. I'm consistent. I'm blindly anti-occupying Russia that occupies Ukraine, and I'm blindly anti-Israel that occupies Gaza. By the way, another area I'm consistent is I do think both wars need to come to an end.
They don't have a constitution, do they?
And they're going to come to an end through some sort of negotiation. I don't believe in prolonged conflict. I don't know. I'm not negotiating. I don't believe there's a military solution to either conflict.
Give me the solution.
I don't have one. Do you have a military solution? I don't think there is one.
We can't possibly give Putin what he's taking.
No, I agree.
So how do you do it?
I don't know. I don't think the military continuum helps. I mean, how do you win militarily? I don't know how that
Would you said that in World War II?
What do you mean?
When the Nazis were trying to take over the world?
No, there was a plausible plan to win, wasn't there? When the US came in?
Just to fight them.
And there were no nuclear weapons back then, Piers, as you know.
Okay, but you think Putin would ever use them?
Do you not think he would?
No. Why would he? He's not an Islamic fundamentalist who wants to blow himself up.
Oh, that's a very racist thing to say.
It's not.
You say only Muslims want to use nuclear weapons.
That's racist?
Why would Putin not want to
say Muslim? I say Islamic fundamentalist.
Why is Islamic fundamentalist?
Because Islamic fundamentalists kill themselves, but they get what they want.
But they haven't used nukes. The only people who've used nukes in history are the United States of
You're
America.
missing my point deliberately, and you're playing.
You're playing weird asides, Piers. You're bringing in Western
I'm
allies.
asking you a question about whether I thought Russia would use nukes. No, because
the only people who are Islamic
he
fundamentalists.
He does not think like an Islamic fundamentalist, where they will kill themselves to get their goals.
You know, the United States of America use a nuclear weapon, Piers, right? They're not Islamic fundamentalists.
You're missing my point. The point is, Islamic fundamentalists will kill themselves.
When they used it when nobody else had nuclear weapons, there was no threat of mutually assured destruction there because no one else had nuclear weapons. Like, what do you mean, buddy?
In the process of destroying others, Russia does not want to do that. Vladimir Putin doesn't want to kill himself, right? So my point about the nuclear threats, which he does all the time, is he takes what should be a deterrent. Look.
Yeah, I don't think Israel's ever agreed on a constitution.
We shouldn't have nuclear weapons, right? Period. But we do. Russia has 6,000. Russia has 6. I'm sure they do. I put that question to Netanyahu, and he fudged it. I'm sure, of course, they did. Right? But the point is, I don't think that the mindset of someone like Vladimir Putin is to start a war where he gets instantly vaporized. Makes no sense to me. So I think he uses it as a threat, and a lot of people in the West go like this and go, "Oh my God, we can't do anything. We must let him continue what he's doing because he might nuke us." And I think he's been doing this now for years, and we've got to stand up to him because he's never going to use.
Israel does not have a formal separation between religion and state like many Western countries do. The relationship between religion and government in Israel is complex and intertwined in various ways. Legal constitutional status. Israel does not have a formal constitution that establishes for separation between religion and state. The country's laws and Supreme Court rulings do protect freedoms of conscience, faith, and worship for all citizens. However, Judaism plays a significant role in the state's identity and institutions. Secular Jews on the push for reduced influence. Blah blah blah.
Because he knows the moment he does, Russia and him are dead, and he doesn't think in the way that Al Qaeda or ISIS or one of these groups do, where they don't mind dying in big numbers to blow things up.
It's a very fair argument. I respect that.
That's the point.
That's a fair argument. I respect that argument. I'm saying I'm not willing to take that risk. I would like to see the Ukraine conflict come to an end. So in Ukraine's favour.
But how?
I don't know. I'm not pretending to know the solution.
With respect, I do respect. With respect, simply saying I just want peace and harmony.
You don't have a solution to Ukraine either.
I do.
What is it?
Support them.
That's not a solution.
No, it is.
No, it is. What's the end goal?
You give them the tools that they're asking for to repel Russia long enough that Russia goes, all right, enough.
And there's nobody agrees that Russia's going to give up Crimea. No one's ever going to.
I didn't say Crimea.
That's part of Ukraine. You said don't give up any Ukrainian territory.
Crimea to me has already been sorted. I'm talking about the. Well, I don't think they can do about it. Right? But I do think that the area of the Donbass
should be annexed.
They should not be allowed to take that as well. If they do, they'll never stop.
I agree. I don't think they should be allowed to take it. I don't see a military solution, but I'm not a military expert. But people I read say there's no way the Russians.
What do you think is the solution in the Middle East with Israel? I get the argument, give up occupation. Okay, yes. On that we agree. Okay?
Israel
will only
should
do that.
completely
And that's the vast
withdraw.
support of their people. They'll only do this if they feel that they can get security out of the situation. They'll only allow a two-state solution. I mean, do you believe in a two-state solution?
I don't believe in any solutions. I don't talk about one state, two states, three states, because all of it is nonsense. All of it is pie in the sky. None of it's happening. My position is I want equality for Palestinians and Israelis, Jews, Muslims, Christians living in that part of the world.
Exactly the same human rights for all.
Exactly.
I agree with you.
I don't care about the structures. I don't care what the name of the place is, what the government looks like. I want equality between the river and the sea, to use a phrase, for everyone living in that patch of land. No one's leaving. I don't believe any of those people are going anywhere. They're all staying.
No, Netanyahu has been prime minister before, but I think he was prime minister. I don't remember when he was prime minister the first time. And then it was only relatively recently re-elected in like 2012
I'm a Democrat, small Democrat. I believe it should be democracy. But fundamentally, right now, I'm only concerned about one thing: stop the killing, stop the genocide.
Do you agree that Hamas could play no part in any government going forward?
Which government?
On the Palestinian side.
Like in a final settlement?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think there would ever be a final settlement government. I would agree to that. I agree. Yeah. So if there was a kind of one-state solution, which some people talk about, was everyone binationally living side by side. If there's two states and the Palestinians were to choose a coalition government involving Hamas, well, that's up to the Palestinians, is it not?
Let's go to something else. I think we're on agreement. The Al Jazeera raid, because you work for Al Jazeera. I thought that was disgraceful, and I think actually when you take it in the context of
from
what Israel
2009 to, or he was first 1996 to 1999, and then 2009 to 2021, and then apparently again from 2022 to now.
Really prohibiting almost any foreign correspondence going into Gaza as well. You're seeing a genuine suppression of media and press freedom. And to actually shut down Al Jazeera studio in Ramallah, I thought was an absolutely outrageous attack on free speech. I presume you agree.
100%. And it's outrageous there's no foreign journalists allowed into Gaza a year in.
Yeah.
What do they have to hide?
Well, exactly. That's my point. That is my point. I totally agree with you.
But that's why I say when you say liberal democracy, I laugh. That's not how liberal democracy behaves.
Well, no liberal democracy is perfect. We're not here. As you and I agree about, for example.
But there's a difference between liberal democracy not meeting standards and behaving in this way, which is complete censorship. You see what's happening in Israel, where kids are being pulled out of school just for
complete censorship.
Criticizing what's happening in Gaza. TED teachers, academics. It's not liberal democracy in any way.
They shut down like one literally state-funded, like Qatari state-funded media organization. That's complete censorship.
Going back years, the way Israel is constructed, Palestinians do not have the same rights as Israel.
Who would be a better president for resolving what's happening in the Middle East, Trump or Harris?
That's the hardest question you asked me to, harder than anything else.
I know. So I see what you said about it.
I think they're both hopeless. I think John Mearsheimer made a good point about Tweedledee and Tweedledum.
One of them's going to have to win.
Yeah, who do I think is less bad? They're both horrible.
That's a different question.
Well, they're both horrible.
I phrased it very specifically, and you find it hard to answer.
Can you say
question, which one is more likely to be able to help resolve the Middle East crisis?
Okay, so
Trump or Harris?
Oh, Harris, simply because she's a sane, reasonable person. But I don't
True. Thank you, Medigazon. Thank you.
But is she more likely? If you're asking me as a betting man, I'm a Muslim, I don't bet. But is she more likely? Yeah, Harris. Obviously, she's more likely to do anything productive because he's the most unproductive, ridiculous figure to ever come near her office in the history of America.
He's had 2 assassination attempts on his life. The second one, who obviously is still alive, he wrote a note, assuming he might get killed in the process of killing Trump, in which he basically rattled off a series of Democrat talking points. I mean, literally word for word in some cases from what Harris has said and so on. I'm not blaming Kamala Harris or what happened. He's a lunatic.
He's a lunatic. And he invited Kim Jong-un to Hawaii.
Right, and the Secret Service should have stopped him way before he ever got to where he got to.
Trump should be playing so much golf as well.
Well, actually, he plays as much golf as Obama.
Secret Service asked him to reduce it because
they can't protect it, which is disgusting. I think the Secret Service. But
I didn't know that. That's awesome.
Using specific talking points, and you see the rhetoric being used. We've had the debate before about the left calling him Hitler and so on. But I do genuinely
the left. JD Vance called him Hitler.
I accepted that point. But no one should. In my estimation, likening Trump
Thank you,
to
Eddie,
someone who killed 12 million people in World War II
face.
is ridiculous and dangerous. And in the wrong, dangerous minds, lunatic minds, this is where you end up. On both sides, Trump's rhetoric is often terrible. Let's agree with that. But as someone on the left yourself, do you not think that there has to be a dialing down of the blind hatred rhetoric about Trump?
So I'm going to say the same thing I said to you last time, which is I wish we didn't have to raise the rhetoric. I agree with you to a point that if you say certain things about certain people, of course I don't. I'm on the left. I think if you dehumanize people, I'm the one who says migrant attacks because of Trump's rhetoric. So I would be a hypocrite if I didn't say that rhetoric leads to things. Yes, of course it does. I'm not one of these free speech absolutes says words have no feelings, sticks and no, words lead to actions, words lead to violence, clearly. So yes, in any scenario we can dial down any incitement of violence, completely agree. I get very uncomfortable, for example, at now Democratic rallies, people are shouting, lock him up, which I don't agree with. Right?
Well, it's totally hypocrisy.
It's hypocrisy. He's on trial. If he's going to be locked up, let a court and a jury do it. I think crowd should be shouting that. It's not a helpful contribution.
Do you feel comfortable?
That makes me wince.
He's a convicted criminal because of a one-night stand with a porn star.
That's not why.
Do you feel comfortable with that?
I'm comfortable with the trial that Alvin Bragg done. I'm comfortable with the grand jury that indicted him. I'm comfortable with the jury of his peers that convicted him. But you can't be. And I'm actually what I'm uncomfortable with is a bunch of his own judges now are protecting him from justice elsewhere. That makes America look like a quote-unquote banana republic. You know, you and I live in the UK. You don't get to go pick your own judge.
I actually thought the way that the
Florida thing's ridiculous.
I thought the way the Democrats weaponized the justice system to go after Trump.
I wish they had. They didn't.
Well, they did. They made him a convicted criminal over one night stand.
They did not make anything.
18 years before.
A jury of his peers.
They've never been put to a jury.
Let me answer your original question about violence, but since we sidetracked, a jury of his peers convicted him. Back to this.
True. Yes, correct. Thank you.
I wish
okay.
I didn't have to compare Donald Trump to Hitler. But when he quotes the lines from Mein Kampf, as a journalist, should I not point out?
You shouldn't compare him to Hitler because he's not.
Okay, so what should I do? So I'm a journalist. Donald Trump says immigrants are poisoning our blood. I go look in history. Who's the only person who said that? Hitler. Should I not tell my viewers on Piers Morgan Uncensored? Should I go? Can't tell them that.
No, you can say. You can say he shouldn't use language like that.
Can I say?
But you can't say he's the new Hitler.
I haven't called him the new Hitler.
Right.
I never called him the new
Hitler.
But you say I'm allowed to say he's quoting Hitler.
If he uses a direct sentence, which you can chart back,
it's almost directly the same.
That's absolutely fair enough. But the idea that there is any comparison between Trump,
no, of course not. Hitler is Hitler. We know that.
Is appalling.
Hitler is Hitler.
Do you agree it's appalling?
No, but I want to qualify what you're saying.
Hitler is appalling.
What is appalling?
To compare him to Hitler.
To compare him in what sense, though?
They're calling him the new Hitler.
Yes, and no, don't call him the new Hitler.
Is that appalling?
Come on, I'm not playing silly game.
Give me a word.
I don't want you to put your words.
Give me a condemnatory word.
Oh my God, dude.
It's not accurate to say he's the new Hitler because Hitler killed 12 million people. Yes, not true.
Not offensive.
But if you let me finish the sentence, I speak to a lot of fascism scholars, people like Ruth Ben-Ghiat.
Okay, here we go. Yes.
Stanley. A lot of people say that there is an analogy between what Trump is doing in America now and what happened in places like Germany in the 20s and 30s.
No,
right there. I respect your opinion. I respect your opinion that you don't think it is. I'm not having an argument. I'm trying to make a separate point, which is if fascism scholars are saying we look at history and we make comparisons, they are scholars of fascism and they're saying, hey, hold on, the rhetoric is very similar, the way they're operating is very similar. That is it. That's what free speech is. You used to be the free speech champion.
I am.
And then you sit there regulating everyone's speech.
I'm saying it's appalling. I'm not regulating. I'm asking you. Call it appalling. That's not regulating what you're saying. It's asking you, can you bring it in yourself to condemn people who say he's the new Hitler?
I don't know who those people are. JD Vance called him the new Hitler, and he's his running mate. So take it up with JD Vance.
Condemn him as well.
Call him on your show.
You condemn anyone on the left uses it too, right?
He says what though?
Who says he's the new Hitler?
Those specific words, the new Hitler, yes.
Okay.
Is he speaking like Hitler? Yes, he is. And that should be condemned. Do you condemn him speaking like Hitler?
Yes.
Is that not outrage?
Of course.
He's like your pal.
I really like the way Cenk ran through this argument with Piers Morgan, which is like you want me to politically surrender. Like that's what this is where your line of argumentation leads. It's like you want me to politically surrender. You want me to be unable to draw these comparisons.
Have you ever told him to stop quoting Hitler?
Yes, probably. I can't remember the last video I did was before or after, but if I do again, I will. Yes, of course.
Good. And hosting a Holocaust dinner at Mar-a-Lago.
Yes, Nick Fuentes, absolutely.
You told him to stop doing that.
I said it on Twitter to him. Don't let white supremacists anywhere near you. Why are you doing that?
That's not condemnation. That's a question.
I think it's condemning. It's disgusting. It's appalling. It's appalling.
Good. I agree.
You said regulate my speech.
I love when we agree.
You said Trump called for the ethnic cleansing of illegal immigrants.
Yes.
In the United States.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
What did he say?
He said he wanted to deport illegal immigrants.
No, he didn't actually.
Yes, he did.
Piers, you're wrong.
That's what he said.
Anyone can play the tape after this interview. You're wrong. You should do better homework.
Ethnic cleansing is the forced expulsion.
I love your team.
Of members of a specific religious or ethnic group.
Hold on.
That's what ethnic
I really like your team. I deal with them a lot on academic, but you should talk to whoever did your research because that's wrong. You know what he said? Go watch the clip. It's on tape. He said we've got to get rid of them from Springfield.
Yeah.
Who are the people in Springfield? Haitians.
What do you mean Harris won't change? I mean, I would imagine Harris won't change much considering she's Biden's vice president. I imagine she'd be pretty closely aligned with Biden on foreign policy. Yeah.
So 60 Springfield.
Hold on, no, don't jump around. You just got something wrong.
You're going to mention
you said
wrong.
No, you did. We can play the tape back. You said he said illegal immigrants. That's not true. He said Haitians should be. You got to get rid of them.
You said. Let me just go.
No. You said.
Let me clarify what you said. You said his policy is calling for the ethnic.
It's a policy. It's a phrase on Twitter. If you're going to police my tweets, then fine.
But you said that Trump has called for the ethnic cleansing.
Yes, the violent, forcible removal of legal immigrants. I think is a form of ethnic cleansing.
That's not his position.
But his
position is that there should be mass deportation of illegal.
Wrong. The clip is online. Everybody.
You're confusing different things.
No, you are because my tweet was over that clip. So anyone can go look. You guys got it wrong. I looked at a clip of him saying you've got to get rid of them in Springfield.
Different story. Different thing.
But that's what I'm tweeting about. You don't get.
But that's not what he's talking about with the mass deportation.
Yes, he is. You're talking about Springfield.
No,
have you watched the clip?
Yes, I've watched many clips.
No, the clip that my tweet is on.
Well, you're
wrong, Piers. I get it. You can back
do you
down
think he wants ethnic cleansing of Haitians in
What he wants, I don't try and get inside a madman's head.
Ethnic cleansing.
If he tries to violently remove,
he wants to kill
can I finish a sentence? If he wants to violently remove legal immigrants from their homes, yeah, I think that's a form of ethnic cleansing, yes, based on their ethnicity or identity, 100%.
Do you think it's right in Springfield?
Do you think it's right to call for the deportation of legal immigrants? No, you cut me off.
Actually, it is technically my show.
And you misrepresented my tweet, which you haven't corrected yet.
Oh my God.
You said illegal. So you should walk that back. You said it to all your viewers. That was wrong.
But you said that he effectively has a policy.
No, I said no, Piers. No, misrepresented.
Is it a policy?
I said in this clip he's calling for the ethnic cleansing. It's a quote above a clip. It's a quote tweet. You should check your tweets when you put them in the document.
Do you think that's what he's doing?
Yes, if he's calling for the deportation of legal immigrants based on their ethnicity, yes.
Do you think
he's called it a bloody operation? Are you okay with 14 million people being violently removed from their homes? 4 million American children?
Okay, let me ask you a question.
It's outrageous.
Are you okay with the situation on the southern border with so many illegal people coming in illegally?
Said a cartel is poisoning the blood of America. I don't think he was. I don't know what exactly he said, but if he wasn't referring to specifically the cartel, if he was just referring that to all Mexicans and immigrants, then Trump is not just anti-cartel; he's anti-immigrant. He doesn't like immigration almost at all.
No, I'm not.
So you're a legal migrant to America.
Yes, I am.
Right, so everyone's gone through the process like you.
But whether you're legal or undocumented, you should be violently removed. Yeah. And by the way, the southern border situation is a very complicated situation. It's been going for years. Multiple presidents, multiple parties. There's no.
You would concede under the Democrats it's been a fiasco.
No. Why would I concede that?
Really? The numbers in the last 3.5 years?
And they were really bad under George Bush if we go back. I mean, it's a multi. To make this into a party thing is really. In fact, last time I came on your show, you tried to do a gotcha on me and said Obama was the deporter.
Yeah, it was.
So clearly Democrats aren't bad. They're on your side. They're deporters.
On that,
you can't go both ways.
Interesting to raise the Obama thing.
You can't go both ways, can you?
When Obama deported 3 million migrants, presumably then was he ethnically cleansing them?
If they were undocumented, that's very different, isn't it? You're legally. Look, again, to go back to our discussion about Israel Hamas.
So it's ethnic cleansing.
Now he's cutting me off. Something can be legal.
If Trump's doing it, it's ethnic cleansing. No. If Obama's doing it, it's perfectly.
Obama was basically turning away people at the border who were trying to cross illegally. What Trump wants to do is mass deport people who are already in the U.S. And in the case of that Springfield clip, I guess Mehdi Hasan is making the point that he's probably going to try to like forcefully remove people who are legally here under the temporary protected status or whatever from Haiti, right? The numbers are better under Biden. What do you mean by that?
I'm well known for speaking a lot. I can say my own words. You don't.
There are like certain types of numbers that are better under Biden. Like the percentage of people who cross the border who are deported are actually better under Biden than they were under Trump. Obviously, the absolute number of people who cross the border are higher under Biden, but like the percentage of people deported is actually higher under Biden. And like criminals were also more likely to be released under Trump from ICE detainment than under Biden. Biden's got more criminals locked up in ICE. Yeah, as a percentage. I think even in absolute numbers with that one too. I don't remember exactly, but
words in my mouth. I'm saying, what I said earlier about Israel, you can do something that's legal, but I still think it's wrong. So what Obama did was legal, right? He didn't break any laws. He was entitled to deport, but I thought it was wrong, unwise, unhelpful, counterproductive.
And towns went up because the pandemic ended, so the push
people illegally and suggesting that they get out. You know, when they go after 14 million people, Piers, you're a very experienced journalist. You've covered many political issues around the world. There's no scenario in which the American bureaucracy.
Oh yeah, the current numbers are basically back to like 2019 levels.
Goes house to house to look for 14 million people and doesn't end up getting innocent people, green card holders, legal immigrants, just people who look brown or have a Spanish name and getting them as well. You know this. It's going to be a disaster. So next time you talk to your pals, tell them not to do it.
On Springfield, do you think it's...
I think what happened to Springfield is outrageous. If you condemn the incitement of violence, New Hitler. He shut down an entire town, 30 bomb threats.
Actually,
it's disgusting.
There weren't 30 bomb threats. And it turned out all the bomb threats, all of them, came from what they now believe were bots and pranksters. And all of them.
Are you saying Trump only wants to deport people who break laws? I think Trump wants to do... Trump wants to do mass deportations. He wants to deport like any immigrant who's here illegally, right? Not just like the... When you say only people who break laws, I think technically like there's like sanctuary cities, right? Where like people like if immigrants get arrested, they don't check for immigration status or they don't deport you if you committed a crime. I would imagine Trump wants to end that. I don't know if he has constitutional authority on that necessarily, but he can only deport people who break laws. Well, I mean legally, I think he can only deport people, but it's possible for him to do anything other than that. And with Trump's gutting the immigration bill, true, which would have given Biden more tools to solve the issue. True, accurate, base, true.
Nothing to do with Trump.
Nothing to do with Trump. So why did it happen? Why did it happen?
They were literally, the mayor has said, actually, it turned out these were not inspired by
Trump. He said Trump's words are harming us. That's what he said. He's harming our community.
I'll tell you what does harm us.
Why don't you condemn that?
Can I please ask you a question about Springfield? I have condemned the ridiculous Haitian migrants reading cats and dogs without any evidence.
It's not just ridiculous, dangerous.
It's wrong. There is a wider and more interesting and nuanced debate to be had, which unfortunately got completely destroyed by the cats and dogs bullshit. Which is this. When you put into a place like Springfield, I had this with Vivek Ramaswamy, who's from that area. Yeah. When you suddenly change the makeup of that town by putting 20% of the entire population becomes one community, brought in Haitians in that case. I've seen lots of people in the area say the Haitians have been great for working and economy and so on. Great. But it also brings with it, as we've seen in the UK, when you radically change the makeup of towns, it can have a real effect on what that town is for people, on the effect on infrastructure.
We actually have empirical data on this because there was like some... There was like some program for deportations. Yeah. Right, we have like empirical evidence because there was like some program for deportations that was implemented in some towns forever, and we kept data on all the towns even before it was like implemented. So we actually have empirical data on this, which shows that like immigrants are like more likely to become accepted like over time. Like we have like the evidence that shows this. Usually within a few years they become like relatively accepted, is my understanding.
An effect on schools and hospitals, etc., etc. Do you accept that this has to be handled carefully? Yes. But actually putting 20% of the population into somewhere like Springfield inherently is a very tricky scenario.
So this is what worries me about you, Piers, because you ask good questions, you have these important discussions, but the framing, and my friend Brian Tallicone said this a couple of days ago, your framing is very right-wing. Why do you say,
why is it right-wing?
I'm telling you. You said twice there. They put 20,000. Who put them? Nobody put 20,000 people there. They went there voluntarily. They went there at the invitation of the local town. Do you know the local town put an ad in a paper saying, please come to our town, it's in decline, we need labour. And they went and they helped the town. And the local factory manager, and the local
I didn't know that, but
I actually find uncomfortable that rhetoric because I think immigrants should be valued regardless of whether they're hard workers. But look, people have come and said they're hard workers, they attend the local church, they're integrated in the town. There hasn't been a crime wave associated with it. When J.D. Vance uses, and here we go, Nazi-like rhetoric, and says they're bringing disease, which is what Stürmer used to say about Jewish people, yeah, I find that horrible. And who put 20,000 people? Nobody put 20,000 people there. They went there for jobs. Does that cause unease? I'm sure it does. Does it radically transform a neighbourhood? I'm sure it does. Should the federal government and state government be helping communities that are dealing with migrant inflows? Of course they should. I'm on the left, Piers. I want higher taxes, more government spending. You're going after the wrong guy. I want more infrastructure.
Actually, I wasn't going after, I was just asking you.
No, we agree. Exactly. You and I both agree there should be better infrastructure. The federal government should support these areas.
And better help with the integration process. Because I think often that's where the real problems
Agreed. But both ways, right? Integration, as David Cameron once said, is a two-way street. Yeah. You don't want racists repelling new people, and you want new people understanding the ways of the world.
Yes.
Agreed. But what you don't want is a presidential candidate going on TV and just making up insane stories about immigrants eating. It's disqualifies you from the race. I don't know how you went on and on about Joe Biden's age and dementia, and yet you have, here's a guy who went on TV. Joe Biden got on TV and said people eating your pets. You would have condemned him straight away.
I condemned Trump straight away.
No, you would have said get out of the race. You haven't said Trump should get out of the race. Say it now. Say Trump, get out of the race. You're too old and nuts.
I don't believe he should get out of the race.
Why? He just said eating pets. If Rishi Sunak had said that, or Keir Starmer, we'd also get out of the race. But in America, for some
You don't believe you should get out of the race? Really?
What about when Kamala Harris deliberately misquotes him and tries to pretend that he said he doesn't win a big bloodbath when everybody knows he was specifically talking about a bloodbath in the automobile industry?
Well, I don't have time to get into it. I don't agree with that. Just on your wider premise of Harris, even if I accept that she misquoted him, you and I both know there's normal politics where politicians lie, exaggerate, do hyperbole, do gotchas. We all know everyone does that. Democrats, Republicans, Labour, Conservative. You know that's not the same thing as a old man going on stage and screaming at the audience, they're eating your pets. There's no comparison.
Thank you. Yes.
But I also think it's far worse to say he's the new Hitler.
Did Kamala Harris say he's the new Hitler?
No, but a lot of Democratic politicians have used that language.
What about Trump's
If what you're saying
Hold on, what about Trump's
does that make it disqualifying for them as well?
No, hold on. Yes,
any Democratic
Yeah, what about Trump's language? Trump explicitly keeps calling Kamala Harris a Marxist. Didn't he literally say Marxist, communist, fascist? Like,
they kicked out. I'm about to agree. Do you believe that presidential candidates should not call the other person a Hitler?
Yeah.
Okay, so Trump has called Kamala Harris a fascist, communist, Marxist.
Yep.
Harris has not called Trump a fascist, as far as I'm aware. I wish she would.
I think she has.
I don't think she has, but she hasn't since he became a candidate. So the person who's doing incendiary rhetoric is Trump. He called Biden the Gestapo. Do you agree with that? Do you think Biden is the Gestapo?
No.
Well, that's what he called Biden. He said it's a Gestapo administration. I didn't hear you condemn Trump for that.
No, but I do know that there have been 2 attempts on one of the candidates' lives, and both times.
You don't know what's going on with Harris. What's going to happen? She's a black woman. You don't think there's going to be death threats against
There have been no attempts on her life. Are you aware of any attempts?
I don't know. I'm not saying I don't know. We didn't know. We didn't know about many death threats against Obama until very recently.
The threats is one thing.
I don't think there have been attempts on Kamala Harris's life. Someone did shoot up one of her Arizona offices, though. Although, like, that wasn't an attempt on her life. It was just a property crime. They just shot into it.
Actually trying to kill somebody.
They arrested someone the other day for death threats.
He said her father is a Marxist. That's not all he said. I'm pretty sure it's explicitly called Kamala Harris a Marxist multiple times. I'm pretty sure, in the debate that he said her father is a Marxist. But
let's not be. Come on, Piers. There's death threats.
Who's going to win the
I'm
election?
pretty sure on True Social, didn't he literally say Kamala Harris is a Marxist, fascist, communist? I thought he said that.
I don't do predictions. Really? No, not after Brexit and Trump in 2016. I got both wrong.
So you accept you're the worst predictor out there?
I mean, a lot of people. Did you get Brexit and Trump right?
I got Trump right.
Okay.
2016. Brexit, I didn't know. I don't think I made a call. I voted Remain, but I actually was quite happy if Brexit worked.
America's too close, and the electoral college is too stupid, and that's a conversation for that.
Where's the True Social post? Are you going to vote? Me? Yeah, obviously.
Another day.
Mehdi, it's great to see you.
Pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Really enjoyed finally meeting you.
Thank you very much. And when they find 1,000 bottles of baby oil and 500 dildos, there's some suspect.
They're talking about Diddy. Awesome. She's a Marxist. Everyone knows she's a Marxist. Yeah, he literally called her a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist. He taught her well. Or is it JD Vance? JD Vance did it. JD Vance. She's a Marxist, communist, fascist. Oh no, Trump did say it. She's a Marxist, communist, fascist, socialist.
But for that to happen, we must defeat Comrade Kamala Harris. I use that term because you know what that term means, right? Communist. She's a Marxist, communist, fascist, socialist. She's not actually a socialist. She's gone past that.
Oh, wow.
Remember I used to say...
Oh, she's gone past that.
America will never be a socialist.
Kamala, a Marxist, fascist, communist. Marxist, communist, fascist, socialist. Awesome, dude. Okay, what do we have? Jubilee, how long is this?
Okay, let me tell you, Mike.
Probably, I'm not gonna have. I don't care about the fucking red pill shit. You might have to save this one for tomorrow. 46 minutes.
You did. You loved it.
We do 46 minutes, 2 times speed. That's really only 23 minutes. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. And then I can stop at like 5 a.m. And I can edit all these videos. And we'll be good. And then tomorrow we can watch the Jubilee thing along with this and the presidential debate. Sounds good. Okay. Kamala Chameleon, Clay Travis versus Cenk Uygur on Vice President Harris flip-flopping. Oh boy. Okay. The flip-flopping allegation. Let's see.
Until this weekend, border czar Kamala Harris was last seen at the US-Mexico border in 2021.
Strong opening. Border czar.
She's previously explained her failure to visit by pointing out she hasn't been to Europe either. She also derided Donald Trump's border wall as a medieval...
Okay, to be fair, that was a dumb answer. That was really dumb when she said, I haven't been to Europe either. That was stupid.
But that was the old Kamala. Kamala the Chameleon is suddenly getting tough on illegal immigration, and she wants everybody to know about it. But is anybody buying it? Can a 20-minute photo op do anything to persuade the millions of Americans who blame the Biden administration for southern border chaos? Unsurprisingly, Donald Trump's not convinced. In a typically understated fashion, he responded to the border visit by declaring Harris to be mentally impaired and demanding she be prosecuted. Well, joining me to discuss all this and look forward to the vice presidential debate on Tuesday is the founder and host of The Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, the commentator Claudia Conway, the founder of Outkick, Clay Travis, and the director of new documentary Vindicating Trump, the conservative commentator Dinesh D'Souza. Welcome to all of you. Well, let me start with you, Clay Travis. The border czar, Kamala Harris, suddenly seems to be remembering what her job was.
I think it's a sign, Piers, of how much she's in trouble, that she went to Arizona, that she has reversed every policy she's basically stood for her entire political career. Remember, this was a woman who, when she was running in 2019, Piers, didn't just say she basically wanted a wide open border. She said that any migrants that were being held in prison should get taxpayer-funded gender reassignment surgery. That is, they should be paying in the United States to make sure that illegal immigrants are able to change their gender. I mean, this was absolute balderdash. This is madness. And I think this issue by itself, in conjunction with over 400,000 criminals, 13,000 convicted murderers, 16,000 rapists all entering this country and starting to wreak havoc all over the citizens of the United States. I think it standing alone is
he didn't specify during Biden's term. I'm pretty sure those numbers are literally from multiple decades. I'm pretty sure Trump himself actually repeated the claim that like these were from migrants that entered during Biden's term, but it was actually from migrants who have entered like the past 20 years, including under Trump.
It cost her Arizona and Nevada. I think she's going to lose Georgia, North Carolina, and it all comes down to whether Trump can win one of the 3 states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, or Michigan. I think he can. I think this issue is the single worst, right alongside of the economy, for Kamala and why she doesn't deserve a promotion.
Yeah, I mean, Cenk, the thing I would say, if I was looking at this with no horse in the race, which I don't, despite your frequent attempts to claim that I do, would be that by going there now, it looks like political expediency. But it also reminds everybody just how bad the southern border crisis has been under the Biden administration. It's indisputable. The numbers don't lie. Surely it was a tactical error.
The numbers are back down to like 2019 levels, by the way. But
you're not biased against her at all. You just called her Kamala Chameleon, but okay.
So she is. Doesn't mean to sound partisan. She just is. She's a comedian.
Okay, sure.
You don't agree? Hang on, you don't agree with that?
No, I don't.
You don't think Kamala Harris deserves the title Kamala Chameleon for repeatedly U-turning on previous positions? Seriously, Cenk? Seriously?
So hold on.
No, you hold on. Answer me.
Piers, I'm not going to agree to your rando nickname for Kamala Harris. What the issue I brought up is that hold on. Can I answer the question?
Oh my God.
That you're biased against her, and then you prove me right by saying she's a chameleon. Why do you admit she's a chameleon? Meanwhile, we have a mentally disabled person running against her. But we'll get to that. So in terms of all this is silliness. I don't do the usual partisan stuff. So first of all, on immigration, the Biden administration did not do a good job for at least a couple of years in between. The numbers have come back down now. But in putting her as in charge of any portion of the border was Joe Biden.
Dude. You should never listen. I agree with Cenk there. Okay, I agree with Cenk there. Biden probably did repeal too many executive orders on the border. Biden probably didn't think that the asylum crisis would get as big as it was. Okay, there were issues that took a while to address. Obviously, okay. You should never admit any of that in a conversation with panelists full of Trump supporters who will unironically think that immigrants are eating cats and dogs. You should never concede to any of that. Oh my God! Unless your opponent, I've said this, unless your opponent completely disavows like 90% of Trump's rhetoric on immigrants, 90% of the things that J.D. Vance and Trump has said about Haitian immigrants eating cats and dogs, you should never concede any of that. Fuck you, dude. No, you can't be expecting me to like have a reasonable conversation after your candidate repeatedly lies about immigrants for literal years, and then recently just repeats like blatantly false claims about immigrants eating cats and dogs, and then like expect me to come to the table and be like, well, maybe you have a little bit of a point about Biden repealed too many executive or no, fuck you. No, we're not doing that, man.
Throwing her under the bus. They had nothing to do. She had nothing to do because he wouldn't let her. And so I don't think that the Democrats have covered themselves in glory on the issue of immigration. I think going down there for a photo op and just looking at the border is just so meaningless. Every stupid politician does it. It gains them nothing. The media shouldn't feed into that. But finally, I think that people have to admit, look, Kamala Harris came to Donald Trump's position. I'm not thrilled about that, but that's a fact, right? And then Donald Trump said, oh yeah, I don't want my own position, because he wanted to help himself in the election rather than protect you guys. He cares more about himself than the voters every single time. And there is no excuse you guys have for Donald Trump killing his own immigration bill other than his greed and his selfishness and his narcissism.
Dinesh, your response to that. And welcome to Uncensored, by the way.
I think that Kamala Harris going to the border is part of a strategy in which she is relying on the media for her. And here's what I mean. The ordinary American is not happy, but use that term, the observations and experience of the American people. They're counting on the American people being complete and total suckers.
Okay, Claudia, welcome to Uncensored to you too, two debutantes today. The American people apparently need to
Did it just fucking cut out again?
be complete suckers to buy into what Kamala...
Are we... Another almost F? Are we good now? Did it... Fucking hell. Dude, I'm gonna have to download like 4 different VODs at the end of this, dude.
Harris is now doing on the border.
At the border talking tough. So they're counting on this fictional portrait, this movie portrait of Kamala Harris to trump, if I can use that term, the observations and experience of the American people. They're counting on the American people being complete and total suckers.
Okay, Claudia, welcome to Uncensored to you too, two debutantes today. The American people apparently need to be complete suckers to buy into what Kamala Harris is now doing on the border.
I think there's some truth to that. I think that immigration is her worst topic, in my opinion. I think that the Biden-Harris administration, what they've done with immigration, has been abysmal. And I think that we can't really call her a chameleon. If we're going to call her a chameleon, we have to call Trump a chameleon and JD Vance a chameleon and everybody else a chameleon.
I would.
Yeah,
Shane wasn't smart enough or calm enough to ask me. You had that. So let me just, for the record, I think they're all pretty chameleon-like. Trump has U-turned on many things, right? So is JD Vance, not least calling Trump Hitler. So yeah, I think they've all been a chameleon trick. It just so happens, and Boy George is actually a friend of mine.
You only name Kamala.
Well, because Kamala Chameleon obviously sounds very similar to Karma Chameleon, which was the big Boy George hit with Culture Club. That's why she's called Kamala Chameleon. If Trump was called Kamala Trump, he'd be called Kamala Chameleon, because it would go better with the song. That's the only reason she's got the name. But they're all quite chameleon-like, in my opinion. Well, it's true.
Yet conveniently, you found no derogatory nicknames for Donald Trump or JD Vance. You just had to find one for Kamala Harris.
I just said to you.
It's okay, Piers. It's okay. He's your friend. You guys did a show together. You're gonna have access to it. We get it. You want Trump to win. Let's move on.
I've said none of those things, other than I'm happy to say Donald Trump's been for 20 years.
The last time you interviewed Trump, wasn't it kind of a disaster that he was furious?
Thank you, Clay. He actually issued 4 statements from the office of the presidency. He was obviously just out of there. He issued 4 official statements lambasting me as so dead I was catching flies. So our friendship has had rocky periods. But ultimately, yeah, Trump has been a friend of mine a long time. I have friends, Cenk, you may not understand the concept of this. I have friends who sometimes I disagree with them. You know, you're one of them. Let me come back to Claudia. If you wait patiently. Claudia, finish your point.
Yeah, no, I think that her going to the border at this time is a little performative, and I focus on the Gen Z vote. And immigration is not as important to Gen Z voters as it is to all registered voters. It ranks about 61% of voters rank it as very important. But with Gen Z voters, I mean, they're not really looking at this, but I'm looking at this and I'm saying, why? You know, her campaign's been pretty smart, but, you know, back to what everybody else was saying, I think this was just, like, you know, a little ploy for the campaign, just going to Douglas, Arizona and saying, hey, I'm at the border. You know, many Republican Congress people were upset about this.
Yep.
So
yeah, I don't think
it was a good move.
No, I just think it looked, as you say, performative. Clay, Trump's been giving a number of speeches in the last few days, which
I mean, at least it can semi-remove the talking point of she hasn't even been to the border. She hasn't even been to the border. She's opening the border and she hasn't even been there. At least that talking point is a little bit refuted now, I guess. But
contain, you know, the usual greatest hits, but also some slightly insane moments. Let's take a look at some of the stuff that happened at the weekend.
Joe Biden became mentally impaired. Kamala was born that way. She was born that way.
Because she's a Marxist.
And if you think about it, only a mentally disabled person could have allowed this to happen to our country. Anybody would know this.
Look, I see Trump for what he is. You know, he talks in this way that it makes people laugh. He's entertaining. He's brutal. He's bombastic. He loves insulting people. Is it a smart move for Trump to be calling Kamala Harris mentally disabled from birth a month before an election where she may end up being president of the United States?
I think it's an effective attack. I think the word choice, as you well know, with Donald Trump is sometimes the bull in the china shop aspect of his entire personality. He is an entertainer. That's at a rally. And I think it has to be taken in that context. But what I think he's getting at, which cuts through and does connect, I think, with a lot of voters, is Joe Biden, clearly, despite all the people on the left trying to claim that he was the best version of himself, and behind closed doors, he was sharp as a tack, which was what everybody said up until June 27th, as you well remember. What Kamala is not actually able to cite some sort of mental and physical cognitive decline to explain away why she's been wrong on everything. And I think this is important, too. Do you remember in 2004, in many ways, George W. Bush won that election because he said John Kerry was for the war in Iraq until he was against it, and they got him on flip-flopping. Your Comma Chameleon line for Kamala Harris. I mean, just think about this. She now wants to build a border wall. She doesn't want to ban straws. She wants to allow fracking. She now doesn't believe in reparations. Basically, everything Kamala Harris has ever said in her entire political career, up until 2020, she doesn't believe in anymore. And I think that's what's going on here.
Base, big tent party, base, moderation to appeal to a larger base.
Has been wrong on every issue. I mean, I would ask anybody who's supporting her, name one thing that Kamala Harris has done really well, such that she deserves a promotion. Piers, on your show, I bet you've had production assistants that got everything wrong. They probably didn't end up the overall producer of the show. That's
I mean, she was definitely, as vice president, probably one of the most influential ones, just because she had to be so many tie-breaking votes in the Senate.
What Kamala Harris is arguing for.
Yeah, I mean, Cenk, here's the thing, Cenk. I know
35 days before the election, the state of California passed a law prohibiting the requirement of voter identification documents. And yeah, it's dumb, whatever. Welcome to the stream. how do I fucking pronounce that? Prometheus Tyson.
I sort of feeling you're holding your nose with Kamala Harris. You don't want her to be the Democrat nominee, but she is. Therefore, you kind of, well, she'll have to win because I hate Trump so much. She's not a convincing candidate. I mean, she is a massive flip-flop, but she deserves the chameleon title. Every interview is full of word salad nonsense. You know, with Trump, you kind of know what he is.
Are you fucking kidding me? That criticism is so dumb. Word salad, word salad. Every single fucking thing Trump says is a word salad. All the time. Look at his answer. I love this clip so much. The answer over his child care policy thing. Like,
and the $22 billion a year, making it one of their is outpacing the 20% having crisis. If you win in November, can you commit to prioritizing legislation to make childcare affordable? And if what specific piece of legislation will you advance?
Well, let's see his answer.
Down, I was somebody, we had Senator Marco Rubio, and my daughter Ivanka was so impactful on that issue. It's a very important issue. But I think when you talk about the kind of numbers that I'm talking about, that because look, childcare is childcare. There's something you have to have it. In this country, you have to have it. But when you talk about those numbers compared to the kind of numbers that I'm talking about, by taxing foreign nations,
the numbers he's talking about. By taxing foreign nations. Yep, that's what terrorists do. They tax foreign nations.
Do it very quickly, and it's not going to stop them from doing business with us, but they'll have a very substantial tax when they send product into our country. Those numbers are so much bigger than any numbers that we're talking about, including childcare, that it's going to take care. We're going to have. I look forward to having no deficits within a fairly short period of time.
No deficits.
Coupled with the reductions that I told you about on waste and fraud and all of the other things that are going on in our country, because I have to stay with childcare. I want to stay with childcare, but those numbers are small relative to the kind of economic numbers that I'm talking about.
The kind of economic numbers.
But growth also headed up.
Including growth.
By what the plan is that I just.
Growth by the plan, his plan being tariffs, by the way, which apparently fix everything.
I just told you about. We're going to be getting trillions of dollars, and as much as childcare is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kind of numbers we'll be taking in. We're going to make this into an incredible country that can afford to take care of its people, and then we'll worry about the rest of the world. Let's help other people, but we're going to take care of our.
Why? What is happening with my? I don't know, guys. Sorry, dude.
First, it's about. Make America great again. We have to do it.
Oh, America first. Got to get that one in there. Thanks, Trump, buddy.
Kamala Harris does not. She wouldn't inspire me to open a crisp packet. I have to be
clearly not a word salad type of guy, Donald Trump. You know.
Now, am I wrong?
Yeah, so guys, you're looking at it wrong. Of course, I think. So, but let me explain because it's a little bit more.
Damn, he's
I think
retarded,
Kamala Harris is a typical politician, and that's not a compliment. I think she's an establishment Democrat, and I think 90% of politicians are establishment.
What's the nonsense he's saying? He doesn't have a good answer, so he just says, tariffs make America great. Tariffs make America great. That's all he has. That's all he has in his arsenal. That's all he knows.
So if you're someone who's on the left or progressive and you think she's going to deliver unicorns and rainbows, no, she's going to deliver for her donors. So then if you're at home, you're saying, oh my God, that means I vote for Trump, right? No. The reason I'm voting for Kamala Harris is because Donald Trump is literally mentally impaired. He's a danger to this country, to our democracy, and that is not just a talking point. He said to terminate all the rules, regulations, and articles of the Constitution when he didn't win.
Yeah, but he's not going to do that. And you know he's not going to do that. You know that's not what he meant. This is the problem, though. When you go after Trump.
So that's
he clearly doesn't know how tariffs work either. What is happening? Why is the Wi-Fi just cutting out? Am I still straight? Like on my end right now, like it says the reviewers, and it has like the deep state liberal offline screen, but the timer is still going up. What is someone what on earth is happening? It must be they're probably, I don't know, maybe they're doing maintenance or something. I don't get it.
Why does conversation have disinfectant inside our bodies?
God, this is gonna be so annoying to edit now.
He's a very, very dumb man. He thinks that clean coal is you take out coal and you scrub it clean. He thinks F-35 stealth fighter is invisible to the naked eye like Wonder Woman. He took a dementia test and thought it was an IQ test. The other day he said that the audience in the debate went crazy for him. There was no audience in the debate. The man has significant mental problems. I'm not going to vote for a borderline lunatic. So that's why this conversation is nonsense. A typical politician versus a guy who tried to terminate the Constitution and is a verifiable lunatic. Not a hard question at all.
Let me bring in Dinesh. You spent some time with Trump recently for this new project of yours. What's your assessment of Trump now compared to say 8 years ago when he first came on the political scene, took everyone by surprise, not least the Democrats, pulled off the most shocking presidential win in American history? What's your impression of Trump now?
Well, there's certain aspects of Trump that are exactly the same. I mean, you have to look at this guy as a kind of stand-up comedian. When he was making the lines about Kamala, you could tell he was getting the reaction that he was going for. And he's genuinely insightful and funny. He has a good sense of the one-liner, and he delivers it.
Insightful? I mean, making up dirty nicknames for literally all your opponents is one, I guess insightful is a way to describe that, maybe.
Perfection. Now, the point is, people said a lot of the same things even about Reagan. You know, the guy's crazy, he's demented. So Trump is not outside the mainstream in his political rhetoric. When Cenk says that he's a would-be dictator, he will terminate the Constitution and so on, all of this would be somewhat scarier if Trump hadn't already been in office. I mean, the guy was there
already tried to terminate the Constitution.
How many leading Democrats, Cenk, did Trump prosecute and lock up? Let's compare that to the number of Republicans that have been indicted. Did Trump indict the leader of the opposition party and try to put her in jail? People shouted, lock her up.
Yeah, just like Biden himself is indicting Trump.
Lock her up. But did he actually try to lock Hillary up? No.
No, before we come back to Cenk to respond to that.
Yeah, maybe Trump just committed more crimes. Ever consider that? Maybe Trump just actually committed crimes.
I'll play a clip from Dinesh's film here, Vindicating Trump. This is relating to Trump being comparable to Caesar. Take a look.
You're not a normal Republican. You are a massive entrepreneurial success and a builder. You built the New York skyline. You're also a cultural icon. They fear that even though they know you're not Caesar, you do have that kind of dimension. You have that kind of power. You didn't do an insurrection, but guess what? Had you called for one, there would have been one. And there would be one if you called for one now. They know that kind of power. They're scared of it. And so they're like, this is the one guy we need to go after by all means necessary.
Well, I don't know if I have that power. I'm not sure I want that power. I want the power just to make the country better.
I mean, Cenk, that would be my point, which is if Trump was going to do all the things you claim he's going to do, he'd have done them.
He tried.
You guys pervert reality in a way that is amazing. You pretend that
you stop saying you guys.
Can I?
Dinesh just said
You just did it, Piers. How do I not include you when you just did it?
I literally
Can I answer the question?
You said that Trump wants to undo every part of the Constitution. I'm telling you that is completely insane for you to say that. Utterly nonsense.
You're insane.
He's never going to do it. He's not going to do it.
I don't like he did Jan 6. Like he said that he wants to like deport people like protesting in support of Hamas. He said he wants to. I think he said he wants to imprison people for burning the flag. Like he's made like many anti-constitutional statements before.
Let me just address the audience. Okay, these guys are trying to brainwash you into forgetting the things that Donald Trump actually did. He actually did January 6th. They actually did rush the Capitol. They did get inside the Capitol. People did die. He did say let's terminate the Constitution when he didn't win. He did have a 3-hour meeting about installing martial law and rolling out the tanks. Everyone in his administration said they would resign immediately if he did that, which General Michael Flynn suggested.
Wow.
He actually, when his chief of staff said your fans are looking to murder your vice president, he said he deserves it. So you guys are pretending he didn't do these monstrous things, which he already did.
Actually,
Here's if you ask me why I'll never vote for Trump, because he hates America and he already proved it when he lost. He said my government, I'm going to smash it to pieces if I can't have it. Because he's a spoiled little baby. You're pretending like it didn't happen when it already happened.
Had you read or heard anything I wrote or said about January 6th, you know exactly how I feel about it.
So why don't you just pretend that it didn't happen?
No,
You're like, well, he didn't do it. He did do it.
Well, the arguable point, which needs to be argued in the court of law, is whether he inspired an insurrection. Right? He vehemently denies that. You say he did, and it's an arguable point. There was clearly a riot at the Capitol.
Don't see that giant riot. Don't see him not calling him up.
There was a shameful riot at the Capitol that was violent and should never have happened. And I've said that repeatedly. On that, I totally agree with you. Clay Travis.
And now you're back to the insurrectionists and supporting them.
I'm going to come to
again and again and again.
Clay, I'll come to you in a moment. Clay, part of the problem with talking to people like Cenk, I love having him. A lot of passion, a lot of verve, and so on. But once he gets talking about Trump, he literally goes mad every single time. He sounds like a very lunatic. He's talking about
America. Trump already tried to prove fake electors.
Even without like the incitement thing, like he still tried to pressure Mike Pence into not certifying the election, and he still tried to get Jeffrey Rosen to send out a letter to state officials to try to make them not certify the election within their own states. Like even if the January 6th riot itself didn't happen, even if you don't want to call it an insurrection or whatever, like he still tried to pressure Mike Pence to overturn the election, and he still tried to get Jeffrey Rosen to try to overturn the election as well.
He sounds like your jilted girlfriend who's been cast aside. Look, let me say two things that are important here. One, pre-COVID. Let's go to early February 20. I appreciate that, actually, because there are a lot of awful, dumb politicians. We can agree on that. In fact, there's way too many all over the world, especially in America. But let me start with this. February 2020. Before, in my opinion, COVID leaked from a Chinese lab, which, by the way, you weren't even allowed to say because the Biden administration tried to censor everybody on social media. And now suddenly everybody's aware that that's the most likely outcome.
Although Clay, hang on one sec. On that one point, the biggest study was released quite recently, which did seem to suggest that the most likely cause actually was from the wet market. Just for the record. That was the biggest independent study.
I completely disagree with that theory, but let's put that aside for a minute. February of 2020. The United States had 1.4-ish% inflation. We had 2.5% mortgages.
Oh my God.
Black, white, Asian, and Hispanic real wages were up. It is the case that the American...
I mean, black unemployment reached record lows under Biden. Real wages for the bottom, like 10% of workers, are like rose pretty fast. We saw a lot of wage compression during the COVID pandemic because of the tight labor market. The labor market is doing is back to like where it was at like 2018 right now. Inflation is down. We just got rate cuts like not that long ago. Inflation is back down to like 2%, to even less than 2% if you used a harmonized index, which doesn't include owners occupied shelter prices, which lag and keep inflation artificially high. Like
economy had never been stronger since we whipped Pierce's boys back in the good old Revolutionary War and became an
at like real GDP is higher than it was. Real GDP is higher than pre-COVID projections. Real GDP right now is higher after COVID than we projected it would be before COVID happened. Like that is an incredible recovery in and of itself. We can look at all these fucking graphs. You can see percent change in earnings and inflation since December 2019. For the most part, wages slightly outpaced inflation, aside from like a bit in 2022. The percentage income spent on food hasn't risen significantly. It's been pretty flat since like 2010. Oh yeah, the time prices of groceries has basically, it spiked in 2022 and decreased all the way until, and it started decreasing in 2023. It's now lower. It never got above the 2015 to 2019 average, which was, most of Trump's term was during this. Yeah, and then, obviously we saw a spike. Like our COVID recovery was like super good. You can see real household consumption, like household consumption in the US has been growing pretty consistently versus like in other countries, like it did not grow nearly as much. Real GDP is way faster, is way higher than any of the G7. Our recovery, like we saw the smallest dip and like fastest recovery. GDP growth is higher under Biden than it was under Trump, both with COVID and excluding COVID. Real GDP has outpaced pre-COVID projections. There's an updated graph of this that shows we outpaced it even more because GDP numbers were actually revised upwards. People complain about a lot about job numbers being revised downwards, which just happens obviously. Like if you just follow the jobs numbers monthly, like you realize that job numbers often get revised down. GDP has been repeatedly revised up. Yeah. What else? Oh, like jobs, like even accounting for the bounce back jobs, like Biden has been better for like monthly payrolls and monthly job numbers. Unemployment's under 4% for 27 months straight. It's still only at 4.2%, and it's pretty impressive that we were able to decrease inflation back down to about 2% without increasing unemployment much. Unemployment is still, again, at like 4.2%. We just finally got rate cuts, which indicates that the Fed was not worried about inflation coming back, which is a good thing. Yeah.
Independent country. Never had more people been living in a better manner than in February of 2020. Second part. Okay, so a lot of people are looking at this and saying this is an economics election. Trump had the greatest American economy of all time. Everybody was doing better. I think that's why so many people are yearning for that era in many ways. Second part of this. I agree with both of you. January 6th, when people riot, whether they're Republicans, Democrats, or independents, there should be consequences and they should be prosecuted. Here's the problem. For 6 months, BLM effectively took
Trump has said repeatedly he wants to pardon J6 hostages
over much of American cities, and virtually nothing happened to them. Kamala Harris, the tweet is still up.
Like literally 97% of BLM protests were peaceful. Only a limited number of them turned into riots, and they were riots. They weren't done with the intent of overturning an election. Like a lot of people just took advantage of the protest to like loot shit, and there were some more organized ones where people wanted to like burn down police stations or whatever. But like most of these were none of these were like an attempt to like obstruct like official government proceedings. Like the J6 riots goal was to obstruct the certification of the vote. Do you guys think Obama is black?
Raised money for the people who were burning down Minneapolis to bail them out. She argued we needed to defund the police. Many people out there who are reasonable, that are not MAGA diehards, that are not Donald Trump absolute adherents, look at the way that our government responded to January 6th when Trump said, I want you to peacefully and patriotically go to the Capitol, which always gets left out.
Yep, he said that 20 minutes into his hour-long speech.
Look at the way the January 6th rioters have
a single time
been treated.
And then once the rioters broke into the Capitol and people like Ivanka Trump were begging him to call the National Guard, or begging him to tell them to leave, he did nothing. He sat in his office, and him, along with like Giuliani, called senators to try to get them, senators and representatives, and I think state officials as well, to try to get them on board with his plan to overturn the election.
They say, wait a minute, what about all the people who took over Seattle, Portland, Minneapolis, Chicago, New York City, Atlanta, all over the United States, cities burned, and almost no one took any consequences for it at all. What we have to get back to, in my opinion, in the United States, and what I believe the Biden administration has done really poorly, is they have weaponized the Department of Justice against anyone with a different political persuasion. Piers, you mentioned it. When Trump could have gone after Hillary Clinton, he said, I won the election, I'm not going to do it. When Biden got into office, he used Merrick Garland as his attack dog, and they tried to not only bankrupt Trump, they tried to put him in jail for the rest of his life. And in comparing him to Hitler, they allowed everybody free reign to believe that they killed him. And oh, by the way, they don't even believe that, because every time somebody shoots at Donald Trump or tries to kill him, Kamala gets on the phone and Biden gets on the phone and they say, hey, are you okay? We deplore this. If you really thought Trump was Hitler, you should just say it in public. You know what? I'm sad that he missed, which 30% of Democrats.
Has Kamala Harris ever, or Biden ever said Trump was Hitler? I don't think they have ever said anything to that effect.
Actually are, even though they won't say it publicly. They don't just dislike this guy. They want him murdered in cold blood, assassinated, because they are crazier than anything Trump's ever said.
Claudia,
nobody's ever said that. Clay made that up. He totally made it up. Nobody's ever actually said that.
30%, according to a poll of Democrats, 30% of Democrats said they wished that Donald Trump had been assassinated.
41% of Republicans said it's time for political violence. Republicans openly have been talking about Second Amendment remedies for people that they disagree with. They've been egging on violence. Donald Trump laughed about how Nancy Pelosi's husband was smashed in with a hammer. So the right wing loves violence. And the minute that it touches Donald Trump, you go, oh my God,
let me ask Cenk. I thought Clay raised a very good point there about the utter hypocrisy between the Democrat view of January 6th and the Democrat view of the BLM riots. Either you oppose rioting full stop, or you don't. And the way that the rioters for BLM throughout that period...
See, there's actually a difference between like a riot and like an insurrection. That's the bit. Like most of the BLM riots were not like pre-planned, and they didn't have the intent of like obstructing official government proceedings or like overturning the election. January 6th was pre-planned, and it did have the intent of obstructing government proceedings. Specifically the certification of the vote, so that they could overturn the results of the election.
compared to the January 6th rioters was clearly demonstrably different, wasn't it? So my question is why?
No,
why were they
it
treated
wasn't.
differently?
Okay, now let me explain a couple things. So first of all, yeah, I agree that we need to be absolutely consistent. So sometimes people will lump in two different groups of people on January 6th. There's the people who went, the much larger crowd that went and spoke, watched Donald Trump speak on January 6th. Most of those people did not go to riot at the Capitol. Then there's the people who rioted. So whenever it reaches the people who just listened to the speech, I go, whoa, 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 no, they just showed up to listen to a speech. They didn't do anything wrong. But when you go and you smash into the Capitol looking to murder Mike Pence and Nancy Pelosi, obviously you've done something massively wrong. Now, when it comes to the BLM situation, the original protests were like the original people listening to Donald Trump. They came out because they were deeply concerned about the injustice against African Americans in this country, and they were right. Then at some point, a smaller group of people committed violence. Police went to go arrest those people, and they should. Of course they should. The one problem that I thought persisted after that initial outburst was some parts of like Portland and Seattle were taken over, and the police let them do that for some period of time, and that was nuts. And so that's when I started saying, guys, this is not progressive. This is not the right way to go. We're not for lawlessness. And then, of course, Trump did it in a more spectacular fashion.
Let me bring Claudia in. You've been waiting very patiently. You've got a unique kind of perspective here from your own family, where your mum obviously has been out there very vocally extolling the benefit and virtues of Trump, and then your dad obviously hates Trump with a passion. You're in the middle of this. You've grown up around this. What's your kind of overview?
I'm in the middle of it, literally and figuratively. I don't agree with anything my mother says about Trump. I think Trump gets away with a lot. I don't agree with a lot that's being said here, though. I think that there are nuances to rioting, especially like nuances with the BLM protests. They were not handled well, but we had people, rush into the Capitol, and that's the Capitol.
Hang on, what's the difference between rioting one way and rioting another? It's still rioting. Rioting is using violence to get your way.
Correct. No, absolutely. I 100% agree, and I think violence is never the answer. And I think when we have these nuances, like,
rioting is not just using violence to get your way. That can be an example of rioting, but like you can also just have a riot after a sports game or like during a parade. Like riots aren't necessarily like a pre-planned thing to try to get your way with something. Like that's not like we can imagine a riot again like after a sports game where just like fans get rowdy and start like looting shit. Like
people can argue, they were protesting Black Lives Matter and they were protesting the election. Violence is never the answer. I don't care really what you're talking about. Violence is literally never the answer. Back to my perspective, my father hates Trump with passion.
Your father is George Conway, who's a lawyer. Your mother Kellyanne, obviously, who's a political activist and very well known. So just for viewers who don't know, so just continue.
Yeah, and the way I see it is, I will be voting for Kamala Harris, but I don't like a lot of the things that she says. But the reason I'm voting for Kamala Harris is for the sake of the safety of our democracy and for women's rights. I mean, Trump gets away with everything. He called Kamala a mentally disabled person. He said she wasn't black. He says, look at what happened in Springfield, Ohio, with the schools on lockdowns and the threats. It's ridiculous, and he's the only person who can get away with all this. Do I think that Kamala going to the border was a political stunt? Absolutely. But when I weigh the two, to me, it's not comparable. The rhetoric is not comparable. The rhetoric, the precedent of a president's rhetoric is so important, and the rhetoric we have in this country.
But Claudia, here's what I say. You say that, but Kamala Harris used phrases like Trump was the enemy of democracy. That Biden said he had to be stopped, and then two people in the last 2.5 months.
That's all true.
And they tried to stop him by assassinating him. And in the second case, we know from a note that these.
What he wanted to do? Do you wanted to lie? Do you wanted to say that's not true? Like
the shooter made or planning to shoot him. That he was using exact phraseology from Kamala Harris, literally repeating it in his notes. So you say the rhetoric is only bad if it's from Trump, or much worse. But it's the rhetoric.
No, not at all.
But the Democrat rhetoric about Trump has clearly whipped at least two people with unhinged brains into trying to kill him.
Ridiculous.
Well, that, in my opinion, is disgusting. I completely condemn the assassination attempts on former President Donald Trump. But when I talk about rhetoric, I'm talking about both sides. I'm not just talking about, Donald Trump and the things he says. I'm talking about both sides. This back and forth, this nasty game that they're playing with American voters, I think is abhorrent. I can criticize both sides, but when we look at the rhetoric of Donald Trump compared to the rhetoric of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, it's not comparable. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, maybe they shouldn't say he's a threat to democracy, which he tried to overturn the 2020 election, so there is some nuance there. But we have Donald Trump saying heinous things constantly. So yes, we can criticize both sides, but it's not comparable.
Yeah, Dinesh, I want to bring you in on that.
Yeah, I'd like to jump in because I think that when we're trying to look at someone's character, it doesn't just, or actually not even primarily, come down to, quote, rhetoric. You have to look at someone's character by their actions, both in the public sphere and personal. Now look at Trump.
Oh, true. You know what we should look at for Trump? He fucking raped someone. Anyway, okay.
Clay mentioned this roaring economy that would have almost inevitably led Trump to re-election. But then you have his advisors come to him and say to him, the men in the white coats, there's a pandemic. You need to at least temporarily shut down the economy. And Trump has got to have known, and he did know, that if I shut down the economy, I'm actually shutting down my own economy. I'm jeopardizing my own chances of re-election, and yet he did it. So is that consistent with the idea that you've got this selfish guy who only cares about his own political prospects, doesn't care about the country? I would say no.
That's a very good point.
Talked about the assassination.
That's a very good point.
The assassination.
I mean, you can shake your head, but that's a very good point. Anyway, but back to Dinesh.
No.
Well, Trump, look at the way in which Trump has responded to both assassination attempts. I mean, this level of bravery.
So are we ceding that like a lot the Democrats were mostly responsible for the lockdowns? That it was Trump who was responsible for them, but now all of a sudden the lockdowns are a good thing. It was virtuous that Donald Trump did them, but also somehow evil when the Democrats did them.
Is unmatched by anyone.
To be fair, he hasn't said that, but like that's what a lot of Republicans think. So.
Today. Who is a guy who, when he's being dragged down by the Secret Service, pulls himself up, not knowing if there are more shooters, more shots, and shouts, fight, fight, fight? Who is a guy who, upon a second...
I mean, like, they said the shooter was down, and then Trump was like down for like 30 seconds or whatever, and they kept yelling, "Shooter down, shooter down, shooter down," and then Trump was like, "Wait, let me get my shoes." And then they brought him up slowly, and then like he's acting like it was like immediately when he didn't know there were more shooters. They had told him, they had all said shooters down, and they had all said that they wanted to move him now. And then he said, "Wait, let me get my shoes." And then once he stood up, they tried to start moving him, and he said, "Wait, wait, wait." And then he did his fist in the air thing, like
assassination attempt where there was a
he did a photo op after he knew there weren't any more
And evidently a
shooters.
few holes down, who's been trying to kill you, and you are a little annoyed that you've been interrupted in your golf game because you were just about to make an amazing putt. I mean, I don't know anyone alive who would react to these kinds of terrifying situations in this way. It's clearly a window into his character.
I completely agree. Whether you love him or hate him, you cannot dispute that Trump has shown huge personal courage when he's literally come under fire. Check, I want to play you a different clip. This is from John Kerry, obviously former Democrat grandee.
I think it's just like a narcissist that like wants to photo op so you can win the election.
On the World Economic Forum panel on green energy. And at the end of the panel, a member of the audience asked what could be done to push back against disinformation surrounding climate change online. And he said this.
There's a lot of discussion now about how you curb those entities in order to guarantee that you're going to have, some accountability on facts, et cetera. But look, if people go to only one source and the source they go to is sick and, has an agenda and they're putting out disinformation, our First Amendment stands as a major block to the ability to be able to just, hammer it out of existence.
I thought that was an extraordinary thing to say out loud, Jay. I mean, you got a guy who was nearly president of the United States basically saying the First Amendment is a real problem.
No. So first of all, look, the establishment has a certain agenda, and they put out a massive amount of propaganda to, back that in mainstream media. And then if anybody opposes it from the so-called populist right and the actual populist left, they hammer it down. But in this case, John Kerry was saying, hey, look, the guys like Dinesh D'Souza do these outrageous lies like 2,000 mules, but there's not much we could do about it because of the First Amendment. So he's not saying get rid of the First Amendment. He never said that. And by the way, if he did say that, I would be 100% opposed to him.
No, he said
and meanwhile, the right wing, they're saying arrest all the protesters.
I don't know, you didn't say it's a problem. I think it was speaking descriptively. I think he was saying descriptively the First Amendment means that we can't suspend these things. I don't know. I don't know if he was saying prescriptively that we ought to ban these things, but the First Amendment blocks us from doing it.
Who protest Israel? Donald Trump is saying, hey, Google and Facebook, I'm going to imprison you guys because I don't like what you're doing. Washington Post, he threatened to shut them down because they criticize them. He doesn't believe in the First Amendment. He doesn't believe in the Constitution. That's what he thought about. And he declared out loud that we should terminate the entire Constitution. So if I thought John Kerry was 10% of Donald Trump and how much he hated the Constitution, then I would be opposed to John Kerry. But I don't think he said that at all.
Clay, I thought it was a pretty sinister thing for him to say, actually.
I agree with you, Piers, and I got a couple of things here. One, to me, and I respect Claudia's opinion, I respect Sank's, even though he probably doesn't respect mine or Dinesh's, because I believe in the First Amendment, and I believe it is the single most important right that we have in the United States, and I believe that if you're only going to be a single-issue voter, to me, supporting the candidate who endorses the marketplace of ideas to the largest degree is the candidate you should be.
I mean, Trump again also did do the thing where he's like, I want to suspend the citizenship of anyone who fucking burns the flag, right? And again, the thing with the protesters in college campuses that I'm pretty sure he said he wants to deport.
That is clearly Donald Trump here. Kamala has said that there needs to be more censorship. No, Kamala Harris has said that there needs to be more censorship. She demanded.
And also the what was the social media? The section 230? Was it section 230 social media? When conservatives were all ass mad about the COVID stuff, and they wanted to like repeal section 230, which would allow people, which would have treated social media companies like publishers and would have allowed people to sue social media companies if they posted stuff they didn't like. I forget exactly what it was. You can say that, but it's not constitutional. No, it happened. Well, wouldn't the same thing apply to Kamala Harris then? Like what? It's just like clearly it's evidence that he like does not really care about the constitutional republic that we have. It's just like, yeah. Psychological claims here. It's Swindler. That's thanks to Section 230. States that no provider is an interacting computer service that will treat it as a publisher or speaker. Information provided by another information content. Illegal phrasing shields companies that host trails and messages from being sued to oblivion by anyone who feels wronged by someone else that posted something, whether their complaint's legitimate or not. Politicians both sides have argued for different reasons. Twitter, Facebook, and social media platforms that abuse our protections should lose their immunity, or at least have to earn it by satisfying requirements set by the government. Yeah.
That Donald Trump not be allowed to have a Twitter account. Even Elizabeth Warren wasn't willing to go that far. She is radical when it comes to restricting speech. Let me also build on something Dinesh said, because I think it's important, because I think it goes to the heart of the argument that somehow Trump is going to be a dictator. In any of our lives, there has never been a point in time when the American public as a whole has more relinquished its freedoms than in the early days of COVID. In March and April and May of 2020, the amount...
I mean, like, that's kind of, like, social contract 101? Like, you know, how much freedom are you willing to go for safety? You know, during COVID, the government probably has to, you probably have to give up some of your freedom in exchange for safety. Like, yes.
Of power that was undertaken by the federal government and was voluntarily relinquished by the American public to a large extent was scary. I want to hammer this because I think it's so important. There has never been a point in time...
Yeah, the social contract, like, it was COVID. That kind of makes sense.
Any of our lives, maybe other than right after 9/11, when a president could have adopted more dictatorial powers and taken a greater expansive role of control over the entire country. What did Donald Trump do then? He deferred to every governor and every mayor and let them determine based...
I mean, like, Biden was also president during part of COVID.
On the results in their communities and their
states. Biden greatly expand that power?
What the rules should be for COVID. In my opinion, Trump actually deferred far too much to lunatics like Gavin Newsom and Cuomo, who were locking down their states like crazy, but he allowed the Ron DeSantis's and the Brian Kemps of the world in Florida and Georgia to make different decisions. That's the goal of federalism, is to have 50 state laboratories at a time. Compare it to what Joe Biden did when he came into office. He said, if you don't get the COVID shot, I'm going to fire you. He said that schools needed to...
That mandate, I'm pretty sure, was struck down by Wow, thank you, Josh. Just got this nice picture mentioned to me from my friend. Awesome, man. That mandate was struck down, right? That was the OSHA mandate.
Say Biden actually took far more dictatorial powers during COVID than Trump did, and the left cheered him on. Again, if Trump wanted to be a dictator, there's never been a time in any of our lives for multi-months where a dictator could have taken over more, and he deferred. He let every governor and mayor make their own decision. That, to me, is the ultimate test on how much power Trump will have. He could have taken more than anybody ever has, and he relinquished it.
Okay, just to pivot quickly, because we're running out of time, but Clay, you start with this, which is the VP debate on Tuesday. Obviously, Waltz against Vance. Are you concerned that J.D. Vance, it might be a rough night for him?
For JD, no. I think Tim Walz, in all honesty, Piers, is the dumbest person who has ever been on an American presidential ticket in my life. I think the challenge that JD Vance is going to have, JD, whatever you think about him, is a super. No, Trump is a super bright guy. You can't succeed in business like he has without a lot of talent. Tim Walz is a moron.
He's a miserable failure.
He's going to get embarrassed, I think. And the thing that JD Vance is going to have to the thing that JD Vance is going to have to be careful of is that he doesn't pummel Tim Walz so much that people start feeling bad for him. Walz hasn't done a single solo interview with a national media figure since he was elevated. This is a guy whose wife bragged about leaving the windows open.
I mean, like, JD Vance has been shown to be pretty uncharismatic. I don't know. I don't know if any like blatantly like repeated false claims about the Haitian immigrant thing as well. I don't know. I don't know if I'm that worried about him pummeling Walt so hard that people don't. That people feel bad for him.
He could smell the burning rubber of Minneapolis. This guy who lied about his military service, who is utterly unqualified to be a heartbeat away from the presidency. Of everybody on tickets, I don't think Kamala's qualified. I think Tim Walz her worst decision. She should have taken Josh Shapiro. I think he's going to get embarrassed on Tuesday night.
Check the dumbest we've ever seen. Apparently, Tim Walz.
Yeah. So look, guys, you guys live in an amazing imaginary world. They're like, if Trump wanted to be dictator, he would probably, if he lost an election, have somebody or a lot of people rush the Capitol and then not stop them, even as they're trying to murder his vice president. And he would try to terminate the Constitution. He did do that. He did all of that. And you guys don't acknowledge it. First Amendment. Kamala Harris has never said anything against the First Amendment. Donald Trump threatens to stay in prison anyone who criticizes him. You guys live in a delusional, imaginary world. So in your world,
what person has Donald Trump ever prosecuted as a Democrat? Shouldn't you be able to point to at least one?
No, by the way, you know who's prosecuting Democrats? Joe Biden. I got no love for Joe Biden, but he went after Senator Menendez. His at least
fucking Mayor Adams of New York just got indicted.
Hold on, Clay. Let me answer the question. You know why the federal government, the FBI, Justice Department goes after someone when they have evidence? Okay, so Trump says, "I want Jeff Bezos arrested because Washington Post." And then he goes, "Hold on, let me answer the question." Then he goes to the Department of Justice, and they go, "Yeah, but what evidence do you have?" He goes, "He was mean to me." And they're like, "No, we're not going to prosecute him because he was mean to you. Grow up, you little child." So which leads us back to the debate. So we're talking about Tim Walz being unintelligent. Are you crazy?
So you're acknowledging, hold on, that he never has prosecuted any political adversary.
Hold on. Okay, well, he's someone who came up with a lock her up chant. You guys again pretend it didn't happen when all of you were chanting.
I want to read great fucking face there to Vaz on. I want to read Michael Cohen's book. Didn't Michael Cohen just come out with his new book? I probably want to read some of this book as well. Disloyal, the true story of former president. Yeah.
Lock her up. She's a political opponent. You guys loved it. You loved it.
Hold on, let's get real. Here's the thing.
Donald Trump's a criminal. What do you want us to do? You pretend to be in favor of freedom, and you pretend to be in favor of equality in the Constitution. Donald Trump is a lifelong criminal. He's broken every law that we can imagine. And you go, oh, let him go. He's our leader. He's our beloved leader. He should be above the law.
You are like a guy who got broken up with and can't get over it. This is so deranged. Like, Trump was never charged with a crime until he decided to run as a Republican after 75 years of being a public figure.
All right, let me bring it.
Because I've always known he was a pea-brain little idiot. Donald Trump is the dumbest man we've ever seen. He's pretending he's smart. He's like, well, how could he be a successful? He's not a successful businessman. 6 major bankruptcies. The moron built 3 casinos.
He had a successful television show. He's built tons of buildings.
Hold on. Yeah, he had a television show where he yapped like he always does.
They never made a living outside of the government.
Hey, do you think he has to be a smart person to have a successful television show? I'm pretty sure the evidence shows that like reality TV stars usually aren't particularly smart. Kim Kardashian had all the Kardashians had their very successful television show. I don't know if it's still going on. It might be. I wouldn't really say that's evidence of them being particularly smart. Like Logan and Jake Paul are like huge internet vloggers, but I wouldn't say that's evidence of them being particularly smart.
I can tell you he's got a very successful I can tell you his television show was very successful, and he showed extremely high levels of intelligence on that show. Because he made the winner. Let me bring in Dinesh.
That's not a business. He's a carnival barker.
Actually, hang on. The Apprentice, which he had a stake in, made tons of money, so that's not true. Dinesh.
He didn't run the business. He didn't run the business.
He did have a stake in the business of the brand of Apprentice.
Yeah. Now you're playing word games. You said he had a stake in the business because he had equity in it as part of his deal as an actor. They hired him to be an actor acting as a businessman when they knew, and they say now, yeah, we knew he was a failed loser businessman.
It's incredible this pea-brain loser managed to become president against the most qualified candidate in American history, Hillary Clinton. But there you go, Jake. Let me bring in Dinesh.
Because American people hate the establishment. That's why.
Right, Dinesh, on the VP debate, does it matter what happens on Tuesday night? Does it have any real consequence?
I think it does, in part because, well, certainly in the Trump case, Trump is well into his 70s. I do think that people are thinking a little bit beyond Trump. I think that the question is whether J.D. Vance will sort of inherit the Trumpian mantle, so to speak. I think the debate's going to be a contrast in styles, and that is to say that Tim Walz is clearly a kind of over-the-top populist from the left. He gesticulates wildly. He's the kind of guy who tries to make expressions of being an ordinary guy who fixes his own car. And now J.D. Vance is a little more cerebral, and this is in a way a contest for whose rhetoric is actually going to speak more to the white working class, and that appears to be a key swing constituency in the election. So it's 2 populists, one from the right and one from the left, with 2 different styles appealing to the same group of people.
I totally agree with that. Claudia, final word. word to you. The VP debate. Do you think people of your generation, do they pay much attention to the VP debates, do you think?
Absolutely, and so much more than other years and other elections. You know, historically, we haven't seen that a vice presidential pick has much impact on the election. But this year, I mean, it's different. Everybody's eyes are on Tim Walz and what he's saying and what he's doing with his cars, and everybody's eyes are on J.D. Vance and what he's saying about this person and that person one day. And tomorrow, you know, I do agree. I think that Josh Shapiro would have been a much better pick, and I think he would have killed J.D. Vance in a debate. But that's not the situation we're in right now. So I'm a little concerned for both of them, quite frankly. But excited to see what's going to happen.
All I would say is that before the presidential debate recently, I was utterly convinced that Donald Trump would flatline Kamala Harris in that debate, and I was completely wrong. So it's been a very surprising race, and I've given up making predictions. I'm going to watch it with great interest. Thank you to my panel. Much appreciated. Thank you very much.
It'll be interesting to watch it. We'll watch it, well, today, technically, I guess, at 9 p.m. today is when the presidential debate is. I'll stream a little bit before then because I think we got to try and react to other shit as well. I don't have any like debate panel planned for right afterwards, but I'm sure I'll be talking to people in the Boss's server afterwards. Yeah. Okay, well. Okay, everyone, there's some new people here today, so I'd appreciate it if all you guys followed and liked and subbed. Yeah, the followers really help, so people know when I go live, so you can know when I go live again, like for the vice presidential debate. That'll be really, really helpful. If you're watching on YouTube, subs really help right now, considering. Thanks for the follow, Avocado Adorable, whatever the fuck. Yeah, I'll stream again. Technically later today again for the vice presidential debate that I was going to watch. So please follow so you see that. I would appreciate it a lot. Another thing that really helps a lot.
Because right now we're a failing nation. So we'll take care of it. Thank you.
Is if you guys, people on YouTube and people on Twitch, if they want to go to the YouTube channel, sub to the YouTube channel because I need 1,000 subs to reach ad revenue there. I upload a lot of the highlights and edited shit to the YouTube channel, so you can watch stuff you missed. I also stream on YouTube if you, for whatever reason, prefer watching there. All these 7 people watching the YouTube short stream right now, hit that sub button. The 4 people watching the horizontal stream, hit that sub button. I would really, really appreciate it again. It helps a lot. Yeah. Although even just watching helps a lot, guys. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching. Again, I love streaming. Love that you guys watch me stream. If you want to help out, hit that follow button, hit that like, hit that sub button. Follow me on Twitch, sub to me on YouTube. Both of those things really help out. Appreciate all you guys being here. Hope you guys will join me again later today for the vice presidential debate. Make sure to watch me for that. Not anyone else, because I am awesome sauce. Who can I raid? It's 5 a.m., so like nobody is fucking streaming. I guess I can raid BPG. All right, head over to Vagrant PPG. Thanks, everyone, again. I love streaming. Love you guys watching me stream. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. Again, hit that follow button. Go to YouTube, hit the sub button. And the Discord. You can join the Discord, too, if you want. Subbing on YouTube really helps. Following on Twitch really helps. Thank you, guys. All of you follow right now. Thanks. Anyway, see ya. Bye. Appreciate you guys. Bye. Bye.